The Rise of Iceland. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 176, Colony of Massachusetts. After deciding on a plan to deal with the Massachusetts Gulf Company, Heir sent Heine to Plymouth in person to negotiate a plan with Kadir and McGonagall. After Heine left, Heir personally took charge of many affairs in the city of Grote, while Olaf assisted his father in handling affairs. The production and life mode of Grote City is single, and there are not many problems. Olaf remembered the slaves who were still working hard to mine the mines in the Changling Mountains with wooden sticks and shovel, and arranged for his own captain Gilson to take 2 of them. Craftsmen, white slaves, and others invited from London sent tools such as pickaxes and shovel to the 3 mines in Changling Mountain, as well as hydraulic facilities and blast furnace equipment for processing ore. After the skilled workers arrive at a mine with white slaves and indigenous slaves, they can build iron and copper smelters, and the miners will get the tools at hand, and the speed and efficiency of mining will be greatly improved. Considering that charcoal is the best fuel for iron making now, it can be said that before coal is processed into coke because of too much sulfur, although the temperature can be reached, the quality and hardness of the iron ingots will be worsened, and Olaf did not in his previous life understand the iron making process, and have heard a little bit about the technology of coal making coke, so I dare not study it blindly, and can only adopt traditional iron making methods. Considering that sufficient charcoal fuel is required for the next step of iron making, copper making, and even gold alchemy, Olaf, after consulting with Heir, ordered all slaves in Grote not to burn wood when cooking, and to set aside charcoal to hand, and Vikings also had to hand in 2 pounds of charcoal a day, and the penalty would be doubled the next day if the amount was not up to the standard. Heir's orders have always been implemented best in Herat City and even Wenland. Every household is nothing more than cooking and making fires. It is understandable to use it to provide leading with some charcoal. After Gilson took 110 people to leave Port Herat on the Thor's Hammer, Olaf took his 2 hands into the agricultural movement of turnip cultivation. Turnip is a high-yield crop. Unlike sweet potatoes, turnips can not only be dried and stored as rations, but also can be eaten as fresh vegetables and pickled pickles. They can be eaten in a wider range and can completely make up for some of the defects of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Olaf guided his subordinates to plant seeds in accordance with a draft of the agricultural book, and then water them for management. Hundreds of pounds of turnip seeds can be planted on 5 or 6 acres of land. Olaf hangs on both sides of the river and cleans the vegetables. Then replant the turnips. The draft of the agricultural book about turnip planting clearly stated that this crop likes shade by nature. It should be planted when summer and autumn intersect, and then the abundant rain will quickly root and sprout turnips. When the roots are about to grow fleshy, the weather turns cool. The low temperature stimulates the rhizomes to quickly absorb and store nutrients in the ground and grow quickly, and they are excavated and harvested in early winter. It is now in June in the Gregorian calendar. It is reasonable to say that it is too early. But because Wenland's climate is comparable to the northeast of the Far East, compared with Sugwonki's planting test field in Jizhou in Guanay, the overall temperature is lower, and the crop growth cycle will be longer. 1 point, it must be planted for a period of time in advance. While Olaf was busy planting turnips with his subordinates, Heine, Kadir and McGonagall have unified their minds in the church in Plymouth. Kadir requisitioned Plymouth Church as his residence and barracks. Nirvana's thinking developed a great gift for the Massachusetts Gulf Company. Heine was originally worried that McGonagall would be unwilling to deal with Massachusetts Bay Company, but he didn't expect McGonagall to readily agree after hearing about it, and he was very cooperative and active. After completing the details, McGonagall left and prepared to personally find the Old Mother chief of a large tribe of the Iroquois Alliance to ask them to take action. After McGonagall left, Heine asked Kadir in a low voice, "Dad, why is McGonagall so obedient? Did he ignore the fact that the colonists of the Massachusetts Bay Company were also English and Puritans?" Cadile sneered disdainfully. "Mag can become Plymouth's town lord and council chairperson because of the support of me and 1,000 elite soldiers. He killed many people from Plymouth Company. This spring, Plymouth's merchant ship knew about it, but suffered. Without the strength to retaliate, it can only be economically blocked. and Plymouth will not be provided with transactions and supplies. If I had not given them some potatoes and sweet potatoes, Plymouth would have starved to death. Do you think McGonagall would not cooperate wholeheartedly in this environment? Heine nodded and said, no wonder. Plymouth will starve to death without our support. Not only will McGonagall fail to be the leader, he will definitely not be able to keep it tomorrow. He will definitely not be able to show his loyalty. Heine, stay a few more days when you come, and wait until McGonagall talks to the Iroquois before going back to report. Kadir smiled. When you go back, tell your mother-in-law by the way. I'm going to let her move in and stay with me for a few days. Heine knew that his father-in-law was only 40 this year, and obviously there was still a need, so he readily agreed. The culture of the Iroquois is slightly different from other native Indians. Although they are brave and good at war, their social structure is a matrilineal society. The leaders of the tribe are generally the elderly mothers, and the husbands and sons of the old mothers are responsible for foreign affairs. The war, hunting and other behaviors, gathering and production, and tribal management are entirely the responsibility of the old mother and other female leaders. The closest to the Gulf of Massachusetts is the Pequot, a large tribal group in the eastern part of the Iroquois League. McGonagall prepared some beautiful glassware and a beautiful silk scarf, and then took a Huron slave from an English-speaking Iroquois tribe in the camp to visit the Iroquois in the forest northwest of Plymouth. The leader of the Pequot tribe in the eastern part of the alliance, after promising enough benefits, the Pequot tribe agreed to cooperate with McGonagall's request for a while to attack the Massachusetts Bay Company colonists who had landed in the North Bay. McGonagall happily returned to Plymouth to report the news to Kadir and Heine. Heine and Kadir also gave a sigh of relief, and then Kadir said, wait, I will send a few White Wolf soldiers to accompany McGonagall to carry some weapons. You must send them to the Iroquois in advance, otherwise they are not the Massachusetts Bay Company opponents. Do you think it is enough to give them a dozen sets of weapons and equipment? McGonagall nodded and said, there are more than 100,000 people in the Iroquois Alliance. The Pequot tribe I was looking for has more than 3,000 people, and they manage more than 100 tribes with a total of 5,000 or 6,000 people. If you prepare in advance, enough to mobilize more than 3,000 fighters, plus some spears, leather armor and crossbows, I think it will be enough to deal with the Massachusetts Bay Company. That's good. Kadir waved and said, then you can send it in these 2 days. Okay, Commander Kadir. McGonagall bowed respectfully, and then quickly stepped out. Heine had another dinner in Plymouth, and he was about to return to Winland the next morning, but McGonagall walked into the church early the next morning and found Kettle and Heine in the back clean room, who had just gotten up and were eating breakfast. The Massachusetts Bay Company has arrived in the northern Massachusetts Bay last night, a few days ago. McGonagall sent a few people to the North Bay to squat and wait. He wanted to know the news of the Massachusetts Bay Company's arrival in time. Before breakfast, his men knocked on the door to tell him the news of the Massachusetts Bay Company's arrival. McGonagall was in a hurry. Getting up was like Kadir had reported. See you in a hurry, you haven't washed and eaten yet. Kadir smiled slightly and said, sit down and eat together. After a while, McGonagall sat next to Heine, and a Viking soldier standing and waiting served McGonagall a bowl of oatmeal and handed him a roast leg of lamb. Kadir said in a gentle manner, this is Anu, who was bitten by a dog yesterday. She was killed because she was worried about not surviving. Try it. It tastes pretty good. After thanking McGonagall, he picked up the leg of lamb and ate it. Last year, Kadir helped McGonagall win the Lord of Plymouth. Miller and Governor William and dozens of resisting whites were killed. Their property was also confiscated. Some of the floating wealth Kadir let McGonagall control and gave it to the people. Some www.uxiaspit.com cattle and sheep were expropriated by Kadir and kept in the backyard and stables of the church, so the lamb eaten this morning is actually the personal wealth of the original leader of Plymouth. But no matter what the sources, it is always a blessing to have meat after breakfast. Kadir also asked Heine about the details of the arrival of McGonagall's Massachusetts Bay Company. Knowing that it was on the shore of the northern bay yesterday evening, Heine slowly exhaled and said, they are about to start building a colonial camp today. It will take 2 days for the wealth and goods on the ship to be cleaned, and the camp also needs to be cleaned. It will be completed in 1 or 2 weeks. We are not in a hurry. We have to wait for them to build the camp and not run away at will before we can do it. Let's watch it patiently now. After McGonagall responded, he continued to send his confidant to observe in the North Bay. Kadir was a little worried, and sent a dozen White Wolf soldiers with agility to investigate the situation. Heine knew that this was the first time he was in charge of a strategic project. There must be no mistakes. so he did not return to Wenland. He sent a slave and Vikings who followed him back to Wenland, and he planned to personally sitting in Plymouth. I will never stop without seeing the Massachusetts Bay Company being destroyed. Chapter 177, Savage Attack. The Massachusetts Bay Company arrived in Massachusetts Bay, 200 miles north of Plymouth, on June 12, 1630. The governor of Massachusetts, John Winthrop, immediately began to lead 1,000 people to establish a colonial camp after landing in a natural port in the northern part of the bay, and named the camp Salem. Winthrop was born in a traditional landlord-squire family in Suffolk, England. Before serving as the president of Massachusetts Bay Company, he was a lawyer and county magistrate of the Royal Prosecutor's Court. He was promoted to the governor of the colony of Massachusetts because of his loyalty to the royal family and outstanding ability. The business of arranging immigrants and establishing colonies began the year before last. Finally, this year, enough manpower and resource ships were assembled to lead the first 1,000 people to the colony selected by the Massachusetts Bay Company. Since Massachusetts Bay Company participated in the colonial activities of New England a few years ago, it values the bay north of Plymouth very much. In addition to Salem, it also selected the Shawmut Peninsula in the middle of the bay to establish 1 or 2 colonial cities. Winthrop is well prepared, has enough rations to support the winter, as well as a large number of linen, glass products, weapons, muskets, horses, and livestock. While sending people to build a city-state, Winthrop began to explore the forest on the west side of Salem with 100 guards and some gifts of linen, woolen cloth, and glass products, hoping to find the Indian tribe and establish a stable trade relations in exchange for space and time for peaceful development and trade in food and fur. But something that shocked Winthrop soon appeared. They found 2 aboriginal villages inhabited by more than 100 people. However, the attitude of these aboriginals was very cold, even hostile, and completely rejected Winthrop's application for a deal. They also expelled them soon. Winthrop and his party returned to Salem in a desperate manner. Should you rob those 2 villages? Winthrop's chief of guard, Brown, suggested that he is an energetic middle-aged man. He trusts the musket in his hand. At the same time, he firmly believes that as long as the Lord Winthrop gives an order, he can lead 2 of his men. The dirty and rude primitive pig's nest was wiped out. Winthrop waved his hand gently and said, 1 or 2 indigenous tribes are easy to destroy, but there are still powerful tribes on the continent. There are nearly 100,000 Iroquois, and there are also Cree, Huron, etc. There are so many Indian savages. We now have few manpower, and we have not been able to establish a defensive city-state, and we have not reclaimed land for planting. We have no good relations with the surrounding indigenous peoples. We will not be able to survive this winter, but those savages are too rude. Brown gritted his teeth. Winthrop shook his head slightly and said in doubt, it is reasonable that the native Indians are very simple. They have always been willing to trade with us for fur and food, but these natives seem to be afraid of this, or we will send someone to Plymouth to ask the situation. Hooker, Winthrop's deputy, has been in charge of the Massachusetts Gulf Company trade, so he has the best information about the New World. He frowned and said, Plymouth originally boycotted us from participating in their colonial business activities. In previous years, they had a better attitude towards the Creek Company. First, they may not be willing to pay attention to us, and before I came, I heard that there was a coup in Plymouth some time ago. The Puritans killed the governor of Plymouth and regained the leadership of the city. They also used the power of a group of pirates to grow stronger. Since the spring of this year, Plymouth performance is very exclusive and closed. Let's ask them if it might be useless, Winthrop said with great concern. If we can't successfully establish a camp in 2 or 3 years and bring returns to domestic investors, they will not only stop financial assistance, and we will not be treated well when we return to China. Our company's failed experience in attempting to establish a colony over the past few years tells us that if we want to succeed, we must establish a good relationship with the indigenous Indians. Relying on their food, slaves, warriors, and fur is the foundation of our initial foundation. Winthrop's concern is the fundamental problem of Salem's establishment of the camp, and everyone else understands it. After discussing for a while, Winthrop suddenly proposed, since the surrounding natives are temporarily difficult to contact, we must seek other help. The governor of Virginia, John Smith, is said to be a good person. Our company also has some business dealings with him. It's better to ask him to give some help when necessary and establish some food trade relations. In addition, the Icelanders in Vinland have developed very well in the past few years. It is said that they have also conquered a large area of land. You can also contact them. Winthrop's decision calmed everyone's minds, and then immediately sent two eloquent subordinates. Hook led the boat south to Virginia, ready to contact Smith before going to Vinland. After discussing for a long time, Winthrop's heart only felt bored and heavy. He believed that the situation in the New World was far more difficult than he thought, but now he has led the Massachusetts Bay Company to relocate to the New World. It's completed. Winthrop looked at the map of the east coast of the New World on the desktop, pointed to a peninsula surrounded by a cross-shaped estuary in the southern Bay of Salem, and said in a deep voice, "We will also send people while building the camp. Take a look at the Shawmut Peninsula. The environment there is very good. It is close to Plymouth, Virginia, and New Netherlands in the south. The environment of Salem and the indigenous neighbors is not optimistic. We have to do a good job of relocating at any time ready." After Winthrop's decision was issued, Brown took dozens of people to the Shawmut Peninsula in the south for a field trip that afternoon, preparing to choose a suitable height to establish a stronghold. With the efforts of thousands of people, the camp in Salem soon became like a village. After a week, people moved all the materials on board to the camp houses, and started fishing, logging, and production and living. Brown and Hook also returned to Salem one after another. Hook brought back the goodwill of the governor of Virginia, John Smith, and a total of 1,000 pounds of corn and black beans. This is food that Governor Smith gave us free of charge. He has agreed to maintain a good trade relationship with us and will provide assistance when we need it. The dusty hooker took Winthrop to the simple wharf before he had time to rest, and pointed to the supplies that the sailors were moving down and told his governor an exhilarating good news. Winthrop's frown, that had been frowning since he came to Salem, finally loosened. He smiled and praised Governor Smith's generosity, and at the same time praised Hooker's ability. It's a pity that after Brown told Winthrop a news, his brows frowned again. "Did you see clearly? Surely Plymouth's ship is watching us?" Winthrop asked Brown again, seemingly unbelievable. Brown said in a deep voice, "Yes, I chased up and asked. Although they kept hiding, I still recognized the people from Plymouth based on their accent and the characteristics of the ship. It is obvious that they are watching them near the Massachusetts Bay. Behavior, I think the leaders of Plymouth are likely to have unimaginable thoughts towards us, or they may be hostile. The population of Plymouth is about the same as ours, but we have more than 200 trained musketeers, and we are not afraid of them even if we fight." Winthrop first cheered himself up, then looked at Hooker and said, "Don't go to Vinland, and then go to Plymouth. You must meet Pastor McGonagall. To understand their true purpose, I guess he is worried that we will become the leader of New England. After all, we are a colonial company with a license issued by His Majesty. They are only illegal colonists. It is forgivable to worry about us annexing them to make some hostile actions, but you want to say that they are with us. Stay in harmony and tell Pastor McGonagall that we are willing to communicate with them on an equal footing and help each other." Hook simply agreed. www.wooksyaspit.com and left again by boat. Winthrop just breathed a sigh of relief, as he was about to take Brown to visit a dozen immigrants who were unaccustomed to water and soil, when he suddenly heard the noise of a tsunami coming from the west. "It's the battle cry of the savages." Brown frowned, drew out the long sword around his waist, and said, "Aboriginals nearby are attacking." Hundreds of people in the camp suddenly panicked, and Winthrop also drew the long sword around his waist and banged at Brown's long sword, making an ear-piercing clash. "Calm down. Every establishment of a colonial camp will arouse hostility from the surrounding indigenous tribes. As long as we show enough bravery and might, we can frighten them and subdue them. Guys, the first crisis in Salem camp has arrived. Let us fight back the ignorant, primitive and early Native American Indians together." Winthrop has extraordinary leadership and influence, and his words instantly silenced the camp. Brown also stepped forward to quickly assemble the colony's guards. In less than 5 minutes, 200 musketeers formed a square formation in the camp, and more than 300 men with swords, axes and weapons stood in battle. Chapter 178, Massachusetts becomes a thing of the past. When the guards of the Massachusetts Bay Company were assembled, the tall Brown standing behind the musketeers saw hundreds of people rushing in from the west, north, and south sides of the colonial camp, wearing leather armor and holding long hands. "Native Indian with spear!" These natives yelled in excitement, and rushed towards the crowd quickly. The black pressure was like a torrent, matched with a terrible oil on their faces and the excited eyes as if they saw the prey, which made people see it in their hearts. Fear, however, Brown and the employees of the Massachusetts Company were both people who had long been conscious of murder and arson, and they basically calmed their minds after swallowing and spitting silently. Calculated the distance between the two. Seeing that the distance was less than 200 steps away, Brown waved his hand and shouted sharply, "Guys! Kill a savage with 5 shillings. Quickly shoot freely and fire, Papa." 200 musketeers hurriedly ignited the muskets in their hands, and the gun smoke bullets whizzed out in the eyes of Brown and others. When the terrifying faces of the Native Americans became clearer and clearer, they were suddenly smashed by a bullet. There was a lot of free space on the ground behind the first wave of indigenous warriors. There were hundreds of warriors with bows and arrows, European standard longbows, and crossbows. The second wave of warriors who approached also bowed their bows and shot arrows when the Massachusetts colonists fired. The feathered arrow flew out within the effective distance, and instantly wounded more than 30 musketeers, and 2 of the hapless men were shot directly to death. Brown, the leader of the guard force, was obviously not lucky. When he retreated, he was also shot by a bow and arrow in his left leg. Fortunately, he did not hurt him, and during the severe pain, Brown gritted his teeth and stood firmly under the support of the soldiers. Then he cut off the arrow shaft with a sword, and shouted with luck. The musketeers retreated and reloaded, and the militia resisted the impact of the wild men, knowing that it was about their own wealth and lives. The people of the Massachusetts colony were quick to move. The musketeers stepped back and loaded ammunition, and more than 300 men with weapons stood in front. The spear thrown on the ground by the native warrior who was killed by a musket was picked up by a latecomer, and then continued to rush to the Massachusetts militia and slammed it violently. Since the spear is much longer than the sword, it has the advantage as soon as it touches the natives, and instantly stabbed and wounded more than 20 people in the Massachusetts colony. Brown stabbed a spear-wielding warrior with a sword in the heart. When he drew the sword, he was choked with blood. Then he gasped and said, "Spread apart, 2 of them will deal with the wild people." Before the words fell, a feather arrow shot into Brown's left eye accurately. His head turned black, and he fell to the ground and passed out. Then an indigenous warrior stepped forward and swung the spear in his hand down. Pierced Brown's chest. Brown twitched his limbs twice and his nose and mouth were bleeding. "Brown!" Winthrop yelled and charged with his sword, whizzing. Suddenly a few cold arrows flew in the distance, and 2 more brushed Winthrop's body. One shot to Winthrop's chest. His body was shocked and his nose and mouth bled and fell to the ground. Get up. The death and injury of the 2 chiefs made Salem camp's defensive force become macy without the mainstay, and it became more and more unable to resist the attack of the savages. The precarious Salem camp soon ushered in a one-sided rout, and Winthrop, who was seriously injured in the rout, was caught up with a spear and stabbed to death by an agile savage. The surrounding Massachusetts colonists panicked soon. The fact that Brown and Winthrop were shot and killed by the natives with precise arrows also spread to the rear of the camp. The militia and musketeers in Salem camp had already been in a mess by this time. Suddenly, there was another strange scream in the distance. The militiamen and the musketeers were pale. Someone looked into the distance and saw that hundreds of indigenous fighters had quickly joined the battlefield. Even if more than 100 musketeers and 200 militiamen fought desperately to resist and killed hundreds of native warriors, as the number of native warriors increased, the Massachusetts colony finally fell completely. It didn't take long for the 200 female relatives and nearly 300 contracted white slaves to have fled from the camp to the pier, preparing to swim on the boat. However, among the natives who attacked the camp, the hunters with accurate arrows approached the coast and shot dozens of arrows from time to time to kill some of the people who had escaped farthest. It didn't take long for the musketeers and militiamen to be killed. Only more than 100 were left. They struggled to get rid of the fighting of the indigenous warriors, and then fleeing to the ship guarding the remaining female family members. The final result was that more than 100 musketeers and militiamen, after leaving more than 100 white slaves and dozens of female families, took the remaining 100 female families and more than 100 white slaves and fled to the south by boat. At this time, there were more than 1,000 warriors in the Massachusetts colony. They were not regular soldiers and did not have good military discipline. After the colonial resistance escaped, the warriors did not chase them, but rushed into the cabins in the camp to the white colonies. Visitors to the New World's floral clothes, linen, woolen cloth, wine, glass products, ironware and so on. These items that Europeans are accustomed to are also the most precious luxury items for indigenous people. The value of an iron pot can be exchanged for 3 women. It is far more advantageous to risk the danger to hunt down the white people than to the wealth in the room, and the jewelry and floral clothes on many white women who are alone are also very attractive. On the morning of June 20th, the Salem camp turned into a sea of flames. On this day, the Iroquois natives and the Massachusetts Gulf Company colonists had a North American colonization, the largest between the English and the Native Americans war. The Massachusetts Company failed to exert the maximum power of the musket due to the hasty challenge, resulting in a complete defeat in the battle for more than half an hour. This battle was later called the Salem Battle. The Massachusetts Gulf Company paid a huge price for the shooting deaths of Governor Winthrop and Regiment Leader Brown, as well as 87 musketeers and 90 militiamen. After being killed, more than 60 female families and more than 100 white slaves were captured and sacrificed. At the same time, they lost the colony of Salem forever. The Iroquois alliance was responsible for the capture of Salem by the Pequot tribe. They dispatched more than 1,800 elite warriors. After paying more than 500 warriors' lives, they finally occupied the Salem camp. Everyone robbed them with big bags and smiles on their faces. More than 100 white slaves and dozens of women were killed, more than half, leaving only the youngest ones to be taken back to the tribe. The Massachusetts colony landed on June 12 to build a camp, and completely disappeared on the east coast of North America at noon on the 20th. Only more than 500 people left in 3 large ships in the afternoon. Heine, Kadir and McGonagall, who were anxiously waiting in the Plymouth church, received reports from their subordinates that the Massachusetts colony was completely wiped out by the Pequots. It's pretty. The Pequot is really worth relying on. McGonagall clapped his hands excitedly and said. Heine looked at the sickly smile on McGonagall's face, frowned without a trace, then nodded and asked, "Is it sure that the governor of Massachusetts was killed?" Only half of them escaped. The subordinates who were observing near the northern bay said with certainty, "Yes." The accurate answer made Heine also smiled. He was about to say something and suddenly heard a sound of footsteps walking in. 2 Viking guards walked in and said, "Commander, Lord McGonagall, Mr. Hook from the Massachusetts colony has not asked to see you." Kadir asked, "Did the ships from the Massachusetts colony come to Plymouth?" McGonagall shook his head, and then asked, "Did you see where the ship went?" Most of the men who were in the bay shook their heads. Only one young man said, "The last time I came back, I did see 3 boats docked at the pier." Hearing the people on the boats crying, "They should be from Massachusetts Bay Company," McGonagall frowned and said in a deep voice, "So Hook already knows that he is the vice president of Massachusetts Bay Company. The rest of the people rely on him for a short period of time. Although it is very weak, it will cost money as long as London support them. The Massachusetts colony will be re-established sooner or later." "What do you mean?" Kadir narrowed his eyes and looked at McGonagall. McGonagall said sharply, "Since we are going to deal with the Massachusetts Bay Company, we must completely eliminate them and keep Hook. If they know that we have hired the Pequot to deal with them, it will cause us huge trouble in the future." Kadir nodded and said hurriedly, "Obviously what you said is correct. What do you think of Heine?" Heine also believes that killing Hooker can completely dismantle the Massachusetts Bay Company, but the 500 people in the port can't be killed. More importantly, if Hooker is killed, the Massachusetts Bay Company will be completely hopeless in the future. Since Pastor McGonagall thought about cutting the weeds and roots, "Please do it yourself, but you must do it cleanly and not leak it out." Heine looked at McGonagall and said. McGonagall knew that he had been on the thief ship a long time ago and could not look back. Now that he lost Vinland's support, he would lose his status and rights. Then he was retaliated by Plymouth and died tragically. McGonagall knew very well that he could not die, let alone lose his leadership over Plymouth. Not only for himself, but also for the dead elder Brest, George and Byram. After Heine finished speaking, McGonagall felt that the eyes of Kadir and Heine remained on his body. His heart felt cold, knowing that they were still worried about their loyalty to Vinland, so he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency Heine, Commander Cattle, don't worry, I will meet Hook personally, and I will do my best." "What are you going to do?" Heine asked uneasily. "Can you tell me?" McGonagall coughed slightly, and then began to talk about his plan. McGonagall is just an ordinary pastor. The only thing that excels is that he has a rich knowledge and culture, but he is not good at conspiracy and tricks. The only way he can think of to kill Hook is to use poison. When Asians and Europeans harm people, they can always think of using poison. The current poisons are still supplemented by animal poison such as snake venom. The poisons in Europe are mainly extracted from the bark and sap of yew. In addition, there are more than a dozen kinds of castor, wheat celery, wild parsley, etc. Very poisonous plants. McGonagall found a plant similar to the European lily of the valley in the western forest of Plymouth. This kind of white bell flowers and orange-red small fruits are highly poisonous. McGonagall decided to invite him to drink when he was communicating with Hook. Add the juice of the North American lily of the valley to the wine. As long as the amount is controlled, Hook will die in a few days. This will give him the illusion of illness and death. After all, in North America, which lacks medicine and has a harsh environment, hundreds of colonists die every year. It is not surprising that one more hooker died after listening to McGonagall's plan. Heine and Kadir agreed in the end. McGonagall received Hook, who had panicked and asked for help in the chapel hall alone. A few days later, in the afternoon, Hook returned to the port of the Massachusetts Gulf Company ship that had an outbreak of disease and died 2 days later. The employees, white slaves, and family members of the Massachusetts Bay Company, who had lost the only backbone, were completely panicked after McGonagall sent people to announce that they were accepted as citizens of Plymouth. 500 people joined Plymouth in gratitude. The 4-brig mixed sailboats became the property of Plymouth and were temporarily dominated by McGonagall. www.uxiaspet.com 340 family members of Massachusetts Bay Company employees became citizens of Plymouth, and more than 160 contract owners of white slaves were transferred to McGonagall's hands. Massachusetts Bay Company has been completely after the death of the leader. Died. Although the financial owners behind the Massachusetts Bay Company are still living a life of drunken gold in the palaces and villas in London, they will soon be shocked by the news of the Massachusetts Bay Company's bankruptcy and demise. In June of 1630, the Massachusetts Bay Company, which was supposed to shine, and even the Massachusetts Bay Company, which formed the embryonic colony of the future Massachusetts, died under the intervention of the Vinland Vikings without taking root in the land of North America. The colonial history of North America has been around for decades, and France was the first country to colonize, but the successful beginning of colonization in North America was the establishment of colonies such as Quebec, New England, Virginia, and New Netherlands. However, the development of the colony in these decades has been tepid and progressed slowly. Until the successful establishment of the Massachusetts colony, 7 or 8 colonies including Maine were also successfully constructed in more than 10 years. The English went there 50 years ago. New England has emigrated more than 100,000 people. Therefore, the colony of Massachusetts is a watershed for the colonization of the United Kingdom of England in North America. From its beginning, the colonization of North America has entered a peak period of development, but now with the sudden emergence and intervention of the Vinland Vikings, the demise of the Massachusetts Bay Company has cast an unknown and decadent fog on the English colonization in North America. It is possible that the spring of England in North America has suddenly changed. It became a cold winter. The only thought-provoking thing is how long this winter will last, or will the spring of English colonization come? Chapter 179. One largest in North America. The demise of the Massachusetts Gulf Company allowed New England's rule of Plymouth City to increase its manpower by half. This allowed New England's population to exceed 2,000 after the cleansing of the war last year, making it the second largest colony in North America. Land's powerful presence. However, McGonagall, the leader of Plymouth City, knew that he was an independent colony in name, but in fact he was only a vassal of Vinland. It was regarded as a protectorate under General Heir of Vinland Viking, and he must remain loyal for his own existence and cooperate. After Hook's death and the remaining personnel of the Massachusetts Bay Company merged into Plymouth, Heine left Plymouth after attending the farewell banquet of Gadile and returned to Grote by ship. Heir held a family banquet in the castle, rich in wine and meat, and the staff was limited to the Heir couple, the Heine couple, and Olaf and other 3 children. During the meeting, Olaf discovered that her cousin Vanhild's stomach was slightly bulging, and only after inquiring did he learn that her cousin was 3 months pregnant. This was the first child after Heine and Vanhild got married. Taking into account the poor sanitation of the breeding plant, Olaf asked Fancher to temporarily go to the winery and sugar factory to take charge of the management, and he planned to take charge of the breeding plant himself. Vanhild would naturally not object to the decision of his cousin and president, so he readily agreed. In the process of eating and talking, Heine explained clearly what he had seen and heard in Plymouth for many days. Hearing that McGonagall poisoned and killed Hook, the vice president of Massachusetts Bay Company, Olaf lost his appetite for the wine in his glass and the fried deer steak on the plate. Hook's incident made Olaf more vigilant, and he immediately said, "We must be vigilant about McGonagall's poisoning and killing Hook, because the current management of Vinland is still very rough, and everyone's diet must be strengthened to prevent it from appearing. Eating poison by mistake or not knowing what happened to the poison. Especially remind Olaf and Kadir to them. The practices of Heir's family are all personally responsible for Katrin, and there are some loyal slaves, and the food is also his own labor income, so it is basically safe, but there is no management of eating and drinking. There are loopholes, and if you encounter someone secretly poisoning you, you may be killed." The more he knew that life was difficult, the more he cherished his body. He solemnly asked Hader to regulate the diet of his family and other leaders, Basque City, Bacan City, Plymouth City, Greenland and other governors. In a system, the selection, processing, and serving of ingredients must be checked by loyal and professional personnel, especially for Haderberg's diet. When necessary, a slave must be trained as a drug tester to avoid being poisoned. Olaf's request has always been the most important thing for the Hader couple. In addition, food safety is indeed related to their families' lives. As Vinland becomes stronger and more enemies, it is a necessary choice to prevent poisoning. At Hader's request, Catelyn, Heine, Olaf and others studied the system management of Haderberg's food management, transportation, production and other aspects. The loyal slaves are trained in cooking, preparing to train a group of cooks, who will be presented as rewards and protection methods to the leaders and leaders under them in the future to ensure their desire for mouth and food safety. The Massachusetts Gulf Company was wiped out by the Pequot in the eastern part of the Iroquois Union just a week after it landed. The news soon spread from the mouths of the sailors and merchants of the Crick Corporation merchant ship that arrived in Plymouth for the transaction. There was an uproar in Asia, New Netherlands, Quebec and other places. The territory and hostile speeches and opinions directed at the native Indians gradually gained the upper hands in the major colonies. It didn't take long for the three regions of Virginia, New Netherlands, and Quebec to unite with friendly allied tribes to clean up and attack the surrounding disobedient tribes and hostile forces. In less than a week, many small tribes were wiped out. They killed more than 100 prisoners, many of them, such as Virginia and Quebec, killed more than 300 natives, and even captured nearly 100 native slaves. Although the cleaning operations around the colonial camp deepened the relationship between the colony and the native allies, it also offended the hostile native tribes even deeper. For example, the relationship between Quebec and the Hurons has become closer, but many strongholds in New France have been retaliated against by the Iroquois several times. In early July, the Iroquois organized 700 or 800 warriors. An attack on the basic agricultural fortress just established in the southern plains of Quebec was carried out, killing 20 French soldiers and 50 Huron farmers, and burning dozens of acres of wheat. This tragic incident made Champlain and the Hurons angry, and at the same time they mobilized their troops to fight the two large tribes of the Iroquois in the southern plains. The raging war on the North American continent did not affect Vinland Island, which is isolated overseas, but promoted Vinland's business activities. At the end of June, Champlain sent people to Vinland to ask Hader to buy some food and supplies. And the surrounding indigenous tribes also sent people to buy ironware. Hader chose to give some indigenous tribes a certain amount of ironware trading. As for whether they bought iron pots, iron kettles, and iron knives, whether they were prepared to grind them into weapons or use them in life, Olaf, Hader, and the like were not asked. In the 10 days from the end of June to the beginning of July, the city of Groot relied on porcelain, leather armor, ironware, food and other items to trade with the indigenous people and the French in exchange for thousands of skins and thousands of beavers skins, more than 500 mink skins and more than 1,100 reindeer skins, etc., and 90% of these materials were contributed by the indigenous people of the Iroquois Alliance. All the iron items in stock in Harrod City, as well as rusty and chipped spears, swords, broken muskets, broken plate armor, leather armor, bows and arrows, crossbow arrows, etc. are all sold out. Although this has made Woodland's armaments become there is a shortage, but considering that when Hagrid comes back, he will bring back many gangsters who love you, spears and other armaments. www.wooxiaspit.com. It is a pity not to sell the inventory of waste and obsolete items at high prices. The city of Groot made a fortune in the war between New France and the Iroquois, which also made the war between the French and the Iroquois stalemate and even worse. After all, the number of Hurons is lower than that of the Iroquois, and the number of soldiers in New France is too small. The Iroquois who have obtained iron weapons already have more lethality than the Hurons. On the North American battlefield, where the natives of lumps and bone rods are the main force, dozens of iron knives can often determine the direction of victory or defeat in a battle. When the city of Groot was watching the fire and making a fortune from the war, the governor of the Basque city, Olaf, had already begun to fight hard, leading his 530 governor's guards to conquer the entire Labrador Peninsula by force, and all the native Indians found they both conquered and migrated. Those who dared to resist would kill. However, because the Labrador Peninsula was a bitter and barren area, the tribe was small in size, and there were few personnel. It had no courage to attack in the face of more than 500 soldiers in armor, at most. There are no young people who are married to flee, and basically no Indian tribe and Akismo tribe dared to resist. After entering July, There were 2,000 indigenous Indians and more than 600 Akismas stationed outside the Basque city. These people usually rely on their own food, and the other half are provided by Olaf providing sweet potato belly. But Basque, the stock of food is limited and cannot withstand the long-term consumption of a large population. Therefore, on July 2, Olaf sent people to the city of Groot, requesting the mobilization of ships to relocate the native Basque slaves in 1 month. Olaf completely leveled the northern region of Labrador and the entire western region. At the same time, he was ready to wait for 2,600 slaves to be sent to the city of Groot and continue to expand to the west. Chapter 180, Hagrid returns. After Olaf returned to Herat city, he first sent workers and equipment to the copper mine in Shangling Mountain to build a blast furnace and refine copper mines and associated gold mines. By the end of June, Olaf began to work in the breeding company, and at the same time handed over the work of the winery and sugar factory to his cousin Vanhill. Because Olaf has to take care of the working environment of the pregnant cousin Vanhill, he decided to take charge of all the things in the breeding plant himself before, and it is only now that he is free to deal with it since the official opening of the Shaklimnir Breeding Company on April 2 this year, with the joint efforts of Vanhill, Viking women workers, slaves and other dozens of people. It has been developing in an orderly manner, although because of the first month of management a cow and 2 pigs died of a bad illness, but by June, more than 100 chickens, ducks and geese had begun to lay eggs. Basically, chickens and ducks have 1 egg a day, and it takes 2 days for geese to lay an egg every day. The Viking women workers can pick up 100 eggs, which are sold in the city of Groot and stored in the warehouse at the same time as for cattle, horses, pigs, sheep and other livestock. There are also many breeds that are selected for estrus to mate. As long as you wait a few months, you can give birth to calves, pigs and foals. The business of Shaklimnir Breeding Company is basically ordinary. Olaf looked at the records in the account book, and it was also the daily breeding management, feed collection and production, and feces removal. After 2 months of operation, Shaklimnir Company has long established a fixed system and model under Vanshir's management. Every morning, noon, and evening, there are fixed Viking female workers and corporate slaves to make their own clear. Half of the female workers' tasks are feeding, transporting, preparing, shearing, picking eggs, etc. While checking the physical condition of the animals, the slaves are responsible for the disposal of manure and other chores. What makes Olaf happy is that he found a circle of more than 50 Vinland reindeer of various sizes during the inspection of the breeding plant. These small reindeer are obviously the combination of cousin Vanhill and Heine some time ago. The small reindeer caught by the hunting team have been bred intensively. Maybe the reindeer from the homes of individual leaders have also been absorbed at the same time. There is also a whole rabbit breeding pit. It is a dirt pit dug on the uphill side towards the sun. Inside the pit are dozens of rabbit holes. From a distance, dozens of rabbits can be found. Olaf asked about it. I know that these rabbits are bought from the New France and Vinland Vikings, and some are caught on the island. More than 20 rabbits have been born in 2 months. I believe it will be possible to eat rabbit meat soon. The increased reindeer breeding circle and the whole rabbit breeding pits show that Vanshir has been thinking about expanding the scale and projects of the breeding plant. At present, the amount of potato and sweet potato scum is sufficient. Summer is a good time for all things to grow and the vegetation is vigorous. Grass, picking up some tender branches and leaves of cut trees, together with sweet potato meal residue and bone meal, can ensure the feed and nutritional requirements of livestock and poultry in the breeding plant. Therefore, it is indeed a good idea to increase the animal inventory by domesticating reindeer. Of choice in his previous life, Olaf paid attention to the information of the aquaculture industry in the years when the pork soared. He knew that the aquaculture feed was prepared with grains and leftover bean dregs, bone meal, fish meal, etc., and sometimes added minerals and other trace elements. The important thing is that salt is added to the traditional Chinese medicine in the feed, so that the animals will be nutritionally balanced, grow faster and stronger. So when Olaf handed over to Vanshir Shaklimnir Breeding Company, he also gave her a guide to making feed, which was written by Olaf based on his previous knowledge about professional breeding. Of further 3 pieces of paper are roughly at the level of the formulas heard from the people who bought the feed at the farmer's market, so he told cousin Vanshir and him to explore the ratio in practice, as long as they must ensure that the traditional Chinese medicine in the feed is added with bone meal, fish scale meal, and salt. Just wait for the substance. After all, Only with balanced nutrition and sufficient food can the livestock and poultry of the breeding plant thrive and create wealth for Olaf and other Viking shareholders. Cousin Fanhild and many female Viking workers told Olaf that they liked to eat the fodder and poultry they prepared according to Olaf's instructions, and at the same time they reduced the risk of disease, so they were always studying how to benefit. Plants that are healthy for the human body are added to the feed. Olaf praised this idea and encouraged the female workers to let it go. In mid-July, Hagrid returned to Port Grote with 26 ships, and was greeted by Heir and Katrin, Olaf, Gurney and Half's family, and Hannah. Hagrid and his wife Rowling disembarked from the ship, and even though Hannah told him that Wendland was already the only family in North America and became a Viking Redang family with hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land, the Hagrid couple still not happy. What's the matter? Hagrid, Heir hadn't noticed yet. Catelyn had already hugged her younger brothers and sisters, and asked softly. Rowling sighed softly and said, "On our way back, we took a trip north to avoid a piece of ice floes, but we encountered a lot of ship maggots. The oldest ship, the Hope, was gnawed by ship maggots and leaked severely, had sunk on the sea, and lost some food, weapons, and cloth. More than 100 contracted white slaves and 5 Viking sailors died on board." Hagrid blamed himself. Needless to say, Catelyn hugged Hagrid and said, "The best news is that you can come back safely, because the accidental loss of a ship and supplies is not a big deal. It is also an accident that some people die. You don't have to worry about it." Responsibility. Heir also stretched out his sturdy arms to hug his brother and said, "You don't have to be sad. We have money in Wendland. We can buy something next year if we lose it. As for those who die of illness, that is also God's arrangement. Hurry up, forget it. Worry, let's have a few drinks in the evening." The corners of Hagrid's eyes were red, and he laughed and said, "Okay. Brother, I bought 11 armed merchant ships this time, as well as muskets and ammunition." After listening to Hagrid's report, Heir, Olaf and others knew that Heir made a lot of money in Amsterdam and London. He also ordered 11 armed merchant ships in Amsterdam, as well as corresponding artillery and the price of 2,000 shots. The most expensive new flintlock rifle, and the remaining plate armor and spears were bought for tens of thousands this time. Hagrid also brought back 2,500 contract white slaves. Among these white slaves, 200 were Englishmen recruited from London, and the rest were all Irishmen whose brother Amor was worried about recruiting because Hagrid and Amor became a family in the past 2 years, and they tried their best to help him purchase muskets and artillery. The relationship between Amor and Hagrid has grown stronger. This year, he has even lowered the cost of recruiting white slaves. The selection is all young couples and healthy single men. In addition to the white slaves, there are 7 refugees from the German region hired by Hagrid in Amsterdam. www.uxiaspit.com. They all have some culture, which happened to be handed over to Dracula to enrich the teaching team. Heir glanced at the 2,400 contracted white slaves who were coming from the ship. His mouth couldn't close his smile. He nodded and said, "Hagrid, you are doing well. Although this year's fleet encountered adversity, a ship sank and many people died of illness, but after counting the 300 people brought back by Olaf, this year Wendland's contract white slaves increased by 2,700 people. Let the priests Dracula and Ducale brainwash the white slaves through worship and preaching. In the future, they and their descendants will be the mainstay of the Vikings. At present, Vinland's Viking whites and contract white slaves have exceeded the 5,000 mark, including the increase of more than 5,000 slaves in Basque City and Bakken City in the past month. Vinland's Viking general Redang Hadal's subordinates have increased the population by nearly 10,000. The city of Grote has a population of 13,000, the city of Heir has a population of more than 600, the city of Bakken has a population of more than 7,000, and the Basque City has a population of 4,000. With many people, plus 1,000 elite soldiers in Plymouth, Heir already has 26,000 people in actual control, and his current strength is more than 4,000. 3 years ago, Wendland Hatterberg had only more than 400 people. It is hard to predict that in more than 1,000 days, Wendland has undergone earth-shaking changes and became the most powerful colony in North America. Not only did Heir not be affected by the death of Viking sailors, white slaves, and the loss of ship cargo, but he was confident about Vinland's future. With a smile, he took his brother and others back to the city on horseback, and Luo, who is already full of belly. Lynn took a carriage, accompanied by Katrin and Vanhild. The group went back to Hatterborg directly, and Catelyn immediately ordered the servant to boil the bathwater, and at the same time cook and prepare food. Hagrid and Rowling went to the room to rest. Chapter 181, Herat Militia. After Hagrid returned to Herat City, Wenlin really strengthened his strength again. This time, he sold all the goods on his European trip and obtained nearly 300,000 pounds of silver. It can be said that he received a huge amount of silver wealth. However, Hagrid spent more than half of it, mostly used to buy ship weapons and solicit contract white slaves, and a small part of it bought cotton, fruits and vegetables and other plant seeds, grain, cloth, books, and so on. The remaining gold and silver coins worth 50,000 pounds of silver were also handed over to Heir. Heir took out more than 20,000 and distributed it to the Vikings at cost. Hagrid also received 3,000 gold shillings. Vinland now has a huge population base for the colony, and there are 28 ships, of which 26 are armed merchant ships, and more than half are equipped with heavy cannons. Although the navy's strength is far inferior to that of England, the Netherlands, Spain, etc. However, compared with Denmark and Sweden, there are already more than half of the navies of the two countries. From the perspective of the card, the only difference between Vinland and the Nordic navies is that Vinland does not have a sufficiently large and sturdy flagship, and the number of warships is smaller. At present, Wenland has enough food such as sweet potatoes, corn, pumpkins, and urban management planning has made environmental sanitation very superior. The promotion of humanpox vaccination and the improvement of environmental sanitation have almost eliminated Wenland's infectious diseases. Food and health are guaranteed. At present, more than 2,000 white slaves have been added. In a few days, 5,000 or 6,000 slaves from Basque City and Bacan City will also arrive in Groot City. Heir and Hudik are already gearing up, preparing to train a new militia army, with the 600 semi-full-time white slave militias trained in the first and next year as the core, adding contracted white slaves and indigenous slaves, expanding into a corps of 3,500 people, and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers. On the third day when Hagrid returned to Groot, the 2,000 native Indians and 600 Inuit of the Basque City were brought back by more than 10 large ships sent by Heir. This time Olaf sent someone to greet Heir in advance. Due to the cold weather in Labrador, it can be said that it is not suitable for agricultural planting. Therefore, there are not many indigenous populations, so he can only make up 2 of them after working hard for more than a month. 1,600 people with more than 2,000 slaves. There were more than a dozen tall, strong, firstborn mooses with huge horns. The North American moose is the largest animal living in the northern frigid zone. It is not found on Iceland and Vinland, so Olaf has never seen it. However, there are still some moose distributed in Scandinavia, such as Heir, Hudik and Hager. Not surprisingly, Olaf is extremely rare. A dozen moose were gifts from Olaf to Olaf's Shalimnia breeding company. This huge moose is comparable to large-scale cattle and horses. It can definitely be used as domesticated livestock. In the future, whether it is labor or killing and eating meat has great economic value and potential. More than 2,000 slaves are young and strong slaves carefully selected by Olaf, and the proportion of men has reached half. After professional training, they can completely replace the old slaves in Groot to engage in agriculture, gathering, fishing, and hunting, construction and so on. After this batch of slaves are well trained, the old loyal slaves who can speak Icelandic can undergo formal military training and become militias. Heine disrupted 2,600 slaves into groups and handed them over to 18 Adungs. Although these slaves were all private slaves of the Heir family, due to their low status, more than 2,000 of the 18 Adungs, the Vikings were still able to manage and punish the slaves assigned to their home Adung. In the plans of Heir, Heine, Hudik, and Olaf, it was possible to gradually replace old slaves with new slaves in a week or 2. This can be regarded as a deal between the Heir family and the Viking families under them, exchanging their new private slaves with the private slaves of the 2,000 Duawijing families, in exchange for the loyal slaves who have been assimilated by the culture to supplement the source of troops. The Heir family actually owns more than 1,000 private slaves, and they are all skilled workers and farmers. Heir and Olaf have selected more than 300 healthy men from these private slaves, and plan to exempt them from lifelong slaves. The status of generations of slaves rewards a contract, promotes them to become indentured slaves, and gives these more than 300 slaves a promising future in the future. These 300 slaves may be the core leadership members of this new militia. After waiting for another week, 4,000 young and strong slaves from Buchan City were also sent to Herat City. Men accounted for more than 70% of the 4,000 slaves, and the remaining 1,000 women were young women with well-proportioned bodies and no disabilities. Obviously these 4,000 people are all young and strong laborers who have been carefully selected after Blackstone has integrated the entire western and northern indigenous people of Wenland. And the dozens of captains in the lead can also speak some simple Icelandic. Due to the massive increase in the population of Herat City, more than a dozen boats have also turned into fishing boats to fish for cod in the North Atlantic Ocean east of Vinland, while the sweet potatoes and other foods in the cellars of Grote were rapidly consumed. Heine also asked slaves to build more than a dozen public toilets in the city, and built 5 more septic tanks outside the city for centralized processing, even if the winery and sugar factory are producing every day, and the increase in population has accelerated the consumption of reserve rations. Heine and Olaf are relieved after calculating the sweet potatoes, pumpkins stored in the cellar, and the corn, beans and other grains in the warehouse can fully support the consumption of 19,000 people in Grote City until winter, and by the early winter, more than 8,000 acres of land will explode this year. With a bumper harvest last year, the city of Grote does not have to worry about facing hunger. Nearly 4,000 contracted white slaves and more than 8,000 indigenous slaves in the city of Grote must have the Hader family to provide rations, because all the wealth they create belongs to the Hader family, and the contracted owner of the contracted white slaves is Hader. The wealth and even the lives of the slaves belong to the Hader family. Every day, more than 10,000 people consume 20,000 pounds of potatoes, sweet potatoes and some vegetables in Hatterborg's cellar and warehouse at present. There are about 6 million pounds of food in Hatterborg, including pickles, wine, sugar, etc., enough to eat and drink for one's family, white slaves, and private slaves for 1 year. But Hader, as the general of Viking raiding and the owner of Vinland, has to take care of the 2,000 multidimensional Jing people in Viking raiding. Every once in a while, he will give some food to the Vikings who participate in activities such as production hunting. Reward. This almost doubles the rate of consumption of Hatterborg's stored grain diet, is the most fundamental link in population growth. If it weren't for Olaf's introduction of high-yield crops such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and pumpkins in Vinland, with Vinland's current level of development, the harvested grains, game, cod, etc. would not be sold. Money can't even support the daily consumption of tens of thousands of people. Therefore, every Viking, indentured white slave, and native slave who ate their food was in awe of Olaf and General Hader in their hearts. They knew that their good life was maintained by the family of General Hader because Vinland adopted the Viking Thunder Legion system. The Vikings headed by Hader controlled all of Vinland's wealth, and the wealth in the hands of the Hader and Hagrid brothers was the largest, including a large amount of land and all the wealth. Large ships and maple sap mining rights, mine ownership, etc. This system is the most effective organization in the process of developing colonies. Vikings, white slaves, and slaves are willing to contribute to Viking raiding, because slaves and white slaves have the opportunity to become Vikings. Lord, the Vikings can also trade slaves for slaves, land, status, rights, and so on. This kind of thing that seems to have a promising future, in essence, is to continuously expand the land, conquer the enslaved population, and build the interests of Viking Thunder as masters and servants on the later colonized people. It belongs to the poor North America. The native's blood. Olaf has a thorough view of this matter. He knows that regardless of whether he participates or not, in the future, the North American continent will not have the right to speak and sense of existence of the Indians. He now pulls the Indians into the Viking Thunder, even though they are now his identity is mainly slaves, but after unremitting efforts, there will always be a large number of people becoming Vikings, and even white marriages, which will eventually lead to the rule of Vinland, Labrador, and even more local leaders in North America. When Indians appeared in the class, Olaf thought he was saving the Indians, and it is reasonable for the Native Americans to contribute their meager strength on the way to save their natives. In mid-July, after the contracted white slaves and indigenous slaves increased substantially, Olaf and Heine began to inoculate more than 8,000 people with human pox to prevent large-scale smallpox disease from appearing in the future, which would cause serious impact and consequences because there are now some Viking women in Herat City who understand and implement a human pox vaccination method. After training tens of thousands of people, they have become skilled veterans. UU reading www.uucanchu.com is in the slaves. With the cooperation of orders, more than 8,000 people were vaccinated in less than a week after the reaction after vaccination and the onset of some losers. The vaccination lasted until the first 10 days of August. Before the vaccination was completely over, half of the more than 2,000 white slaves had smallpox in Europe, so only 1,300 people had seeded, and their resistance was not bad overall. In the end, only close to 100 people became ill and 40 died. The failure rate is about 7.1%, and the death rate is 2.8%. In later generations, this ratio is quite alarming, but compared to the medical level of the 17th century, Olaf, who invented the human pox vaccination method, and Katrina, who implemented it, are all the Lord, the God of salvation in distress. Because the Native Americans have no antibodies to the smallpox virus, the success rate of seeding is far lower than that of contracted white slaves. After more than 6,000 Indians and 600 Inuit were vaccinated, about 1,200 Indians and nearly 100 Inuit became ill. In the end, 1,300 people who became ill died of nearly 7. The 500 people who survived were all young people with the strongest body. After a round of human pox vaccination, all new personnel in Herat City have smallpox antibodies, which will eliminate a hidden danger in the future. At the same time, thousands of contracted white slaves and indigenous slaves have seen the mysterious power of the Viking master. Even smallpox, a terrible disease comparable to the Black Death, can be prevented silently in advance. They don't know how to build antibodies. They only understand that the Viking women stabbed their nose with a wooden stick and then got fever for 2 days. With the ability to resist smallpox, it is amazing to not get this kind of disease. As for those who died of illness, everyone selectively ignored them. After all, life is difficult. It is a great blessing to live well. Where can I still have the energy to worry about others? Chapter 182, Legion Reform. Beginning in August, Hudic, Heir, and Hagrid began to select white slaves and indigenous slaves to expand into the militia of the city of Herat, since they can eat meat once 2 days after serving as a soldier, and at the same time have the opportunity to improve their status. Almost all male white slaves and native slaves are vying to become militias. The militia treatment designated by Heir and Hudic, Hagrid, and Olaf after research is that after contracted white slaves become militias, the training and combat time can be doubled to offset the contract time, and the contract time will be reduced after various achievements are made. The rewards of months to 5 years, and even the top military exploits, are to directly remove the status of a white slave and become a reward for the Vikings to enter the Viking Thunder. It is just that the rewards for this kind of reward are also difficult for ordinary people to do. For example, improved tactics, improved muskets and artillery, etc., are just a tempting cake at present. Rushing to improve the morale and fighting spirit of the white slaves due to their low status, native slaves were treated differently from contracted white slave militiamen who perform outstandingly in training and combat will be given certain material rewards, and they will be rewarded with captains and other positions for their achievements. They may also be promoted to indentured slaves for a 10-year period. If they become indentured slaves, they will survive until they become Vikings. Of hope, even the slaves are self-motivated and want to make their lives better and let their children and grandchildren become masters. Therefore, facing the opportunity that can change their destiny, they all want to grasp the opportunity to change their destiny. After selection, Hudic, Heir and Hagrid selected 1,000 young and strong contracted white slaves and 2,000 indigenous slaves. Very few of the 2,000 native slaves were directly selected from the new slaves, and most were Viking slaves and private slaves of the Heir family. In addition to these 3,000 slave militias, there were also 600 white slave militias trained by Hudic before, forming a 3,600-member legion, of which 3,500 were legionaries and 100 were guards of the legion chief. Due to the different military systems in Europe, Wendland's military systems such as the Viking Legion and the White Wolf Soldier are relatively chaotic, and there are no shortcomings for the time being. However, when there are more troops in the future, it is inevitable that there will be confusion in command when fighting. Olaf realized that Vinland's military power should be systematically reformed when it was not mature and fixed, so he proposed to Heir and Hudic that a unified military structure should be formulated under the leadership of Vinland and even Viking Ray. At the same time, there must also be a supporting system of lords of military merit, which is conducive to management, facilitates consent, and has a basis for merits and rewards, and is more standardized. Olaf's words made Heir and Hudic feel that it was too early at first, but after Olaf's persuasion, the two also realized that the army should have a unified organizational standard. So I called Heine, and the 4 people studied in the room for 2 days. Finally, based on Olaf's opinion, They released a set of military organizational standards and a system of lords of military merit in accordance with the requirements of the system adopted by Heir and their unified thinking. Vinland's army has 1,500 men as a corps, and an army with more than 3,000 men is a mixed corps. The corps is led by a corps commander. Below the corps is a battalion. One battalion has 500 people. The head is the battalion commander. The battalion is composed of 4 companies. The companies are composed of teams, and the teams below are squads. In addition to the legion establishment standards, there is also a simple system of the Lord of Military Merit. However, this Lord of Military Merit can only be enjoyed by Vikings. The white slaves need to perform meritorious service to exempt the slave contract before they can be included in the category of the Lord of Military Merit. Indigenous slaves are even more difficult. They must first serve as indentured slaves, and then serve to reduce and exempt contracts, and eventually become Vikings and enjoy the system of Lord Viking Military Merits and the system of the Viking Lord of Military Merit. From bottom to top, there are private soldiers, corporates, sergeants, knights, medium knights. The finest knight, after becoming a premium soldier, you can get a fixed salary reward. The higher the level, the better the treatment. After you become a knight, you can enjoy the treatment of being equipped with personal entourage. Of course, the entourage must find it by yourself. However, according to Heir's plan, Vikings who can become sergeant or higher can serve as captain and above, and Vikings who become knights will generally achieve the position of company commander, and it is understandable to have 1 or 2 guards, but also improve their enthusiasm. As for the lords of military merit after the superior knights, since Heir himself is still a general of Viking Thunder, it will not be set up for the time being. After the implementation of the 2 systems, the Viking troops composed of 1,000 soldiers also began to expand among the Vikings. After 2 years, many children have grown up, so Heir decided to start recruiting at the age of 14. The Vikings expanded the remaining 500 troops. There are currently more than 3,000 Vikings in Vinland, half of which are women and children. The remaining 90% are young and strong men, but there are less than 300 by Vikings, and the rest are all Wong Vikings because the children of the Wong Vikings are prosperous. 80% of the newly recruited 500 recruits are young Wong Vikings and 20% are white Vikings. After the promulgation of the system of lords of military merit, the original 1,000 Viking soldiers became superior soldiers, individual leaders awarded corporal to sergeant lords, and the newly selected 500 Viking soldiers were all private soldiers and were trained by Hudic every day. RAF assisted the previously formed 3,600 militia of the city of Heir was transformed into 2 regiments and a reinforced battalion, which were trained by Heir himself in August of 1630. An army of more than 4,000 people formed by the city of Grote was training battlefields and shooting guns outside the city every day. Since the most loyal savages, slaves and contract white slaves were selected this time, Heir made people other than Vikings for the first time as musketeers. All 500 Vikings were trained as musketeers. Among the 3,600 slave militias, 1,800 were selected as musketeers, the remaining 1,750 were spearmen, and there were 50 Heir. Prepare to train as a cavalry to make up for the only shortcomings of Vinland's army before the army was motorized. The mobility of the cavalry and the ability to quickly approach the battlefield were unparalleled. It can be said that before the development of guns to a certain level, the cavalry is an indispensable and important part of a country's armed forces. The cavalry was eliminated in the war only when the guns became more powerful in later generations, and there were vehicles that surpassed horses, such as motorcycles and cars. In the current European wars, the mercenaries of various countries are basically cavalry and infantry, supplemented by artillery, and the cavalry is also equipped with flintlocks, which are all-around arms. Therefore, in many wars, the decisive role is still cavalry. Heir and Hudic had always wanted to form a cavalry team, but because Vinland had too few horses that met the standards of war horses, they could not be implemented. But this year Hagrid brought back 30 good horses from London, including thoroughbreds www.wuxiaspit.com and Anglo horses, but mostly castrated horses, only 5 stallions and 7 mares. With these 30 war horses, plus more than 30 war horses that can be used before, Vinland is able to form a small cavalry. When Cromwell came to prominence in 1642, he only formed a cavalry regiment of 60 people, and in more than a year it expanded to 7,000 or 8,000 people. Later, the Iron Cavalry, the new model army, is actually centered on the first 60 people. After a real battlefield battle, Heir and Hudic also commanded a battle of thousands of people in Vinland. They knew the importance and necessity of cavalry. Moreover, Considering that Wenland and the New World have vast land and no roads, it is necessary to form cavalry and train horses even to convey the news. Moreover, through battle, heir, Heudic and Hagrid all found that the indigenous people were very afraid of cavalry, and they were very much native Indians who will help conquer the mainland in the future. Wenland's population is now increasing. The guarantee of food rations and sanitation and epidemic prevention has allowed Wenland's population to grow substantially. It will usher in rapid expansion after only a few years. Therefore, the source of troops is no longer a problem to worry about. However, enough horses are still difficult to solve in a short time. Horses are also strategically scarce materials in Europe. Horses for farm work are better, but thoroughbreds and Arabian horses that are enough for warfare are expensive, and countries are not willing to go out in large quantities. Even if they are sold in small amounts. So relying only on purchasing and self-reproduction, it will probably be more than 10 or 20 years for Wenland to have enough horses to build a huge cavalry. Heir, Heudic, and Hagrid all knew that developing war horses was not a matter of overnight, so they were not in a hurry, but Olaf felt that the time was too long. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Moose Cavalry and the Siege of Quebec. Since it was impossible to increase the number of horses in the Wenland racecourse for a while, and it was difficult to rely on procurement, but the cavalry was an indispensable unit for Wenland to conquer the New World, so Olaf thought of looking for a substitute. If you can find a mount to replace the horse, you can also quickly train a large number of cavalry. But there are very few animals in the world that can replace the horse as a cavalry mount in the history of the Earth's thousands of years of civilization development. In addition to horses, people from various civilizations in the East and the West have also sought animals such as cows, donkeys, camels, and elephants as mounts to carry people and supplies. However, when used in warfare, only elephants, camels, and horses are currently used as cavalry partners. Because the size and speed of cows are not suitable for riding gallops, and the temperament of donkeys cannot be used in warfare, civilized countries with northern climates have chosen them. Horses with docile personality and sufficient size and strength are used as war resources for riding. Camels are used in the deserts of the Middle East and the southern hot zone. Because of the dense jungle and well-developed water system, it is not suitable for long-distance horses, and the locals discovered a mount elephant with a larger body and a docile temperament that can be tamed, so ancient tanks war elephants came into being. Generally speaking, animals with better body size and endurance can be used as productivity tools for mounts and carts, and at the same time their intelligence and temperament can comply with the requirements of human beings. This kind of animal can be trained as a tool of war. Olaf clearly remembers that King Carl I of Sweden trained a moose cavalry in the Northern War 10 years after the Communist Party of China, and played a certain role in the battle with Russia and Poland. Olaf still remembers the first time he saw the moose sent by his brother Olaf more than a month ago. He was very surprised with a moose's tall body and strong and vigorous thighs, which are comparable to the general body shape of a horse, but a more agile animal is indeed very suitable for training as a cavalry partner. The moose is the largest deer in the world. It is called a moose because the shoulders are higher than the hips and resemble a camel. The North American moose is the largest in size, with a body length of 3 meters, a shoulder height of more than 2 meters, and a weight of 700 kilograms. It is basically the same size and weight as an ordinary horse, and its explosive power is weaker than that of a horse, but its speed and endurance are better than that of a horse, plus temperament close to camels and horses. They are very domesticated animals. In the past, there were no conditions, or that the northern frigid zone did not have a powerful civilization on its own. Therefore, the domestication of moose has never been tested. Moose cavalry, similar to the camel cavalry in the Middle East, has only appeared in small numbers. Now Olaf feels that it is necessary to systematically, solemnly domesticate the moose, and helped Wenland make a moose cavalry. Olaf thinks that if he can do it with the King of Sweden, so can I do it with Olaf. After expressing the idea of domesticating and cultivating moose as cavalry mounts, Heir, Heudic, Hagrid, and Hina all agreed with him, and at the same time had great confidence in Heir's simple worldview. Olaf has not done anything that cannot be done so far, which shows that he is at least a prophet like Moses, who is blessed by God. Therefore, when Olaf said he wanted to domesticate moose, he used moose in Wenland. Instead of horses to train cavalry, Heir and others did so, But Olaf would surely get things done. It can be from the confidence shown that Olaf is not as confident in himself as his father, uncle, cousin-in-law and others have confidence in himself. The more he felt that his father and others had enough confidence in him, Olaf didn't dare to mess things up, so he began to soak in the breeding company every day, and study the habits of moose with the breeding workers, and at the same time, follow the way of training horses. The moose are domesticated, although the progress is not fast, but within a few days, the people who raise the moose have been able to get in close contact with them, which shows that it is a good start. As long as it is persevering, it can be completely domesticated. Olaf was reminded of the bison on the North American continent through the domestication of the moose. The Indians lived on the continent for thousands of years, but they did not and never tried to domesticate the bison, so that the production methods and productivity were backward and low. By the 17th century, the entire North American continent has not yet established a city-state capital, and it is still full of primitive tribes. The Maya and Aztecs in Central and South America, and the Inca in South America have also developed unevenly. The basic system, culture, and technology of the country cannot reach China. In the feudal era, at most it was in the Bronze Age. With the advent of the era of great voyages, it is reasonable to be found out by Westerners for extinction. Olaf remembered that when he had rich experience in domesticating moose and reindeer, he could allow Olaf to capture the bison, a large wild animal, from the mainland for domestication, or crossbreeding with woodland cattle, and expand woodland cattle breeding. The amount doing his own business and loving his own business, Olaf feels that he has become a half-breeding expert, and he is willing to study the aquaculture industry. No matter which aspect, as long as woodland's strength can be enhanced, Olaf feels that he will be better and better. Vigorous, because only woodland is getting stronger and stronger. As the child of woodland's leading family, Olaf can have a higher status, more resources, and stronger strength in the future, which will have a real impact on the world when North America enters September. The weather is comfortable with single clothes and long-sleeved linen robes. Various crops grow vigorously and densely in the fields outside Grote. Because the weather is cold and the latitude is high, so woodland crops, the performance of pests and diseases is not serious even in the hottest period of the current climate. Some slaves caught insects in the fields every day and weeded the grass to solve the problem. The insects and grasses caught can be used as feed waste for breeding companies, so this year's article land sees that the state of grain production will still be good. The cattle, sheep and pigs of the Shalimna breeding company also began to produce animals by the end of the month. In the past few days, Olaf, Viking female workers, and breeding factory slaves have been very busy. But the piglets and small pigs in the farm, sheep, calf and even foal have increased a lot. As for chickens, ducks and geese, there are more than 70 or 80. The increase in the number of livestock and poultry in the breeding plant means that the small half-year investment has already paid off. The Vikings are very happy with this good news. Only when the breeding company continues to make profits, can the Vikings receive dividends at the end of the year. While there was laughter in the city of Grote, a messenger from Quebec City brought a letter for help from the governor of New France, Champlain. After receiving the letter, Heir immediately summoned Viking raid and senior officials in the city of Heir to discuss the matter at the military fort. When Olaf arrived, more than 10 paddle capitals gathered together. Heir asked Heine to report Champlain's call for help. It turned out that New France and the Iroquois alliance fought one after another. At the beginning, New France relied on the Huron population and firearms to kill many Iroquois, but later, the Iroquois acquired a lot of iron swords, iron spears, leather armor, broken plate armor, and even longbows and crossbows. The Iroquois, who had been dominant in numbers, gained advanced weapons and overwhelmed the Huron tribe. Although the French soldiers were powerful, they only had more than 100 guns, and they couldn't control the scale of victory at all. As the war became anxious, the land occupied by New France on the south bank of the St. Lawrence River was occupied by the Iroquois, and even the fortress was breached. Now the soldiers of New France have killed and injured 40 or 50 people, and most of the strongholds are weak. Guardian, 80% of the population of New France is now hiding in Quebec City, defending against the Iroquois League, which intrudes from time to time. There is still more than a month before the harvest, but with a loss of land, Quebec City has already lost the opportunity to harvest food this year. The Hurons are too busy to help Quebec to relieve the siege, although with the help of the St. Lawrence River and the natural dangerous fortifications of the Quebec City wall, it is basically impossible for the Iroquois to conquer Quebec, but their harassment prevents the French from going out of the city to gather food and harvest grain. To put it pessimistically, as long as the Iroquois harass the Quebec warriors do not leave, Quebec City's starvation will happen sooner or later. Things at the beginning, Champlain wanted to rely on the company's warships and merchant ships to block the river against the Iroquois, but there were too few French and too many Iroquois. The Iroquois can't help Quebec City, and are more afraid of armed merchant ships with cannons, but Champlain can't help the Iroquois. They only hide in the mountains outside Quebec City and wait for opportunities to attack and harass from time to time, which makes Champlain there is no other way to take them, and they are exhausted in order not to lose the chance of harvesting this year and cause people to starve to death in the winter. Champlain thought that he had to send a commissioner on the company's merchant ship to ask Heir to send troops to rescue him. Heine talked about Champlain's situation. Everyone knew that selling an Iroquois weapon would have caused the Frenchmen to lose a lot, so they started talking in a low voice. Heir gave a light cough, then looked around for a week. And everyone slowly stopped talking and looked at the leader. Heir asked, "Everyone knows the situation. Do you want to save Champlain? Tell me." Although it is to convene high-level discussions, only a few people can really participate in the discussion. Most of the paddleheads' ability and insight are not enough to make suggestions. They are all looking at Olaf, Heine, Hagrid, and Hudic. Hagrid seemed a little absent-minded because his wife was about to give birth, and looked at Olaf and Hudic. Hudic has the most say in the military. He took the lead and said, "Wenland is now fully integrated and digested. We have 3 legions and more than 20 armed warships. We are fully capable of entering the New World and expanding on land. We are about to face war with dozens of tribes such as Iroquois, Hurons, Cree, etc. Now Quebec City is the nail wedged into the barbaric New World for our world-famous Europe. The power of New France to attract, consume and divide the Native Americans will only be good for us, but there is no harm. So I think we should save Champlain, and at the same time, the whole army will attack and defeat the Iroquois. If they are unable to resist, then we can take advantage of the Iroquois lands and let the southern plains and the northern Labras more to become the 2 legs of Wenland's expansion into the New World. Occupying the territories of Labrador and the southern Iroquois steadily, we can insert into the hinterland of the New World at any time like a pair of scissors." Hudic's last vocal words exposed his strategic intentions and made everyone clear. Heir laughed and expressed his approval for Hudic on the spot, and then decided to send troops to New France. Olaf and Heine also approve of Hudic's ideas, but Nalanhu, who is the top 5 and the third thick, has one worry. Nalanhu looked from the left to the right and saw that everyone was silent. He still couldn't help but ask, "Hudic, we defeated the Iroquois. Will New France have no opponents? They are allies with the Hurons. Will it rob us of our territory in the future?" Hudic gently waved his hand and said, "Have you forgotten how many ships and soldiers we have in Wenland?" Nilan scratched his head and asked, "What does that mean?" Olaf knew that this big man was as simple-minded as his son Herrick, so he explained to him, "New France is different from the Indians. They rely on Quebec City and Governor Champlain to maintain the colony. The indigenous people only have canoes www.uxiaspit.com and they don't have strong ships and guns. Quebec City can't be helped, but we have enough armed merchant ships and powerful troops to smash Quebec City. How can Champlain dare to offend us? The St. Lawrence River upstream will reach Quebec in less than a day. Would you say it is easy to destroy them?" "Yes," Nalanhu laughed and said, "since we can pinch the French to death at any time, what are we keeping them for?" Olaf realized that Nalanhu and many people probably didn't understand that New France's reservations were one by one, so he said in a more colloquial way, "Now that the French, Huron and Iroquois are fighting each other, have they consumed each other? Power will become less due to fighting. We will leave the French to fight with the Iroquois and Hurons in the hinterland. Then we will erode the land from the east coast. We will continue to expand inland until the occupied land is digested. Only France is retained. With the consumption of native Indians in the hinterland, we can better gradually encroach on North America." After Olaf's explanation once again, everyone understood Hudic's strategic layout, and then they all yelled for a fight. Heir thought for a while, and said, "Our 2 militia regiments are all training like this. This time, Hudic and I will each bring a regiment to rescue Quebec, and then hand over the main force of the Iroquois. Get rid of it." Hudic's eyes flashed with excitement, and the scar at the corner of his eye trembled slightly, and said, "It's best to let McGonagall know the specific situation of the Iroquois. Where are the 3 big tribes that command the battle? Our best first destroy the main force of the 3 big tribes, and then turn around to deal with the other savages in the scattered sand." Olaf secretly praised Hudic for being hot, and attached great importance to the importance of information on the battlefield. At the same time, he thought to himself, There is a so-called ally McGonagall helping to pit the Iroquois. It seems that this time the march is stable. Chapter 184, Send troops to destroy natives. After careful planning, Hayter decided to assemble the 2 legions of Groat City and the newly formed cavalry in 5 days, with a total of 3,050 people, and he and Hudic would lead the team to Quebec for rescue. After the meeting, a messenger of Hayter's soldiers left Port Harriet by boat and headed for Plymouth in the south. The messenger took Hayter's order to Plymouth, asking McGonagall to understand the situation of the Iroquois, so that Hayter could make more accurate and advantageous military deployments. While waiting for the return of the messenger, Hayter, Hudic and others began to practice the army every day, especially the gunners' marksmanship, and let them step up their training without hesitating. But Olaf knew that his elder brother Olaf went to Labrador to become governor, and he had already begun to build up his military skills and cultivate his own team. According to Icelandic tradition, the eldest son Olaf should inherit the family business, but Hayter deliberately passed a position to Austria. Love. So on the surface, Olaf and Olaf have a deep brotherhood, but Olaf is already working hard to successfully inherit his father's position and wealth in the future. Of course, Olaf understands his brother's idea, so he helped persuade his father to agree. The purpose is to keep Olaf away from the city of Harald, so that he has more opportunities to grow and develop in the center of Wendland's rights, so as to improve his confidence in inheriting the family business in the future. This time, Hayter's expedition was obviously under the guise of saving the siege of Quebec. In fact, it was to take advantage of the momentum to destroy the Iroquois army and then seize the land and population of the Iroquois. There was McGonagall as a spy to deliver the news, plus the Iroquois spears, leather armor, bows and arrows facing plate armor, and muskets were completely ineffective. Olaf believed that a battle should be a crushing battle, so he refused his father's make the decision to preside over the work by yourself, and at the same time, in the name of increasing your knowledge and understanding of the war, asked to go together. Olaf's purpose was to accumulate some military merit, but Hayter did not approve it. Hayter believes that although Olaf's mentality is mature and his body size surpasses most ordinary men, after all, he is too young, and Vinland's future development is fundamentally inseparable from Olaf's wisdom, so his precious second son cannot have a little bit accident. More importantly, Hayter has the intention to make Olaf as his heir to lead Vinland to become stronger after decades. He believes Olaf has this mind, so he wants to wait for him and Hudic to lead the troops to leave. Raf is acting as the lord of the city, accumulating experience and managing city-states in order to prevent Olaf from handling the problem. Hayter deliberately left Hyena to assist Olaf after earnest persuasion in Hayter language. Olaf also realized that what he was doing might be the job of princely supervising the country. Read the novel for a long time. 9duxs.com. Wendland wants to conquer the mainland, and there are still years of warfare. In the future, there will be opportunities to earn military merit. Now it is indeed a rare opportunity to independently manage a city-state of 16,000 people. 4 days later, Hayter's soldiers returned to the city of Harald and reported to Hayter what McGonagall learned from the Iroquois. It turned out that after this messenger arrived in Plymouth, he met with Kadir and McGonagall, and handed the letter from Kadir and Hayter. After watching, the two knew that Viking raiding was ready to take advantage of the opportunity of the Iroquois to defeat the Huron and French forces, and Kadir said on the spot, "The opportunity is rare." McGonagall was able to sell the Massachusetts Bay Company, which was also born in England, and he did not have the slightest burden of selling the Iroquois. He personally took the gift to the 2 large Iroquois tribes and set out the Iroquois alliance. The detailed information on the soldiers of the Hurons and New France was then handed over to the messenger, who would bring it back to the city of Harald. Hayter and Hudic also knew that the 3 major tribes of the Iroquois organized more than 10,000 warrior armies, divided into 3 groups and fought with the Huron tribe and the more than 5,000 coalition forces of New France, and finally defeated the Hurons. The 2 armies of the United States defeated the New French soldiers. 2 of the smaller armies attacked the small tribes of Hurons. They are still in a state of entanglement with the Huron tribes. Long reading novels. The 5,000-person team with the largest number of people encircled Quebec City at the same time assaulting and harassing the surrounding Huron, Cree, and Abenaki people. According to the news from McGonagall, the Iroquois became very arrogant and crazy after defeating the Huron alliance. Recently, they have expanded very seriously. They have also sent back at least tens of thousands of slaves to dozens of large and small tribes in the rear. They are now in a state of raging unstoppable. At the same time, McGonagall also told Hayter that in the Iroquois tribe, he also learned that although the Iroquois had won and expanded a lot of territory, they also lost a lot of warriors, because there were many Iroquois. The family of Quebec invites the sacrifices to the dead men of his family to call upon the souls and cast spells, praying for the blessings of the gods, and the souls can board the palace of the gods to enjoy eternal peace. Mag is an indispensable friend of Wenlin. Hader happily praised McGonagall. Hudic also echoed, his ability is very good, I think I may be able to become friends with him. Olaf kept his lips secretly in his heart. It's not you who was previously suspected of being a scumbag. Obtaining information from McGonagall, Hader and Hudic have formulated a detailed combat plan. They are going to divide the troops into two groups and land on the east and west sides of Quebec City, from the south bank of the St. Lawrence River. The Quebec cleared and wiped out, and at the same time, with the help of armed warships, the St. Lawrence River was blocked and the Iroquois back way into the north bank was cut off. Wait until the south bank has been cleaned up before contacting Ulav and Basque City. The three-way siege is enough to wipe out the Iroquois on the north bank. This clearance not only solved the Iroquois besieging Quebec, but also eliminated the Iroquois. Most of the warriors on the Quarren East Road then went west from the St. Lawrence River to the mainland, and cleaned up the maimed Huron and the two warriors who had attacked the western Iroquois. If all goes well and this war is over, the most powerful Hurons and Iroquois in northeastern North America will no longer have the strength to resist, and there will be no large tribes in Quebec that can harm Vinland, and the colonial activity of New France has begun. Although the remaining Abenaki population is not small, it is not a climate, and the Cree people are not scattered in the northeast, and they cannot be compared with the Hurons and Iroquois. So it can be said that as long as the Hurons distributed around the west of Quebec and the Iroquois distributed around the southwest plain as the center of the northeast can be wiped out, there will be no indigenous people in the middle and lower reaches of the St. Lawrence River that can resist Viking raiding. Colonial activities. On September 11th, Hader and Hudic led Champlain to the Messenger, 3,050 militiamen, 80 Viking officers, and dozens of white slave sailors, driving 16 armed merchant ships and leaving the city of Groot, heading for St. The estuary of the Lawrence River, ready to go upstream. Before the expedition, Hader announced that Olaf was the acting lord of the city of Groot, who was solely responsible for the affairs of the city of Groot, and appointed Heine as the temporary deputy lord, assisting Olaf to manage the city-state of Groot. When Olaf saw him off, he also entrusted him to buy honeysuckle and other anti-inflammatory herbs from Daming, as well as the most highly distilled top-pot wine used to make the water of life as a disinfectant. Pack 3 carts together, and send it to Hader's. On board this expedition was the biggest battle in Wenland after 2 years, and it was all new recruits. If Hudic and Hader were not for the management and leadership of 80 Viking officers, Olaf was actually not very confident. But now Hader and Hudic personally command the troops, and Hagrid personally leads the cavalry. The two legions are also equipped with experienced Viking officers. As long as it is not a one-sided situation, the Vinland Militia Corps will definitely not make any enemies. Especially these 3,000 militiamen know that Viking veterans, White Wolf soldiers and even some Beothuk warriors have participated in battles with native Indians, relying on sharp muskets and impenetrable plate armor. www.oopsiaspit.com. It is definitely not difficult to deal with a bunch of primitive and ugly Iroquois. The indigenous slave militia who now think that they have entered the civilization sequence also look down on the primitive and ugly Iroquois. They and the white slave militia have extremely high morale, not only because they have advanced weapons in their hands, but their leaders are the invincible General Hader, Hudic, and Hagrid. Another important reason is that General Hader promised before the expedition, as long as they make the merits. It is not a dream to get out of slavery. More than 3,000 slaves and militias are young and energetic men. They have also seen their predecessors work hard and become Viking masters, living a life of masters, eating meat and drinking, and serving as servants. Their ambitions, the provocations that have been affected by the ears and eyes, are naturally expanding rapidly. They all want to prove themselves through war, so that they can also carry their status and become Wenland's true master Vikings. Suangwang.net. Hopeful people can always burst out with an imaginable potential and fighting will. Now Hader and Hudic lead the two legions of soldiers who are all hopeful and motivated men at present. There is no systematic recruitment of standing soldiers in Europe. The Wenland militias are young and healthy men. After nearly 2 months of professional training, they also have a strong will to fight. As long as they don't encounter European royal guards and mercenaries, the combat effectiveness is still considerable. Chapter 185, The Military Factor is on the agenda. After his father, uncle, Hudic and others led the troops to leave, the city of Herat suddenly became deserted. After all, it was 1/6 of the population. The sound of running and humming in and outside the city every morning till evening, and the gunshots all disappeared, making many citizens who are used to noisy sounds a bit awkward for a while. Olaf and Heine managed the remaining white slaves and slaves every day. While assigning them to work, they also observed the production and living conditions of the Vikings, as well as the degree of pests and diseases in the fields, and so on. There are not many things every day, but trivial little things emerging endlessly. Olaf basically doesn't bother much, just leave it to Heine at this time. The city of Herod is no worse than the big European cities. It has a huge population of contemporary cities, clean streets and canals, churches, church schools, and city halls. The only thing missing is shops. However, Hagrid and Olaf brought back a lot of handicrafts, linen, and even cosmetics and other consumable goods from Amsterdam and London. Vikings can use their own fur, dried fish, silver coins, etc. to replace it in Hatterberg if they need it, because she is her own family. Catelyn, who is responsible for bartering, priced the goods only 5 times the purchase price, which is more conscientious than businessmen in New France and New England. Because Vinland's business is at a monopoly level, most of the private property accumulated by the Vikings since this spring has fallen into Hatterborg because of the demand for European goods. Olaf sometimes felt that although the Vikings became the masters of Vinland, they also had their own land, slaves, and hunting and gathering rights, and they could plunder wealth in Vinland, but because of the Hader family in the end, their realized wealth is still less than half of the actual value. Of course, this half has to pay Viking Ledags taxes compared with the governor of Iceland, the governor of Ireland, and His Majesty Charles I, who can kill people. General Hader is actually like a benevolent white lotus. Olaf often thinks this is a bad time, so as long as I be a leader who is not so bad, I must be great and holy by my peers, Olaf thought. A few days later, the white slaves and slaves who went to the Changlingshan mining plant to send charcoal came back and told Olaf an exciting good news, that is, the hydraulic crusher and blast furnace of the copper mine have been built, and the hunter plant Chang and 2 ironworkers have tried to refine a furnace of copper ingots and a mark of gold. Retreat and let them bring them back to the city of Herod. Olaf and Heine looked at the 2 boxes full of copper blocks, picked up the 2 and knocked them to make a clear sound of metal collision. Olaf laughed, knowing that the blacksmiths in their factory would be busy in the future. Although the iron ore in the North Changling Mountain is still at the exploratory stage and no ore can be mined, the copper ore has been able to make metal appliances, and even the parts used on ships are more resistant to corrosion than iron. And Olaf knows very well that at present, in addition to iron cannons, guns, and copper-iron alloy guns are used in all countries. Especially in the early years when the iron-making technology was low, there were more copper gunmetal guns. It can be seen that copper can also be made guns. This allows Woodland to embark on the road of independent research and development and production of guns. Now half of the intellectuals in Europe are faculty trained by seminaries and high-achieving students from universities in various countries. Many intellectuals and clergymen know how to make guns and artillery. Olaf immediately asked Heine. After all, he is also a graduate of Oxford University. Heine shook his head slightly and said, "The principle of making the flintlock musket and the matchlock gun is not complicated. I know how to do it, but I haven't tried it. I don't understand the craftsmanship of artisans, but I don't know how to do artillery." Do the 2 priests Dracula and Dukeo know how to make artillery? Olaf remembered the Catholic priests who were preaching in the Ming dynasty at the same time, such as Matteo Ricci, Tang Ruoang, Nanhua Iron, Guo Jujing and other foreigners. Their performances were so versatile that they couldn't remember who they were, even if they declared that they would not make artillery. The emperor of the Celestial dynasty gave an order and finally built a Western artillery. The missionaries who can go abroad are generally knowledgeable theologians. They also need to understand some mathematics, music, etc., and they also need to understand various tools. The 2 old priests may know how to make artillery and guns. Olaf nodded with certainty. He knew in his heart that the missionaries were the vanguard of Western forces infiltrating other civilized nations. When they found the enemy was weak and could be deceived, he would use spears and cannons. The huge ships conquered the colonies, and found that the enemy was too strong to conquer by force. To use wonderful and ingenious skills to communicate with advanced Western culture, most missionaries should have a good understanding of industry. Olaf is a pragmatist. He thought of it and hurriedly sent someone to invite 2 priests. After a while, the 2 old gentlemen Dracula and Dukeo walked in under the leadership of Gilson. "Dear Master Olaf, what do you want us to do?" Dracula asked politely, crossing his chest. It was already afternoon. Olaf knew that the church school would not be in class this afternoon, so there was no need to apologize. He smiled and asked the two to sit down, and then signaled Gilson to make coffee. After a while, Gilson brought 4 exquisite white porcelain cups, the black coffee with white smoke and burnt aroma, and the sweet aroma of maple syrup. It is a rare premium drink in the current era. Olaf took a sip, gave a light compliment, and said, "If you add some milk, it will taste more unique, but there is no fresh milk in the chamber, so the two pastors will just drink it." Very good. Coffee is the most popular drink in recent years. It's just that coffee beans are more expensive and we rarely taste them, Dracula said with a smile while waiting for coffee. Olaf kept asking about the lives of the two old priests, understanding their teaching habits in Growth City, and the tension in the hearts of the two old priests gradually faded. Finding that the two love coffee, Olaf immediately said with a smile, "I don't know that the two pastors like coffee, Gilson. Go and fill the two respected pastors with a few pounds of coffee beans, please bring them back for your own use." Although Dracula and Dukao have always been treated with respect by the Vikings, they were not taken seriously in front of Kadir, Hagrid, and Hader. In addition, when they were older, they saw the Vikings with their own eyes. It's cruel and terrible, and has always been simple in the city of Herat. In addition to teaching Viking boys in the church school, every day is to preach and sing every week, and the textbooks compiled by the two have been reviewed by Hader and Olaf, and the content has been deleted version. Fortunately, the two old priests only wanted to have a stable missionary life, and they didn't dare to have any ideas. Otherwise, any young priest with ideals would not tolerate any restrictions imposed by the Vikings on the priest. Now Olaf expresses his gratitude to the two of them for their kindness and to give them expensive coffee beans. The two old priests feel like spring breeze. www.wooksyaspit.com hurriedly expressed thanks. Olaf did not directly ask the two of them whether they knew how to make guns and cannons, but asked about their resumes and praised their teaching level. Heine also echoed them from time to time, making the two more than 100 years old. The priest felt in the cloud and mist, and suddenly incomprehensible. After a while, Olaf found out that the two really understood some knowledge about the making of cannons, mortars, arquebuses, and flintlocks, because the church's training of priests is a Bible and epistle, and only has the means to punish heretics. Only then can there be a court of prestige. Olaf made a solemn request to the two of them only after knowing a few things in his heart, hoping that the two would spare time to help them build a munitions factory and use the copper ingots refined at the Changlingshan copper mine to make copper artillery and guns. Although Olaf brought back from London this year only enough accessories to build 2 high-precision blast furnaces, he bought several sets of hydraulic equipment, which can be used in arms production after professional transformation, and there are now 10 blacksmiths in Herat City. There are few, and there are 20 or 30 blacksmith apprentices. As long as Heine, Dracula, and Dukao take out the technical knowledge in their brains to train blacksmiths, the military factory will be able to produce guns and artillery in less than a year. Dracula and Dukao received a very high courtesy from Olaf. They originally meant to refuse. After Olaf promised to give them a salary of 1 shilling a day, the two readily agreed. https, Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 186, Defeat the Iroquois. After the two old priests agreed, Olaf happily handed over the construction of the military factory to Heine and the two to be responsible, and promised that he needed any material and manpower unconditional support. After Heine took the two to find a suitable site for the construction of the factory near the Muskox River outside the city, Olaf happily picked up the golden lump sent by the Changlingshan copper mine, and loved it. He said to himself, the gold mines in Changling Mountain should be small, because later generations are not well known, but a reserve of 10 tons and 20 tons is enough for me. Olaf is most concerned about the situation of the 3 mining sites in Changling Mountain, because coal and metal ore both represent money and are also the basis for the development of industry. Olaf wants to really develop Wenland into a country comparable to the country. In addition to increasing population, power must also have its own industrial base. Now the copper mine that Olaf has been thinking about has reached production. Although the output is only a few hundred pounds, it is always a good start. Moreover, the Changlingshan copper mine also has associated gold mines. As long as the mining continues, Wenland's precious metals such as gold and copper will continue to increase. Europe still uses gold, silver and copper coins as currency, and the currency of the tribute circle in the Far East is also these 3 things, so as long as Wenland can mine gold and copper, these are essentially money, and they are strategic resources for Wendland to become prosperous. Concerned about the Changlingshan copper mine's gold mine, Olaf wanted to follow the latest carbon ship to Changlingshan to take a look in the next few days. By the way, he learned about the true situation of the 3 major mines in Changlingshan. Stop by to take a look at Buchan City and learn about Governor Blackstone's management of Buchan City. While Olaf was busy preparing for the munitions factory in Grote, Hader, Hudic and Hagrid had already landed on the south bank of the St. Lawrence River. As planned 2 days ago. After landing, Hudic and Hagrid attacked the warriors of the Iroquois alliance in the southern plains in 2 ways. Hader led nearly 100 Vikings and sailors to drive 16 armed merchant ships to blockade St. Lawrence, 10 miles east and west of Quebec. The river surface prevents the Iroquois troops in the north from crossing Hunan to escape because the strategic purpose of this expedition was to destroy the Iroquois alliance. Hudic and Hagrid led their troops to shoot down the dead when they met the Iroquois, and they never took prisoners. They took the entire southern fort in 4 days. More than 10 miles were cleaned up, killing nearly 1,000 Iroquois warriors and wounding more than 1,000 people. Half of the 2 regiments were musketeers, and the rest were spearmen. The 3,000 militiamen wore plate armor. The Iroquois' bows and arrows could not hurt a militiaman. The platoon of flintlock rifles broke up the formation, causing heavy casualties during the 4 days of fighting. The 2 legions lost 30 or 40 people. Several of these people were sick, vomiting and diarrhea, severely dehydrated and died, and most of them stepped on Iroquois traps by mistake. The broken hands and feet are difficult to cure and die. The battle between the Western expedition and the conquest of Vinland has changed a lot. It is not only the problem that the Iroquois is more difficult than the Bedak, but also other reasons. For example, the Vinland Militia Corps did not understand the topography of the southern plains of the St. Lawrence River, which made the march not fast and convenient. At the same time, it encountered several sneak attacks by small groups of Iroquois and killed more than a dozen people. In addition, the soldiers of the Vinland Militia Corps are wearing heavy plate armor. Although they can easily defeat the Iroquois when fighting with the Iroquois, when the Iroquois is injured and fled, except for the siege and also chased and killed the cavalry under him, but the other Wendland soldiers could not catch up, nor dared to chase after him. The war on Wendland Island was directly hitting the tribal camp of the Beothuk people. In order to defend their homeland and relatives, the indigenous people had to rely on the tribal city and the Vikings to die. The result was of course conquered, but the Iroquois were fighting with the Vinland militia in the forests on the south bank of the St. Lawrence River, far from their homes. They knew more about the geography and were good at fleeing and attacking. If the opponent of the Iroquois is not everyone wearing plate armor and holding flintlock muskets at the same time, it is very likely that they will be attacked by numerous small groups of warriors, entangled in their legs and feet, and even continue to appear meaningless. Loss, resulting in a decline in morale, and defeat without a fight. Fortunately, the Vinland militiamen are not afraid of the bows and intrusions of the Iroquois. The flintlock muskets in the hands of the Vinland musketeers have a longer range and greater power than the bows and arrows of the Iroquois. Every firefight always kills the Iroquois. Even if the Vinland militia did not chase the Iroquois who had suffered a gunshot wound, the wounded could only return to the tribe to recover. Even due to poor health and medical conditions, the bullets in the body were difficult to remove. Most Iroquois warriors who were shot can only experience wound inflammation, fever, and then the painful journey of death. Therefore, Hudic is very happy to let the Iroquois warriors flee with the wounded. This will greatly affect the fighting spirit of the Iroquois, and at the same time, it will also allow the wounded to drag down the resources of the Iroquois and become an Iroquois burden. 4 days later, when there were basically no Iroquois in the South Bank, Hudic and Hagrid knew that the remnants of the South Bank had been almost cleaned up, and the rest did not dare to show up. The next step is to concentrate on dealing with the main force of the Iroquois blocked by the fleet on the north shore. During the blockade, Hader saw the Iroquois warriors who were rowing a canoe from the south bank to the north bank to report to the Iroquois main force, and he also saw a fleet of boats from the north bank to the south bank. Because the Iroquois use simple canoes or rafts, 1 or 2 people can still cross the river quietly in the evening. But the goals and movements of the crowd will increase. Hader's warship was found 3 times, and as a result, the cannon bombarded the boat several times and shattered and sank the boat on the river. A large number of Iroquois were either shredded by cannonballs, or drowned in the river, and eventually died at the bottom of the river. Hader knew that there must be a few savage warriors who had been missed across the river, but his purpose of blocking the St. Lawrence River was to prevent the main Iroquois warriors in the north. There were tens of thousands of elite warriors fleeing south, so he didn't care much when Houdik and Hagrid returned to the south bank one after another. Heir knew that it was time to launch a general attack on the Iroquois on the north bank, so he sent someone to greet Olaf, who was camped at the mouth of the Jizu River in the north of Anticosti, and then Olaf led 600 elite troops from the east of Labrador to the west, blocking the possibility of the Iroquois fleeing east after the messenger was sent out. Heir ordered the landing 10 armed merchant ships carried more than 3,000 people across, looking for a suitable place to land a dozen miles west of Quebec City on the north shore. And then 16 armed merchant ships anchored and reefed on the river and still blocked the river after 3,100 people landed ashore. They were still carrying only 5 days of dry food supplies and enough ammunition for more than 50 guns. Then the two legions went north from the remote hillside on the west side of Quebec City, and went deep into the hinterland, one south and one north to the east. Groping and marching because the soldiers of the two legions are wearing plate armor, they are not moving fast every day. But this can also ensure that more than 90% of the surrounding environment will be explored, and that no Iroquois will miss to escape while rushing. Hagrid scattered his cavalry as a scout to explore the terrain ahead and search for the Iroquois. Within 2 hours of walking, I found a group of thousands of Iroquois warriors. Hagrid led the cavalry to kill more than a dozen Iroquois, and then led the large group that came out and ran slowly backwards. Soon Hagrid's cavalry notified Houdik and Heir in the rear. Houdik and Heir pushed past from west to east, and it didn't take long to see Hagrid and more than 40 cavalry with more than 1,000 Iroquois chasing after them. These Iroquois warriors bent their bows and shot arrows while chasing them, but because Hagrid and other night horses almost escaped the feather arrows, Heir stood on the and laughed, waving his big hand, and said, "The spearmen are on both sides, and the spearmen are in the middle. Shoot." Following Heir's orders, 1,500 militiamen united in a phalanx and walked down the hillside quickly. At this time, the Iroquois had been led by Hagrid and others 200 steps ahead of the hillside. Viking officer ordered, 725 musketeers fired in 3 stages. The flintlock muskets in their hands fired powerful bullets for the first time, knocking down the brave Iroquois warriors one by one. Although the Iroquois bravely raised the longbow and crossbow arrows in their hands and shot them at the militia, the arrows that could easily kill the Hurons only hit the armor of the militia, but they only made sparks and clinks. It can't penetrate the solid plate armor at all. The 3-stage shooting soon ended. The smoke dissipated. The musketeers stood on the spot to fill the ammunition. The spearmen encircled the musketeers from both sides and blocked in front of the musketeers as in the previous training. www.wuxias.com. More than 1,000 Yai. The rogue samurai suffered 3 rows of shootings in a row, and more than 400 people were killed and injured on the spot. Terrible muskets killed the brave and invincible fighters. The Iroquois never thought that apart from the whites of Quebec City, there were other people in North America who had so many muskets. The number and lethality were 10 times more terrifying than the French. In an instant, nearly half of the warriors' lives were taken away by the muskets of the Winland militia. The surviving Iroquois warriors looked at the dense iron spears more than 100 steps away, and their hearts were trembling, and their limbs were soft. The heart is pounding, about to jump out of the chest. This round of ambush defeated the Iroquois warriors, and at the same time gave them a fatal blow, because the fighting habit cultivated for hundreds of years is that the bravest leaders rush forward and lead the samurai to fight the enemy to the death. Therefore, facing the guns, the leaders in the front row also suffered fatal blows. It can be said that there was no major leader among the Iroquois standing still after the shooting. I don't know who was the first to turn around and escape, like a flood dam. All the surviving Iroquois picked up their wounded comrades and turned and fled. Some ran to the hills in the north, and some fled to the hills in the east. Watching their bodies disappear quickly, Heir knew that even if the Vinland militia didn't wear plate armor, they would definitely not be able to catch up. HTTPS. Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 187, Vikings are invincible. The fleeing Iroquois was about to disappear from Heir's sight. Suddenly, there was a dense crackling of gunfire from the north, and the sound of cavalry running horse hooves and shouts of killing came from the east. It's Houdik and Hagrid. Heir smiled, and with a wave of his big hand, he ordered the legion to split into 2 lanes to chase north and east according to the battle plan made by Heir, Houdik and Hagrid. Hagrid led the cavalry to explore the terrain, and at the same time used the fear and hatred of the Iroquois towards the horses to lure them into the ambush ring of Heir or Houdik. Then there was Heir and Houdik for a joint attack, and Hagrid's cavalry team covered and assisted. So far, the plan has gone smoothly. When Heir led his troops to the north, He happened to see the Heudic army marching forward in a mighty square formation in the open space in front of the two legions. There are Iroquois warriors who lied down all the way, and the warriors who watched. Less than 200 people fled in panic towards the only gap in the east. Heudic and Hagrid's legions are like two large nets encircling from the north, west, and south. At the same time, the range of the flintlock rifle completely slams the Iroquois, plus the number of people crushed. It is completely a reduced dimensional spike. The surviving Iroquois on the north road fled eastward and prepared to join up with the more than 100 people who fled east just now, but they didn't get far and saw dozens of big men in iron armor riding the terrible giant. The beasts, accompanied by the banging galloping sound and the splashing mud, the big guys come and go like the wind with a large axe and a long sword in their hands, constantly smashing the fleeing Iroquois warriors. No matter how fast the Iroquois were, they were easily overtaken and killed by the big man riding the beast. There were also several brave warriors who tried to stop the killing man, but the spears and sticks in their hands were instantly cut off by the knight, and he was cracked. Even a few lucky Iroquois warriors escaped the slashing of the sword and axe, but when they were hit by the giant beast, they would instantly shatter their sternum, shift their internal organs, and vomit blood to death on the spot. 50 knights, led by Hagrid, are killing the Iroquois like an evisceration knife, killing 30 or 40 people every lap. The Iroquois also ran wildly at the drops of water that fell to the ground. At the same time, many people chose to kneel on the ground and surrender to pray for forgiveness. Half an hour later, Heir, Heudic, and Hagrid rode in front of the 3,000-man legion. Next to them was a young French officer who kept admiring the strength of Heir's army, while expressing the hope that General Heir will rescue Quebec City as soon as possible. Heir was relieved by this Frenchman, and at the same time, he said that the army would have to go straight ahead to encircle the Iroquois who surrounded Quebec City. This ambush against a team of Iroquois warriors was very successful. According to statistics, a total of 892 Iroquois warriors were wiped out. Among them, more than 200 who were seriously injured and survived were also compensated afterwards. 101 people were slightly injured and surrendered. After interrogation, dozens of people escaped. However, the effect of this battle was enough to effectively annihilate a large number of Iroquois warriors. Hagrid originally wanted to directly kill 100 people who had been lightly wounded and surrendered, but Heudic thought that the few slaves who had been frightened could not cause harm at all, and that they could also help the Legion musketeers carry some ammunition and supplies. Because the language of the Beoducs has many similarities with the native Indians of the East Coast, it is possible to have simple communication with the Iroquois. After asking the slave militia to interrogate the captives, Heir learned that the closer to Quebec City, the more Iroquois warriors. And the number of Iroquois warriors around Quebec City is as high as the Champlain messenger said. Some discrepancies. Champlain's claim is that there are more than 5,000 Iroquois warriors entrenched around Quebec City, but the number of Iroquois prisoners said there are 6 or 7 versions, from 3 to 4,000 to tens of thousands. Heir is very clear that this is due to the difference in the performance of the Iroquois warriors' cognitive abilities and mathematics. After detailed questioning and consideration, Heir and Heudic finally determined Quebec. There should be more than 6,000 Iroquois around the city, and now I have knocked out 1,000 people, and there should be around 5,000 people. After a victory, the soldiers of the two regiments were greatly confident and morale increased. Although the team only carried 5 days of dry food and supplies, there should be 45 bullets left with each musketeer, but considering the Iroquois with human strength and IQ, as well as his own superior strength of more than 3,000, Heir felt that it was enough to defeat the Iroquois team in 3 days, and at the same time annihilate most of the enemy. Walking to the river ahead, Heir and Heudic ordered a break for lunch. Due to their strength and blockade of the Iroquois' inevitable river, the two legions were not afraid that cooking on fire would cause a large number of Iroquois in the east. People found out the two regiments quickly finished their lunch under the guard of the knights, and then continued to divide into the north and south, headed by Hagrid's cavalry, approaching Quebec City in the east. Half a month after Heir and others left Winland, Olaf had just made a circle from the mine in Changling Mountain and returned to the city of Herat. Then he received a batch sent by his father by boat. More than 700 Iroquois slaves and more than 80 wounded men also brought back the good news that General Viking Raiden led an army to destroy the Iroquois warrior army that was besieging Quebec City. Olaf has no doubts about whether his father's army can win. The only question is how long will it take to win and what will be the result. For Olaf's words, professionally trained young soldiers wearing plate armor and carrying muskets deal with indigenous savages whose 70% of the soldiers are armed with primitive bows, arrows, wooden sticks, and stone sticks. Basically, the gap is equal to that of the 8-power Allied forces. Beijing, or even bigger than that gap. Olaf knew well that if the cavalry of the Vinland Legion could be increased by 2 or 3 times, the Legion's comprehensive combat power against the indigenous people of the New World would be no illusion. In many cases, when there is a huge gap in the quality of soldiers, weapons and equipment, and combat awareness, it is useless to rely on personal bravery. And more soldiers, many of the more than 700 slaves captured in this battle, were slightly injured. Heir meant that all slaves in this battle would be rewarded to Viking officers and white slave soldiers, and even slave soldiers. So Olaf, after discussing with Heine, the captives were temporarily placed in several agricultural fortresses outside the city. This would not only keep them away from the city of Harald, but also allow the Vikings, white slaves, and slaves in the city to fight against the captives. Take care. In order to prevent the captives from rebelling, Olaf organized his own add-in Vikings and private slaves. A total of more than 30 guards armed with arquebuses to guard the captives in the agricultural fort. It was a Viking officer and more than 50 white slave musketeers who returned from escorting the prisoners. This Viking officer was Heir's confidant. Olaf learned from Valatu's mouth that his father, Hugh and Hagrid, had been fighting for a few days without any danger in Quebec City, and before the food supplies and bullets were exhausted, the more than 5,000 Iroquois besieged Quebec City. The team was defeated after a series of pursuits and interceptions. A large number of Iroquois were killed, a small number of Iroquois fled to the northern part of Labrador, and more than 1,000 people fled to the east, but they were attacked by 600 elite soldiers led by Olaf. Intercept yesterday afternoon, when Valley tried to the slave society to Herat City. The war on the north bank of the St. Lawrence River was basically over. Although more than a dozen people were killed in the Wenland army, none of them were killed in battle. But there were more than a dozen militiamen who were wounded by firearms, and some were militiamen who stepped on traps by mistake and were wounded by surprise attacks. The Iroquois army was completely defeated, killing more than 3,500 people. There were nearly 1,000 wounded and dead Iroquois, plus more than 700 prisoners. The Iroquois around Quebec City, the main army, was basically eliminated by 80%, and the remaining few Iroquois were also difficult to resist. In order to win the pursuit, after Heir gave Champlain some food and supplies, he sent Bale to take the wounded and prisoners back to Grote to report the letter. Then he, Hugh, Hagrid, and Olaf led 2 legions and 600 elite soldiers, under the leadership of several captives and Hurons who understand the terrain, rushed to the western Huron territory, and prepared to help the Hurons and all the entangled Hurons and Iroquois. Take down. Olaf hurriedly asked Valad about the number of Hurons and the number of Iroquois who had attacked. He learned that there were more than 10,000 Huron soldiers, and there were 7,000 or 8,000 Iroquois in UU. Reading www.uucanchu.com. After fighting for more than half a month, both sides should have lost a lot of manpower. Olaf thought that he had 3,600 modern soldiers on his side with advanced weapons and equipment. It would not be much more difficult to deal with the 10,000 or 20,000 Iroquois warriors and Huron warriors than the battle just ended. So since the heart that Heir held after he left was completely let go, it was not long before Valatu and others returned to Grote City. Hoskard and Yad in Heir City, and Blackstone and Vacan City sent people to Grote City to inquire about the progress of the western expedition of the Lord General Li Dang. As the news of Heir's army victory spread throughout Wenland, more than 3,000 people defeated twice as many enemies, and no one was lost in the battle. This is just an army composed of white slaves and indigenous slaves, but there are 80 Viking officers and General Heir, Hugh, and Hagrid, and then they easily won the victory. What if it is the Viking Legion? Would the victory be more understatement? The hearts of all Wenland people are mostly self-evident affirmation that the Viking Legion's invincibility and invincibility are already the truth that everyone firmly believes. For the vast majority of Wenland people, they have never seen Europe. The mercenary corps of China does not have the royal corps. They have only seen their own Viking corps, and they will always easily defeat the indigenous warriors. Therefore, the strength of the Viking corps has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and is indelible. https Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 188, Everyday in Grote. Under the propaganda fueled by Olaf and Heine, the invincibility of the Vikings in the 3 cities of Wenland is already a verified and unsuspecting fact. The victory of the war means that you can get rewards for military service, you can get rewards for carrying your status, and you can even get private slaves, private land. All people in Wenland, whether they are Vikings or contracted white slaves, or indigenous slaves. No one does not envy soldiers who go to the front line to fight again. When people uniformly think that going to war is a victory of destruction, then people will ignore the cruelty and danger of war, and just think that they will also go to the wind and earn military merit. The status of the Vikings became more sacred and noble with the victory of a battle and Olaf's new propaganda, and the martial arts style also had the best growing soil on Wendland Island. Olaf happily said to Heine after receiving the emotional feedback from the people of the three cities, "When our people in Wendland are warlike, we will not lack fighters. When our people love war, we will continue to win." Because Wendland's population was too small, Olaf wanted to enhance Wendland's strength, so that the Wendland people were keen to participate in the war, and he could only learn some of the policies of the Hemming figure of the Meiji Restoration to govern the country, while Hader has been encouraging Vinland people to give birth, intercepting certain things to enhance cohesion and fighting desire is only good but not harmful. After all, if Wendland wants to be strong, he has to keep colonial expansion. If he is in the colonial side, it is always good to use it. While Vinland's personal cult of General Hader gradually formed a climate, Olaf, the initiator, sat in Hader Fort, writing and drawing on paper with a quill pen. After a while, Garni walked in and took a look at her brother's shoulder. She now recognizes a lot of characters. She saw that her brother wrote some square characters and Icelandic characters, as well as some Arabic numerals. Yield, 329 pounds. What is this? Jelni, who was full of curiosity, knew that his brother was always on the wall when he was in Iceland, and that his treasure book was filled with square pictures. He didn't ask him, but now he can't bear it. Stayed and asked. Olaf gently pushed the paper on the desktop, then reached out and touched his sister Guanghua's hair, and said with a smile, "This is the statistics of our Wendland Changling Mountain mine. I will go to all three mines this time. If you understand it clearly, you have to keep a record." Oh, Jelni felt bored when it heard that it was mine. She smiled and said, "I learned to play henken from teacher Dukao today. Would you like to listen to it?" Henken is a musical instrument that originated in Northern Europe. Olaf also knows that his sister likes music and beautiful clothes like other girls. Of course, she also possesses the irritability of Icelandic girls no less than men. Dukao is the only priest of the two priests who is proficient in musical instruments. Many Viking children follow Dukao to learn music and sing chants. Olaf also knows about this, and at the beginning, Dracula and Dukao found that there were male and female students in the school, and they couldn't accept it. Heine did the job, telling them that the students are limited, so they don't have to split between men and women, and Wendland doesn't have any. As a teacher, the nun-priest can only wrong the two old priests after Heine's persuasion and the teacher's salary promised by Hader arrived. The two of them also pinched their noses. It is said that the two old priests are serious and responsible in teaching. Although the content is boring, the Viking children and the white slave children can indeed learn a lot of basic knowledge, especially literature and mathematics. As for science, because the church only absorbs the usable parts and does not study theories, the two old priests have not taught the students yet. Philosophy will never touch it, nor will it let its students come into contact with it. Olaf is well aware of the drawbacks of using missionaries as teachers to train students, but the first Wendland currently does not have suitable teachers, and the second and two old priests also teach the basic culture of Wendland children. Most Vikings will have some in the future. The culture can inherit the family business, and those who are really knowledgeable should also send them to Oxford, Cambridge, or the University of Copenhagen in the UK for further study. Therefore, Olaf is very satisfied with what Dracula and Dukao can do, not to mention that they are now responsible for producing bronze artillery and copper muskets for Olaf, and they are currently leading the craftsmen to try casting. Link. Now Olaf looked at the two old priests more and more pleasing to his eyes. He had decided in his heart that as long as he developed the first artillery, he would reward the two old priests with 10 acres of land and 2 servants. Soon the melodious tone of the henken sounded in Olaf's room. The tone of the henken was similar to that of the harp, but it was slightly more vigorous. Generally speaking, the troubadours in Iceland and Northern Europe are used to singing ancient myths or epics with a harp or the henken. Hero Olaf's mood became more relaxed with a melodious tune, his eyes fixed on the paper on the tabletop, and he muttered to himself, "The foundation of a powerful country, you have one hand." Placed his gaze on the paper on the table. What Olaf wrote in Chinese and Icelandic was exactly what he had learned from investigating the Changlingshan mine. Olaf first went to the Changlingshan copper mine and met Mr. Hunter, the person in charge. Then, accompanied by Hunter, he watched the copper smelting process in the blast furnace. At the same time, he saw the slave miners carrying out the ore from the mine, and then he was in charge. Crushing workers use hydraulic equipment to crush and screen them in a factory by the river, and finally pour them into a blast furnace for refining. At present, in the three mines, only the copper mining plant can produce normal output, but the tens of thousands of pounds of ore mined every day only have more than 1,000 pounds of copper ore, and the content is not high. Generally, it can only be accumulated for 10 days. One furnace can produce more than 300 pounds of copper ore. The gold mine associated with a copper mine has also mined a lot of ore, but because the content is not high, it takes more than a month to refining after processing, and about 200 pounds of gold can be produced in one furnace. After communicating with Hunter, Olaf learned that the current copper and gold veins are associated with the intersection, and Hunter found the semi-open pit veins, so it is not too difficult to mine. Wait until the miners dig down dozens of feet. The content of ore will increase compared with copper-gold mines. The coal mines in the west are also pretty good. They are also semi-open pit mines, and the coal texture is good, and the smoke is not too large when burning. However, because the coal mine is in the mountains of Changling Mountain, it is inconvenient to transport. We spend more than half of our time building roads to prepare for the future transportation of coal mines. After Olaf found out, he asked Gilson, who followed him, to notify Blackstone in Bakken City, and asked Blackstone to send more people to help Robert, the coal mine leader, build a smooth and easy gravel road to facilitate transportation. After the coal mine was mined, Olaf also inspected the burning coal and found that there was not a lot of smoke, but considering that he had been exposed to processed briquettes in his previous life, he could understand, and then Olaf thought of using coal to make copper and iron. There is also an alternative to wood for heating and cooking. Coal, which has a higher temperature and is more resistant to burning, is definitely a better energy source than firewood. But Olaf can read many books he bought from Europe. It says that if coal is used for iron making, although the heat is higher, it is because coal is still. There are many impurities that will seriously affect the quality of copper and iron. Therefore, currently European countries still use charcoal for steel making. Olaf thought for a long time before he realized that he had committed empiricism and had forgotten the difference of the times. Later generations first made coal into coke, and then used non-sulfur coke to react with iron ore to produce high-quality products. Iron juice. The problem is that Olaf doesn't know how to make coke from coal, so he thought about it for a long time, and finally can only temporarily consider using coal for heating and cooking and heating hot water in bathhouses. As for the study of coke iron making, Olaf thinks it is better to find European experts and scientists to solve it in the future. At that time, after Olaf had watched the copper mines, gold mines and coal mines, Olaf also visited the iron ore mine in North Changling Mountain. Under the leadership of the head of the iron mine, Edward, he checked the mining progress of the iron ore factory. I also know Edward's difficulties. The original iron ore veins in the northern part of Changling Mountain were distributed from north to south, and the depth was below 350 feet. Even the uppermost permeable zone was below 100 feet. This is very difficult for the current productivity to mine. www.uxiaspit.com. The only advantage at the moment is that Edward has determined that he has found this shallow layer of iron ore. You only need to mine at the of the Massa Peak in the North Changling Mountains, and you can see the veins tens of feet. This is Edward. The direction is judged by the Changling Mountain, which contains some iron ore rocks, which are impacted by mountain streams and rainwater. Although it has not been verified by facts, it is always necessary to try mining. It has been half a year since Edward came to the Changling Mountain to build a mine. During this half year, Edward has been leading miners to find suitable mining sites. After 3 failed excavations, he found the nearest mountainside of Massa Peak, and had dug 30 feet deep when Olaf went. According to Edward's estimation, the upper layer of the vein belt can be seen by digging another 10 feet. Then the mine will be reinforced and iron ore will be mined. Olaf didn't know anything about mining, so he just reminded Edward that he must do a good job in supporting and strengthening the mine, and he approves of his work, and then he will come to the city of Herud. On the whole, Olaf is still very satisfied with a group of 3 major minerals in Changling Mountain. Although the iron ore plant has not harvested at present and the coal mine has a difficult start, the copper and gold mines have already had good output. Just wait until next year. It will double the output, increase the currency that can be directly consumed for Wenelin, and at that time the coal and iron ore will also have a harvest. HTTPS. Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 189, Big Increase in Territory. On September 15, Haider's army swept the Iroquois on both sides of the St. Lawrence River to relieve Quebec City, killing 4,500 Iroquois warriors, capturing 700 people, and then continuing westward. Olaf received another 2,800 prisoners from Nilan who escorted back on the 28th. At the same time, he learned that heir, Hudic and Olaf were fighting very smoothly at present. More than 3,000 warriors of the Iroquois alliance have been defeated many times, and all the Huron tribes who have been harmed by the Iroquois have been arrested as slaves. In the end, more than 2,300 Hurons have been arrested, and 500 Iroquois captives were sent back to the city of Groot. There are actually many ethnic groups in the northern part of the North American continent. The most widespread are the Cree. Their living area is in the north and northeast of the Great Lakes, and there is a phenomenon of cross-life with the Hurons according to Nuranhu. They are chasing the Iroquois in the west these days and surrendering the Hurons who have been beaten by the Iroquois, only to find that the Iroquois are occupying the Huron territory and robbing the population. At that time, the neighboring Cree was also cleaned up. However, heir, in order to be unsafe, only announced the conquest of the Huron after defeating the Iroquois, but did not conquer the Cree, but instead politely released them back to their original tribe. The Great Lakes region is one of the most indigenous Indian living areas on the northern continent of North America. The Cree live here in the north, the Hurons in the northeast, the Iroquois in the east and southeast, the Sioux in the west, and the Sioux in the southwest. There are still 2 or 3 ethnic groups in the south. If they occupy the Great Lakes, they will actually control the entire eastern part of North America. Therefore, heir's strategic goal is to bring the areas around the eastern Great Lakes into his controllable palms. That is, the occupation originally belonged to the territory of the Iroquois and Hurons and a small number of Cree. Olaf, heir, and Hudic are all aware of one thing, that is, although the reason for this western expedition is somewhat unexpected, it is definitely the best opportunity for Wenland to enter the mainland. Olaf and the others could not have imagined that the Iroquois would have inflated their ambitions after they obtained iron and advanced weapons, thinking about conquering the Hurons in the struggle for hundreds of years, and indeed defeating the Hurons and New France steadily. In fact, the expansion of Iroquois ambitions was also due to the fact that they obtained iron and advanced weapons and broke through the white camps in Massachusetts Bay. The powerful whites were defeated by the Iroquois with advanced weapons. How could they not expand? The developments in North America have completely deviated from the original development context. If Vinland does not intervene, the Iroquois will most likely trap Champlain and others, completely annex the Huron territory, and then dominate one side. But the indigenous people lack the means to understand information, and they lack the judgment of Vinland. They think that their ally Plymouth is the most powerful among the whites. They think that Vinland lies in the East China Sea and is not as good as New France, but the result is the Iroquois. After fighting with the Hurons for more than a month, the peaches were picked by the Vinland army. The Iroquois alliance's west route troops raging in the Huron and Cree territories were furious and horrified when they learned that heir's army had destroyed the Allied troops besieging Quebec City on the East Road, and then organized a man to face the Vinland army, but they only had 7. With more than 1,000 people, the Vinland Legion, facing 3,600 people, is not an opponent at all. After 3 wars and 3 collapses, the West Road coalition forces finally suffered heavy casualties and fled in a rout. Heir also announced that he had taken over the territory of the Hurons, and was ready to lead the Hurons to counterattack the Iroquois alliance, completely annihilate the Iroquois, and avenge the hatred the Hurons were basically unable to resist after being defeated by the Iroquois army. A large number of warriors were killed and wounded, and the chief sacrifices were killed by the Iroquois. Therefore, the Hurons of nearly 100,000 square kilometers have lost the ability to resist. Only a few handicapped warriors in large and small tribes and many women, children, old and young are left after Heir expelled the Iroquois. He also killed several warrior leaders who dared to resist. The remaining Huron chiefs and witch doctors showed incomparable obedience, and they completely agreed to submit to the rule of Vinland Viking Leiden. Be a minion for the Hurons, the Iroquois are enemies with blood and hatred, and the Vikings of Vinland are obviously great saviors, and they are 10 times more powerful than the Iroquois. The Iroquois is in front of the Vikings. Without the strength to fight back at all, the Hurons had no choice but to obediently do not want to destroy the clan. Hurons witch doctors and chiefs also heard that many Beoducs on Vinland Island have taken refuge in the Vikings very early, and because of their active performance, they have been exempted from slavery status after performing meritorious services, and they have become white people. Vikings of the same status as the Lord. This rumor was confirmed after seeing the Viking officer who manages the Vinland army, Because more than half of the dozens of Viking masters have yellow skin, General Hader also expressed enough goodwill to the Huron people after announcing the takeover of the Huron territory, promising that they can live in the same place, but some young and capable warriors or teenagers should be recruited and sent to the city of Heorot, and they will be used as militias in the future. Bring up at the same time, the current samurai are all requisitioned, follow him to attack the Iroquois alliance, and at the same time set the standard for beheading military merits. For the truly meritorious ministers, Hader will exempt them from permanent slavery and become indentured slaves for 5 years. After the contract is over, you can become a superior Viking master, plus being led by the invincible Viking master to clean up the Iroquois. The Huron people all behaved positively, and within 2 days Hader recruited more than 1,000 young and strong warriors. There are more than 3,000 women and children who lost their husbands and fathers in the Huron tribe. Hader, Hudic, Hagrid, and Olaf selected more than 2,000 healthy Hurons without disabilities, and sent them back to Growth City with 500 Iroquois prisoners of war. After the personnel left, Hader led more than 3,000 troops and more than 2,000 Huron warriors towards the Iroquois alliance camp in the southeast. After summarizing the data, Hader's newly promoted Huron chief Luju told his noble master that the total population of the Iroquois is only 100,000, and the samurai is more than 10,000. Even if the men who can fight are not counted, there will be more than 30,000 people now. After more than a month of melee, the Hurons have suffered heavy losses, and the Iroquois have also killed 1,000 or 2,000. In addition, Vinland has killed and injured tens of thousands of people recently. The mature hunter and warrior of the Iroquois alliance has been. The loss is almost there. Although the 2,000 Huron warriors are not the opponents of the Iroquois at all, with the addition of more than 3,000 Vinland militias, they can definitely wipe out the resistance of the Iroquois in one fell swoop. Regarding the elimination of the combative enemy Iroquois, the Huron people are very active. The remaining 11 Huron leaders and the more than 30 newly promoted leaders of Hader are all vying for it. Dahl made suggestions. Now they are vying to lead the way and help the boxer. They just want to help Hader's army destroy the Iroquois alliance, and then become indentured slaves and even Vikings who enslave the Iroquois. This is what they have been bullied for a century or two. The only way for the Hurons to overwhelm the Iroquois. The Free Cree also attached themselves to the powerful Vinland Legion, sending more than 500 warriors to assist the Vinland Legion and the Huron warriors to launch a counterattack against the Iroquois on October 10, after Olaf and Hagrid brought back tens of thousands of pounds of potatoes, sweet potatoes, ammunition, alcohol and other supplies in a canoe with the Hurons from the boat in the middle of the St. Lawrence River. Hader knew that the attack was easy. The time has come for the Rogues Alliance for the final battle on October 15. Hader, who basically occupied and stabilized the Huron territory, personally led more than 5,000 troops under the leadership of the Huron and Cree, who are familiar with the mountain terrain, to cross the upper reaches of the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario by boat. After assemble the team on the south bank, the 1,500 Hurons carried plate armor and ammunition for the militias of the two regiments, and the 500 carry and the 500 Hurons and cavalry opened the way ahead, while looking for the Iroquois alliance. Village found a village on the afternoon of October 15. The 1,000 Pioneers Aboriginal Army killed most of the Iroquois in the village, and camped in the village that night to rest. On October 16, they encountered the 5,000 armies of the new Iroquois organization. The two armies faced each other for less than an hour. The Iroquois army suffered heavy casualties and was defeated and fled. The cavalry and the 2,500 native army captured more than 1,000 Iroquois. The head level, and then cut off the nose as a mark of military merit. On October 24, the Vinland Allied forces successively attacked the two major tribes of the Iroquois, beheading the two chiefs and several old mothers who led the tribe. On October 26, Hagrid led the cavalry to defeat 500 Pequot warriors, and then 2,000 Huron warriors followed them into the Pequot tribe, burned, looted, and was among the three major tribes at the core of the Iroquois alliance. The last tribe also completely perished after annihilating a large number of Iroquois warriors. Hader, Hudic, and Hagrid controlled the three tribes respectively, and at the same time allowed the Hurons and Crees to cleanse the tribes of the Iroquois territory, looking for the courage to resist and even hate the coalition forces. The Iroquois, and then put to death in public trials in various tribes, played a deterrent effect on the Iroquois. The Great Purge was accompanied by terrible killings. The Hurons and Cree followed by purging and killing the Iroquois at will. By the time Hader ordered the purge to stop on November 16, the Iroquois had been killed 20,000. Multiple people. The war that began before August caused heavy losses to the population of many tribes on the east side of the Great Lakes, reducing their population by an average of 20%, and the Iroquois was less than 2/3 of the original population. Although this man-made fire is terrible, for the Iroquois, even the Hurons, and the Cree, their nightmare has just begun. On November 14, Hayter ordered the banning of the 5 Huron tribes and the 3 Iroquois tribes. The Iroquois alliance merged with the Huron alliance, then merged into Vinland's territory, and then announced the basis of the 3 Iroquois tribes. 3 city-states were established on the U.S., named Gangcheng, Bay City, and Kuocheng. In the Huron area, a large city named Huron City was built. On the 15th, www.wuxiaspit.com. After discussing with Hudic and others for a day, Hayter rewarded all the staff for meritorious deeds. More than 50 people of the Winland militia were killed, and their families were all released from slavery and became Vikings. People, distribute land and servants. Viking officer Hayter assigned more than a dozen people to serve as the Lord, Deputy Lord, and Guard Commander of the 4 cities in the Sinna territory, and divided a corps of 1,200 people into each city-state to manage indigenous slaves and maintain security. The guards of order are mobilized by the Viking city lord. There were more than 300 white slave soldiers who broke the contract because of merit. All of them became Viking masters who owned 3 cities, 50 acres of land, and 10 Iroquois servants. The remaining white slaves more or less reduced the contract time, and at the same time many people got more than 2 Iroquois slaves. All the slave militiamen were freed from slavery and became contracted white slaves. Then 52 slave militiamen were directly promoted to Vikings, and they also received the land and slaves of Kuocheng in the Iroquois area. The 2,000 Huron warriors were all rewarded for being released from slavery, and then 8 were the most active. Hayter rewarded these 8 as slaves with a 1-year contract and appointed them as captain of the militia of the 3 Iroquois cities. For the time being assist the city lord and vice-city lord to manage the Iroquois. The 500 Cree were not under Vinland's affiliation, so Hayter gave the 500 Cree and 2 Iroquois young slaves, and the female slaves were given extra rewards for those with great credit. https, Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Hagrid and Number 039, son named Arthur. The victory of Hayter's army on the North American continent and the news of Winland's territory expansion one after another passed back to the cities of Harold, Bakens, and Hayter in Winland, Plymouth, Quebec, New Netherlands, Virginia and other places that have been paying attention to the war also quickly learned about the major events affecting the pattern of North America. In November, when the North American continent began to get colder, the governor of New Netherlands Peter Minoit keenly judged that the future of North America is no longer a fight between Britain and France, but the Vinland family will dominate, so he decided to wait some time. Go to Vinland to visit their leader. Hayter, the governor of Virginia, John Smith, learned that following the destruction of the Massachusetts Gulf Company by the natives, there had been more than 3 months of war in the north. In the end, the Icelanders of Vinland became the winner. This made Smith very much. Being vigilant, and not daring to participate in it, he decided to observe the situation cautiously, and at the same time increased his vigilance towards the natives around his colony. Learned that Vinland occupied the territory of the Iroquois and Hurons, and became the largest and most powerful colony in North America. The English people in Plymouth had the most complicated mood. They were attached to Vinland, to their Lord McGonagall. I have been dissatisfied in my heart, but I am afraid of the 1,000 Winland soldiers in the city, so I behave a little negatively on weekdays, and show respect for the city Lord McGonagall. Now that the Winland people are getting stronger and stronger, many clever English people have a completely turned to McGonagall and are willing to dedicate their strength to Great America's common prosperity. Quebec City's Champlain and New France Captain Thiers, who is raising his thigh with an arrow wound, have been living on the grain aided by Vinland, and they have nothing but praise for their strong and kind allies after leaving from the 3 cities of Iroquois and returning to Basque City. Olaf made a special trip to stop in Quebec City for a day, and then severely humiliated Thiers at the cocktail party in Champlain, and reported that Thiers had been against Basque last year. A rude revenge. The French was embarrassed by Olaf, but he still had to pinch his nose to recognize it after Olaf left. Hader returned to the city of Hrut with the remaining 2,000 people after the division. When Hader, Hagrid, and Hudic led the army back to the city of Grote, there were scattered snowflakes in the sky. With the arrangement of Olaf, more than 10,000 people in the city faced the wind and snow with wine and water. Roasted sweet potatoes came to the port of Hrut to welcome. The cheers shook the sky in Hrut harbor, and Hader and the others grinned and couldn't close their mouths, including the soldiers behind them. All of their chests straightened up, just feeling that they had entered the most glorious moment of life back in the city of Hrut. Hader ordered all the personnel to rest for a day, and then all the Vikings, their families, and private slaves were rewarded with 10 pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes. In the evening, Hatterborg held a cocktail party, and it was all high-level officials who hosted the Viking raid. Sitting in Hatterborg and talking, Hagrid gently pulled Olaf and asked, "Why didn't Rolling come?" Olaf glanced at his father, who was holding his younger sister and brother, and then said in a deep voice to his uncle, "Rolling is about to give birth. I just waited for you for a while, but my stomach hurts, so my mother took her to the room to rest." Hage hurriedly got up when he heard the words, and then went down under the leadership of a servant to visit his wife in the back room. Hader and others talked to Olaf and Heine about the battle and the governance of the 3 cities of the Iroquois and Huron. Olaf remembered the large plains owned by the Iroquois. "It was his early I wanted to grow cotton and develop the foundation of the textile industry, so I talked to my father again." As a Scot, Heine understands that the traditional woolen industry and weaving industry in Great Britain have been declining in recent years. At the same time, he also knows that the rare cotton cloth is currently a new European commodity fabric. If Vinland can have land and technology to cotton, it will be easy to reach a rich country by planting and cultivating it and spinning it into cotton cloth. After Heine's analysis, both Hader and Hudic understood what the establishment of cotton planting bases and textile industry means to Vinland, so Hader nodded and said, "The Iroquois and Hurons are now the most popular among them. Good slaves. We can send some Vikings and white slaves who are proficient in farming to the Iroquois area, where they lead the Iroquois and Hurons to find suitable areas to reclaim land." At the same time, the 4 new city-states are also being built. Drains, toilets, manure storage tanks, etc. must be perfected in accordance with the standards of the city of Grote. After more than an hour of discussion, Viking Raiden's leadership group formulated detailed plans for the development of Huron and Iroquois, but it was difficult to implement them in place depending on the city lord temporarily appointed by Hader before returning to Vinland. Therefore, Hader hoped that Heine and Olaf would select and recommend dozens of people who understand technology and are proficient in various fields such as architecture, planning, and agriculture, and send them to the mainland to take charge of city-state construction and population management. Olaf and Heine managed the city of Grote for several months. They could think of suitable candidates in an instant, but Olaf realized a more serious problem, that is, how to manage the Iroquois and the Hurons, or to say how to deal with the problem if the loyalty of the Iroquois and the Hurons can be guaranteed. Then in order to prevent the Vinlands from infecting them with smallpox, flu, cholera, etc., the indigenous Indians have no antibodies and are difficult to resist viruses, resulting in the Iroquois and the Hurons. A large number of people are dying. Is the next step to breed seeds for the Iroquois and Hurons. If the population of the 2 ethnic groups reaches 140,000 to 50,000 after vaccination, which is equal to 7 times that of Wenland, the future will definitely be an unstable factor, but letting the Iroquois and Hurons die is not good for Vinland's interests. After all, Vinland's manpower is too small. If I lose a large number of Iroquois and Hurons as labor, the vast land will not be laid. Person guards management development. After Olaf raised this question, Hatterborg fell into silence. Everyone was thinking and weighing the pros and cons of a certain choice. Hagrid walked out from behind nervously, breaking the silence. Hader hurriedly asked, "Hagrid, how is it?" Hagrid shook his head lightly, and said, "Katrin is in the house with someone. Rolling is about to give birth. I want to wait." "Don't worry, God will bless Rolling." Hader saw his brother's irritability and anxiety, got up and gave Hagrid a strong hug, and then ordered people to take a bucket of life water. Everyone stopped talking and drank wine. While waiting silently about an hour later, when the bell rang to announce that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Catelyn walked into the living room with a tired face, holding a blanket-wrapped baby in her arms, and she smiled and said, "Hagrid, come on. Come and see your son." Hagrid abruptly got up, brought down the chairs under him, and then threw himself in front of Catelyn like a bear, gently stretched out his big hand to hold up the wrinkled baby with silver white hair, and then ha-ha laugh. Everyone looked at the child for a while, Then Catelyn took the child and took Hagrid to see rolling. Everyone in the living room discussed Hagrid's children. Obviously, Olaf, seeing everyone's state, deliberately avoided saying whether to vaccinate the Iroquois and the Hurons because the two native Indians are not seeded. The Iroquois and the Hurons will face terrible diseases equivalent to the plague, and they will soon die out of 10. This will seriously affect Vinland's rule and management of the Iroquois and Huron areas. In the future, city-state construction, land farming, and hunting on the mainland will also face production activities that no one can use. If things become like that, no amount of land can be realized. In fact, it is not good for Vinland, but it will cause more and more coveted people, such as French, Dutch, English, etc. But for the Iroquois and Hurons, everyone is worried that in the future, relying on advanced crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes and agricultural technology will greatly increase the population of the two places. In the future, the two ethnic groups are likely to rebel against Vinland and Viking. Whether it is Hader, Hudic, Hyena, or Olaf, they are all worried. After all, the population ratio gap is too big. No one can think of a panacea at present, and Olaf dare not express his opinions easily, so everyone still drank and ate the boiled sausages and fried steaks that had just been delivered to the kitchen. Hagrid quickly walked back with joy, took a glass of wine and drank it, and then smiled. Ancestors bless, Rolling and the children are very healthy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief in this age of backward medical care. There is a risk of death if you get sick or injured. Childbirth is even more problematic at every turn of guaranteeing the old and protecting the small, but you can't keep them. The problem of dystocia has been a big problem that plagues everyone. www.wuxiaspit.com. At the same time, there are many problems such as disability and insufficiency when giving birth to children. Olaf. I knew that there was another sister between him and Olaf who was born with an illness and died, and his father, Hader, also had a sister who was a foolish child. When he grew up, he was married to an old widower and no longer contacted him. The backwardness of the times means that there are many unspeakable pains, but it is difficult for people to survive. And how can they care about other pains? For example, there are few people who are indiscriminately in the future and have that skill. You must first consider how to fill your stomach and do your own thing. Let's give the child a name. Hudic patted Hagrid on the shoulder and said with a smile. Hagrid scratched his head, remembering the story of the British King Arthur that his wife had told, so he clapped his hands and said, "From now on, this kid will be called Arthur. Arthur, this name is so loud, I just don't know if he can meet his Merlin." Haha. There were endless laughter and Hader fort. There was no need to wait until the evening before everyone started to drink happily. The lively atmosphere caused Olaf, who had always been very rational, to be affected by the happy event of the family. His mood became relaxed and he drank 2 glasses of wine. HTTPS. Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 191, The Development of New Colonies in Greenland. On the 3rd day of Hader's return to Grote, after 4 discussions, Hader finally decided to inoculate the Iroquois and the Hurons with human pox, just to prevent the Iroquois and the Hurons. Human population will grow in the future, and accidents will occur. Hader decided to restrict the Iroquois right to choose a spouse. They are not allowed to marry and have children with their own ethnic group. Men can only join Hurons and Beataks, while women have no restrictions. This purpose is to reduce the growth of the most severely oppressed Iroquois population. According to the policy formulated by Hader and others, the Iroquois will be extinct after 3 generations, and then the loyal Beatak will be extinct. The human population will increase, enough to suppress the Huron and other native Indians on the continent. Besides, Hader and others are confident that after a few years of immigration, there will be more and more white people in Vinland. When there are enough white people, there is no need to worry about the number of Indians. On November 22, Olaf and Hyena recruited 100 talents from Vikings, private slaves of the Hader family, and contracted white slaves, who were proficient in seed breeding, agriculture, construction, breeding, etc., in Hader. After promising generous rewards, they dragged their family and took a big boat to leave Herat City, to the cities of Huron and Iroquois before the cold winter. There is still up to half a month for the Iroquois and Hurons to inoculate humanpox, and at the same time led the slaves to build city-states, store dung and open up wasteland. At this time, the last batch of merchant ships from France, England, the Netherlands to South America to pull sugar, cotton, and tobacco in the summer also came to New Netherlands, New England, and New France and North America to purchase fur from the 3 places and sell some at the same time. Food etc. The last trade in 1630 allowed the West India companies of the three countries to learn about Vinland's entry into the mainland and annexation of indigenous lands. Although they were greedy, they knew that their company did not have enough funds to support their expansion in the North American colonies, especially the staff of the British West India Company lamented, because the failure of the Massachusetts Gulf Company told them that the natives of North America are actually very powerful. For the first time, Vinland has become a non-negligible existence in the eyes of the maritime merchants of the Netherlands, France, and England. They even dare not stop when they walked southeast of Vinland. After all, the looting of the Creek Company in England last year had already happened. Everyone knows that Heir and Olaf did not know that as the last batch of ocean-going merchant ships returned to Europe this year, Vinland and Vinland leader Heir will become famous in the maritime business circles of Britain, France, the Netherlands, Denmark and other countries and become Europe. The leader of overseas colonization in the eyes of people. However, because of Vinland's fame, a lot of information was leaked by New France, which eventually led to the fact that Heir, Olaf, and Olaf had done business in the UK, Amsterdam and other regions. Those who had dealt with knew that their customers and friends were not originally from Iceland. Maritime merchants are the great colonists of Vinland Island in North America. Heir and the others do not know these changes. But they know that as they enter the mainland this year, there will be no retreat in the future. Neighbors around will keep an eye on Vinland. Vinland will only continue to grow stronger in the future and must not show any signs of decline. Otherwise it will be tentatively challenged by the colonial companies of the three North American countries. At the same time that Heir and others led an army to attack the city, Heine and Olaf had already led the Vikings, contract white slaves and slaves of Grow to harvest more than 7,000 acres of land outside the city this year. Except for some beans and vegetables, they got a yellow leaf disease for no reason, and then a large number of deaths caused a serious reduction in production. The main crops such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, pumpkins, rye, oats and other grains were still harvested in high yield, and the total output even exceeded last year. Times more. The grain harvested on the private land of the Heir family was comparable to 70% of the grain produced last year. The good news was reported by Olaf the next morning when Heir and the others returned to Grow. Heir was very happy. At the same time, he sent 2 large ships to Greenland to deliver 2 full ships of grain. These are the stocks of sweet potatoes, potatoes and other grains. After Heir as a reward, there is not much left, plus this year's high yield. The cellar warehouse must be cleaned up, so he was extremely generous and sent all the old grains to Greenland. As a result, Greenland received more than twice the expected grain this year. Piku was excited and left tears, shouting yes. The love of the owner Herat city has entered the busy pre-winter. The cities of Huron and Iroquois are also being reclaimed and constructed, and New France is also licking the wound and silently recovering its vitality. It can be said that the entire North America has entered a busy and quiet period. It wasn't until a few days later that the ships delivering food and supplies to Greenland returned, that the city of Groot entered a lively state because the ship brought the fur, dried meat, dried fish and other commodities handed over by Greenland this year. The amount is huge and the value is high in addition to merchandise. There is Piku's good news about colonizing Greenland. Since the daytime in Greenland is getting longer and longer this spring, Piku, who has enough food to support, ordered the recruitment of males from all over the country. A male gave 50 pounds of potatoes or sweet potatoes and a handful of iron, as well as Nuke's powerful thread of force. Let the large and small ethnic groups living on the west coast of Greenland nominate powerful adult men in their respective ethnic groups in exchange for special food that Inuit only sees in life, and iron knives, iron swords, and iron spears that are far stronger than animal bones. Piku's troop transporters continue to bring the Inuit warriors back to Nuke. Together with his head of guard, Piku incorporated nearly 1,000 warriors into the White Wolf Corps and became the Greenland militia. Each of them received a spear and a set of leather armor, and then trained more than 10. It was just a day to take a boat to conquer the southern tip and eastern part of Greenland because the timber shipped to Greenland last year was enough. Piku and the others built a long Viking ship this summer. Then 1,000 Greenland militiamen were scattered under the leadership of more than 300 White Wolf soldiers to conquer the rest of Greenland. Ethnic tribes, while establishing a tributary relationship between master and servant in July, Piku personally led his troops to certain gorges in southeastern Greenland, where he had lived since he was a child. Every year, the tribe would take his young Piku to move around several gorges and seasides, to live in the footsteps of seals and fish schools. Piku finally met his playmates and relatives. His 5 fathers and 4 mothers are very healthy www.wooksiaspit.com, but the 3 grandmothers have already died too. But his parents are also. I gave birth to 3 younger brothers and a younger sister, but in the end only one big-eyed sister survived. Piku brought his family back to Nuuk and told them what he had experienced in the past 3 years. At the same time, he accelerated the pace of conquering the southeastern part of Greenland. When this year's grain transport fleet arrived in Nuuk, Piku had already conquered Greenland's warmest climate in the southwest, due south, and southeast, and became the nominal head of more than 1,000 tribes and families. After rough statistics, the population has reached nearly 20,000. However, in the coldest areas of northern Greenland, there are actually many Inuit people living, but because of the climate, there is no tribal form for the Inuit people in the north. Piku estimates that there are no less than 3,000 people. People's 500 families. These people can only slowly surrender until next year because the rations are guaranteed. Nuuk's reindeer breeding has begun to take shape without hesitating resource input. It is expected that artificial breeding will begin to see benefits in 2 to 3 years in the war of conquest against the Inuit. Piku plans to lead his army by boat to Long Island Baffin in the west across the sea from Nuuk. There are more than 3,000 Inuit people living on this island. If it can also be conquered, using cheap potatoes and sweet potatoes in exchange, it can also provide wetland with fur and meat jerky and other commodities. HTTPS. Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 192, Making Briquettes. The countless commodities brought back from Greenland made the Heir family very happy. Catelyn first selected Arctic fox fur for herself and her daughter to make shawls, and also selected 2 polar bear skins to give to Heir. Olaf made a bearskin cloak. Hagrid also got a polar bear skin for Arthur. Enrolling at this time, as time moves in bit by bit, Wenland's weather has reached the winter temperature that people recognize. Although the rivers and lakes have not frozen, they will be abnormally cold sooner or later. People are very clear about it. In less than 10 days, maybe it is the cold winter moment when everything is depressed and the water surface freezes. At that time, no one can sustain a fire indoors to keep alive. Hatterborg has started to burn fires as soon as the weather has cooled down in November, and the firewood has not been cut off at all. But Olaf, who went out early and returned late, found out how the coal he had been moved to the kitchen had been used. After asking my mother, I found out that coal is difficult to ignite, and the smoke is very heavy during the combustion process. A warm Viking family nearly died of soup poisoning because of using a coal mine for heating some time ago. Now there is still one in the family. The child was paralyzed on the bed. The coal lump did not show enough advantages, but exposed terrible shortcomings. This made the 2 ships of coal sent from the coal mine piled up in the backyard of Hatterborg. They could hardly be sold, and they could not use much. Olaf regrets the safety accidents caused by the irregular use of coal. At the same time, he thought to himself that he was losing money in this era. If a later patient died and the hospital had to make the hospital lose money, how much would his family lose? After Olaf begged his mother to give some compensation to the gas-poisoned Viking family, he took some coal to the factory and gathered several craftsmen to study the later generations of briquettes. Coal mines have undergone many changes in the way they are used as domestic fuels. At first, they were directly burned with scattered coal. Later, in order to reduce the smoke and toxic gas, and at the same time make the coal flammable, working people invented briquettes at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The crushed coals and soil or even grass mustard are mixed into a spherical shape. Such briquettes are more resistant to combustion and have less smoke and dust. However, the most flammable and flame-resistant, and at the same time, the number of coal briquettes with less smoke and dust. That kind of coal is flammable and combustible. It is an important part of Olaf's childhood life and his previous life. Whether it is heating in winter or cooking throughout the year, briquettes are the most basic fuel now. The longhouses where Vikings live in Harrit City basically have smokestacks, so burning coal and wood can be used for heating, as long as the coal is improved into combustible and combustible briquettes, and the prevention of gas poisoning is in place. In the future, the use of briquettes for heating in winter is the general trend. As for contracted white slaves and indigenous slaves, due to economic conditions, they generally burn some firewood at night to keep warm in winter, and hold a group to keep warm during the day in order to promote coal. Olaf decided to distribute 10 briquettes to each family for free after the production was successful, and when everyone had to use it, he set a price of 1 copper coin and 2. The contracted white slaves could definitely afford it. If the indigenous slaves sold their lives to work, the host family is willing to buy some for them, especially the private slaves of the heir family. Olaf has decided that his slaves and family private slaves will be allocated some briquettes in the winter. Although Olaf hasn't developed briquettes yet, he doesn't regard it as a problem at all in his mind. Olaf's memory tells him that briquettes are made by using an iron tool to compress the reconciled coal slime. The point is not to press the briquettes, because Olaf and several blacksmiths together, these craftsmen drew a sketch. Olaf saw the tools used to press the briquettes, and then the several blacksmiths went to make tools with copper ingots. It's even more difficult to make coal slime than Olaf. Although he doesn't know what the briquettes are mixed with hundreds of years later, they are nothing more than dirt, sawdust, etc. Olaf, after discussing with other craftsmen, let them use them first. The wind power equipment on Razor Hill smashed the coal into pulverized coal, then found some mud, added water to become mud, filtered the sinking stones, and then added the mud to the pulverized coal to lift it into a dark mud pile, and then rub it. Make some briquettes and put them in the sun to dry. When Olaf went to the factory at noon the next day, he found that the surface of the briquettes was almost dry. At this time, the blacksmiths had already built 4 molds. Olaf continued to bring the workers in mud, and then pressed the briquettes with tools. After experimentation, only one of the 4 mold tools can be used flexibly, and after watching Olaf personally suppress the briquettes for a while, several blacksmiths took the failed tools to modify it. By noon on the 3rd day, the fully functional briquettes have been successfully manufactured and put into production. At this time, the briquettes that were rubbed by hand on the first day were also dry. Olaf tested on the spot and let people take the briquettes and ignite them at the same time. The final result of the experiment is that briquettes are indeed flammable than coal briquettes, but the degree of combustion resistance is worse. Smoke and dust are also smaller than when coal is burned. The success of the experiment made Olaf very happy. He waited for another day to compare the combustion test of briquettes, coal and briquettes. All the craftsmen and apprentices of the factory came to watch. The final result was that the briquettes went from flammable to combustible, and then to the smoke and dust from both sides during the combustion process are the most perfect products. Amid the applause of everyone, Olaf announced the official establishment of the honeycomb coal plant at Olaf factory, and then selected a few craftsmen and many apprentices to work as workers in coal crushing and coal making. At the same time, he promised no less than the winery and sugar factory remuneration. The craftsmen and apprentices who were selected as workers in the honeycomb coal plant are quite happy. Although the coal plant is a bit dirty, the income is higher than that of other things made in the factory floor. After a week of continuous work, tens of thousands of briquettes were made. Then Olaf gave 10 yuan to all families in Harut city and announced that the sale price was 2 yuan per copper coin at present. Although there are basically no commercial activities in the city of Grote, even some of them are monopolized by the heir family. Except for the Vikings and some contracted white slaves who can use copper, silver and even gold coins to trade, most people are still bartering. But everything has a price. A pound of potatoes or sweet potatoes costs 1 copper coin. The price of a fresh cod or dried cod in Grote is 40 copper coins, a skin is worth 25 copper coins, and a reindeer skin is worth 25 copper coins. Because the business activities of the people in Harut city are based on actual demand, the naturally formed commodity prices are not in line with many places in the European market, or even seriously contradictory, but the Wenland people have adapted and accepted it. In adult Viking or contract white slave hunting or fishing privately, the market value of Harut city created by an average of 10 or 20 copper coins, so relying on occasional hunting and fishing, no family can burn coal. It is not burning coal, but burning rations. They think it is best to use the wood they cut. But Wenland is the richest member of the Viking Corps, Militia Corps, White Wolf soldiers and other military families. They can rob in wars. This is a 3-year business of wealth. There is also the monthly food that heir will distribute to the families of Viking soldiers, militiamen and White Wolf soldiers through Viking Raid and www.uxiaspit.com. Even the smallest slave militiaman can receive 30 pounds of potatoes per month. Or sweet potato. If it is a Viking soldier, the income is 10 times that of a slave soldier. The Viking soldiers, White Wolf soldiers and militia leaders with huge incomes still have no pressure to buy briquettes. Therefore, in Olaf's eyes, the 700 or 800 families behind these people will be the future customers of briquettes. Most families use 1 or 2 pieces of briquettes for cooking or heating after taking the briquettes back home. Then the briquettes have become the warming artifacts in the hearts of Wenland people in winter, because it has no firewood flue gas. As long as there are pipes, Briquette, most of the poisonous gas can run out, and the rest is not harmful to people. More importantly, briquettes are far more combustible than firewood. A few pieces of briquettes can burn overnight, generally just adding one at night, but if you want to burn firewood without extinguishing the fire, you have to add firewood 7 or 8 times, or even 8 or 9 times at night. Although time passed day by day, the temperature in Vinland was getting lower and lower. Entering the city of Grode in December, it was already extremely cold. After experiencing the benefits of briquettes, Hader sent people 1,000 yuan each to Hader, Bakens, and Bask, and at the same time, he gave them a special order. The key point of use is to make the exhaust chimney perfect. It must be exhausted or even returned. It must be ensured that the flue gas is discharged smoothly. This is the first point of using briquettes. HTTPS, Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 193, Bad News. On the eve of Christmas in 1630, Vinland ushered in a heavy snowfall. When the cold wind screamed before the snowfall, the Olaf factory had been shut down, and the breeding company had already strengthened the pens in advance to keep warm. Although it was cold and windy outside, covered with ice and snow, and any animals, including humans, rarely showed up, but this year in Hatterborg was warmer than in previous years. Katrin thinks it is because this year's stove burns more fire-resistant briquettes in addition to wood. The new fuel that Olaf invented a few days ago, briquettes, is obviously much better than wood for cooking or heating. The Hader family have been happy to stay in the castle since Hader's victory. Everyone has planned to celebrate Christmas. Catalin heard people say that Virginia and Plymouth are also celebrating Thanksgiving, saying that they are grateful to the Indians who helped them. Catalin wanted to have more fun in a primitive society without fun, so she was with after the husband and son passed through the gap. They are also going to spend Thanksgiving in the coldest and boring time of winter. It's just that the Vikings' Thanksgiving Day is naturally impossible to appreciate the Native American Indians. In the Hader family's idea, their Thanksgiving Day is to thank the ancestors of the Viking period in Northern Europe 600 to 700 years ago. It is their bravery, freedom, tenacity has given Iceland, Greenland, and Vinland the footprints of Icelanders. Now, under the leadership of the Hader family, the Icelanders have re-ruled Vinland and Greenland, and even set foot on the North American continent. This glorious moment can fully recall the ancestors. Be grateful. So Katrin announced through the Viking family that in the third week after Christmas and New Year's Day, which is the coldest time, all Vikings celebrate Thanksgiving on that Sunday. The celebration of the festival helps the Vinland people to belong to the Viking culture. It is a good thing for the country and the people. Therefore, Hader fully supported him. After Katrin announced it, he also demanded the city of Herod in the name of General Viking Ledang. Everyone will celebrate Thanksgiving, and plans to increase publicity next year, so that all people in the colonial area will obey Thanksgiving and follow the Viking culture. Behind the holiday in the warm castle, Hader, Hagrid and others are drinking and talking, playing cards, arena chess, etc. almost every day. This kind of leisurely life is actually boring, but it is limited by the harsh environment, and the danger of suffering from cold or even waiting for death. There is generally no major event, and no one goes out. Olaf originally thought that he would stay in the castle for more than a month as in previous years, and would only be able to go out until the end of January next year. But on the third day after Christmas, one of the first nights approaching the end of the year, a big man in a seal leather jacket opened the door of Hatterborg in order to take care of Arthur. The Hagrid family spent the winter in Hatterborg this winter, so Rowling, who opened the door, she was not familiar with the people outside, and was about to ask. The man said in Icelandic, "Is General Hader home?" "I am Beach, the guard of the Lord of Hader City," yowled. Hagrid and Hader, who were drinking in the living room, had heard Beach's loud voice, and then haha said, "Beach, come in and get warm. Why didn't your kid run back with your uncle?" Beach is a villager in the village of Herod in the White Hazel Grove, and he is also the nephew of Yacht. He just married Salrak's eldest daughter last year. The witness is still Huskard. Hader and Hagrid have an impression of this young man, so quite surprised Beach walked into the warm hall, took off his hat, then knelt on one knee with red eyes, and said solemnly, "General Hader." "Commander Hagrid. My uncle is dead." "What?" Hader and Hag, who were drinking happily, suddenly jumped up when they heard this. Hader's eyes widened, and he reached out his hand to grab Beach, and sternly asked, "What's going on?" "You can make it clear, Uncle. He contracted a cold in October, and he got better after drinking mulled wine for a few days. But last month, he suddenly developed a poisonous sore on his back. There is no harm except for the severe pain. Uncle did not take it. It turned out that I kept coughing and fever 10 days ago. The weather was too cold and I couldn't come back. I had to take care of it. But my uncle's illness became more and more serious. Later, he had difficulty breathing and couldn't eat. He passed away the afternoon before yesterday. What? After hearing the death of Yacht clearly, Hader let go of Beach with a shout, staggered back on the sofa, and looked at the floor with empty eyes because there was too much movement in the living room. At this time, whether it was Rolling, or Catelyn who was busy in the kitchen, or Goni, Half, and Olaf who were resting in the room, they all rushed over after hearing the inquiry, and heard that Yacht died of illness. The bad news. Olaf thought of the taciturn Uncle Yacht, and also of the red-haired Tom who was still waiting for his father's return next spring at her home in the city of Grote. He lamented in his heart, how sad Tom would be. Yacht is a good guy, Yacht is a good person, Katrin said with emotion when she walked to Hader and hugged her husband with tears. Hagrid muttered, has Yacht's coffin been shipped back? Beach wiped his tears and nose, and then said, Mr. Hoskard and my father and uncle took the boat back to Uncle Yacht's body. They are now on the way from the pier. I will report the letter on horseback. Take us there, Hader said, putting on his coat and clothes, and finally put on the polar bear skin cloak that Catelyn handed over. Hagrid also put on his coat at this time, and the three of them rode straight to the outside of Grote. After more than an hour, Catelyn sent a few slaves out to visit, and finally reported that Hader and the others had returned to the inner city with a carriage that pulled the coffin, and they were now heading towards Yacht's house. At this time, Catelyn and Olaf both put on the clothes to go out, and asked Rolling to take care of the children at home. Then the mother and the son took two servants out of the castle, and the servants raised the torch and stepped on the ice and snow not far away. Go to the long house of the Yacht family. When I arrived at Yacht's house, there were already Vikings standing inside and outside the house. Inside the house were Icelandic neighbors and relatives, and many people cried silently around the coffins placed in the yard. Through the brazier in the courtyard, I can see the grief on the face of the young Lickstrom who has grown a beard. Behind him is his mother who is talking to Hoskard, Hader, Hagrid, Hannah and others. Katrin quickly walked over and hugged Yacht's wife, then comforted her softly. Olaf stood next to Tom, touched Tom's shoulder with his elbow, and said softly, sorry buddy, I just learned about the news. Uncle Yacht. Tom's red hair was blown by the cold wind. He looked up at Olaf, forced a stiff dry smile, and said, it's okay, no one can predict when bad luck will come. Olaf sighed and heard the footsteps on the snow behind him, turned his head and saw Nalandhu, Salrak, Valatu and others. Behind them were his wife and son. After a while, Tom and Olaf were filled with a dozen young people, but the best relationship with Tom was Halleck, Yaluki, Harry, Val, Eriksson, and Salrak. Hugged deeply with Tom, and then stood silently beside his friend. It was late at night, and Hader and others had also spoken to Yacht's wife for a long time, and finally decided the process of holding a memorial service and burial for Yacht tomorrow. At the same time, Hader also compensated Yacht's family for losing their pillars. It is 500 acres of land, 100 slaves, 50 feet of linen, 10 pounds of gold and silver, etc. There is also the work arrangement for Tom, but this matter needs to be studied slowly. When things were done, Hader left Hudic to help the Yacht family, and he himself took his family back to Hader Fort with Hannah, Hoskard, Callum, and Car, who Olaf found on the road. That his father, uncle and cousin all had very ugly faces. After entering the living room, Hader asked someone to fetch strong alcohol. After a swig, he let out a roar from his throat, about special. My dear brother, Horskeld, since Yacht has that request, we will put aside everything next year and gather all the strength of Vinland to smash Iceland. Let Yacht's body return to the village of Herat to rest in peace. What? Olaf was shocked when he heard it, because his father, uncle, and the previous opinions about returning to Iceland were to wait 2 more years, and wait until Vinland has enough strength to challenge Denmark before taking action. But how they went to the Yurt's house changed it. Ideas. You reading www.uukanchu.com will counterattack Iceland next year. Hader drank silently with Hagrid, Hoskard, Hannah and others. After speaking, it seems that everyone's opinions are unified, and the decision to attack Iceland next year has been determined. Olaf saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he walked to Katrin and asked, Mom, why is Dad suddenly going back to Iceland? Katrin nodded and said, it's time to go back. After speaking, he explained to Olaf in a low voice, your Uncle Yacht's wish before his death was to be buried in the land of Herat village in the White Hazel Forest. After your father learned about it, he decided to make a decision next year at Yacht's house. The decision to return to Iceland is said to have made Hudic think about how to return, and wait until the spring to organize an army to take down Iceland, Katrin said and looked at Hader admiringly. The expression on her face was "my man is domineering." Olaf was speechless for a while, and said in his heart, "Can the military affairs that determine the life and death of the nation be arrogant?" But looking at the aura in the living room and the sadness on the faces of Hader and others, Olaf felt that his father's decision was very correct and warm. This made Olaf think, a man must dare to love and hate, go forward bravely, as an old man good brother. My father wanted to fulfill Jot's last wish not only because of his personal feelings, but also to help General Viking Lidag's personal establishment, and to enhance the loyalty of all Winland. HTTPS, Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 194, Call Back to Iceland. Waited for a while after Olaf digested the fight back to Iceland order, then sat aside and asked, "Dad, Uncle, you have decided to fight back to Iceland? Is this imperative?" "Of course. Only dead fish will go with the flow. We have to overcome the waves and regain everything we lost in Iceland." Hagrid touched his beard and said in a deep voice, "My brother and I could not help but want to return to Iceland for revenge. Now we have 4,000 to 5,000 troops and 38 ocean-going ships, 35 of which are armed. Merchant ships and soldiers are also experienced combat veterans. Even if they are placed on the European continent, they are force that can control the war between the Catholic League and the Protestant League. They smash Iceland, pinched Sigfurs and the governor of Iceland Karlsvin. How difficult is that?" Hoskard also agreed, and finally looked at Heine and asked, "You are the smartest? Think about what else we have to prepare." Heine put down the wine glass in his hand and yawned and said, "With our current strength, it is very easy to win Iceland, but how we can hold it is something we care about." Alan still playing defense, Katrin joined the discussion at this time, and said, "Didn't Denmark be defeated by the Habsburg army? Olaf, you and Hagrid, didn't you still say that King Christian IV this year? Did I get a loan from Charles, King of England?" It can be seen that Denmark has been dragged down by the war for several years, and their soldiers have been killed a lot. Now they have no strength to support the expedition to Iceland. So I say you guys don't worry." Hoskard admired his sister's words incomparably. He stood up and said, "Yes. Denmark was defeated by the Catholic League. Even the 2 nephews of King Dan died in battle. It is said that Jutland was beaten by mercenaries. The rush to burn has become a hell. I don't think Denmark will need to regain its strength for 10 or 8 years. It's a good opportunity to start next year." Hoskard's words aroused everyone's approval. Even Olaf thinks that next year is a good opportunity, but Britain is very close to Iceland. If King Dan asks Britain for help, their father will be in danger if they occupy Iceland. The situation of the powerful British Navy siege and blockade, although the probability of this happening is not high, it cannot be ignored at the same time. The Danish Navy is not weak. It is said that there are 70 or 80 warships. If Christian IV uses the Navy to blockade Iceland and even discovers that the Icelandic ships are about to attack, then Vinland's business will be greatly affected. Will become a burden. Olaf gave a light cough, first said all the results he expected, and then finally said, "Father has decided to fight back to Iceland, and now we do have enough strength, then we have to think about countermeasures in advance for these situations. Otherwise, it will be a fatal blow if you cannot cope with it temporarily." Olaf's head is the spirit. Hoskard laughed and said, "Why can't the wisdom spring favor my 2 silly sons?" Calhu and Calm scratching their heads awkwardly while sitting aside. Heine groaned. "What Olaf said is that we must pay attention to possible dangers, because it is not difficult to capture Iceland, nor is it necessary to turn Iceland into a free state. It's difficult, but no one knows how Denmark will deal with us. Maybe it will be more intense than Olaf said, maybe not, but we have to plan ahead. The old saying goes that the man's back is given to his brother, and the man's axe is given to the enemy." Hader clapped his hands and said, "Jot's sudden death also reminded me that I am now 42 years old this year, and my physical strength is also declining. If I don't immediately take revenge, I am afraid that I will lose the opportunity. I am determined to leave. My belief in returning to Iceland is to leave it to me and Hagrid and Hudic to take revenge. Olaf will also be with him. Olaf and Heine will stay in Winland. As for the possible variables and the reaction of King Dan, slowly think about countermeasures. There is still a long time before our expedition, at least enough for a litter of lambs from pregnancy to birth." Hader's words marked the end of this debate. After drinking, everyone went to rest. Then the next morning, After getting up for a bite to eat, they went to Yacht's house together. It wasn't until the afternoon that Yacht was buried. Heir, Hagrid, Olaf and the others returned to the castle. After the servants boiled hot water, they soaked in the bath and fell asleep. Yacht's death seems to have made this year's winter even colder. The plain and lonely life lasted until Viking Thanksgiving the following year. The Vikings finally had an upright reason to go on a carnival, venting their irritability and sadness. Heidelberg has invited dozens of families, and everyone eats, drinks, sings and dances. Olaf and a group of teenagers were talking and chatting in the living room and room on the second floor since the fight back to Iceland has been finalized. After a month of fermentation, almost all the Vikings in Grove know that the general will return to Iceland with everyone next year, and then help the Icelanders escape from the oppressive rule of Denmark and become self-reliant. New chapter. The hot topic of returning to Iceland lasted from 1630 to January 1631. Even in the living room on the second floor, a group of teenagers are talking about a Viking raiding expedition that might return to Iceland in Europe in 2 or 3 months. The young people Zinksing signifies that they worship excitement and heroes. They fight back to Iceland and liberate the people. It is just an exciting and heroic thing. Every teenager participating in the Thanksgiving carnival is very yearning. Several older people have strongly requested to participate in the U.S. The Beijing Legion contributed to the expedition to Iceland after a lively discussion for a long time. Harlech noticed that Big Brother had been sitting on the sofa silently, so he patted him and asked, "Olaf, why don't you speak?" Olaf already knew that Halleck, Tom, Karhu, Val, and Harry all wanted to join the Legion and be a national hero who liberated Iceland. These teenagers are all grown-ups, the older ones are even 19 years old. Last year they worked as production captains in Viking Raiden, and now they should indeed join the Viking Raiden Legion or as the city-state manager. For these teenagers, their origins and their relationship with Olaf have determined that in the land led by Viking raiding, their debut is the peak that others can't pursue for a lifetime if nothing else. The future of these teenagers is the mainstay of Viking raiding, one of the leaders of Winland and even the colonial lands of North America. These teenagers have studied in a mission school for several years, and have been well educated by the family. At the same time, they also have years of nurturing education following Olaf. Their literacy and personal qualities have surpassed their parents, and even surpassed 9%. 19 ordinary people. Olaf expressed his gratitude and support for these teenagers who actively found their own goals and had a positive attitude to contribute to the cause of Viking. Olaf is the leader of this group and even all Viking teenagers. Not to mention that his attitude can change the thinking of the teenagers, at least it can have a big impact. Olaf's strong support for Herrick and their choice made the still swinging teenagers firm in their idea of joining the army. The establishment of military merit. www.wuxiaspit.com is the Vikings' first pursuit. Olaf said affirmatively, "Our ancestors found Iceland and Vinland for us only by being able to fight well and dare to fight, North American continent and other homeland. We are now looking for the glory of ancestors, relying on powerful force to expel the Danes who occupied Iceland, and declare that the Vikings are back." Olaf does not have the talent for speaking, but there are many opportunities for exercise and careful thinking, so his words are terribly provocative among the teenagers who trust him. Olaf's words make the teenagers shout Viking. Long live. At the same time, we are united to participate in the battle of the expedition to Iceland. Olaf has always hoped that his hardcore brother, the most trusted person, can go higher and farther. Only in this way, his strength will increase in disguise. If his brothers are the mainstays of Viking thunder, Brother Yorf will definitely. I can't shake myself to inherit the position of Viking raid, and even if Olaf wants to fight in the future, the powerful little brother can ensure that Olaf can compete with Olaf. Olaf has now figured out the experience of being a leader. He believes that no matter how capable leaders are, as long as they have no younger brothers, they are not leaders. As long as there are no capable leaders, as long as there are good soldiers and strong generals, then they are powerful leaders. The essence of leadership is subordinates. Only a team can explode with great power. Olaf looked at the teenagers who admired and looked at him, feeling quite proud. My team is not bad. HTTPS, Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 195. 3 meetings to make plans. While Olaf was preaching to his friends about fighting for the glory of Viking, Heir and others on the first floor were also discussing the use of troops in Iceland this year. After years and years including this discussion, Heir, Hudic and other high-level officials have made clear plans for expelling the governor of Iceland and leading Iceland towards independence and self-government. At the end of this discussion, Heir, as General Viking Raiden, made it clear that Vikings, white slaves, and slaves from Wendland and even North America were convened in February to prepare for integration training, using 2 months of time. Trained a 3 army of 4,500 people, and then took this year's merchandise to Iceland in April. After the capture of Reykjavik, they used merchandise and force to woo and intimidate leaders from all over Iceland to pledge their loyalty. Try to sell externally. If King Dan organizes an army to attack Iceland, Heir will also take measures to deal with it. First of all, regardless of the strength of the Danish army, they are fighting against them in Iceland. If the Danish expeditionary army is defeated, Iceland will become independent and even establish a free state and kingdom. If there is a stalemate with the Danish army, they can seek peace talks. Denmark certainly does not want to drag on in Iceland, so as long as it can seek Iceland's autonomy, Heir controls Iceland. The Earl of Iceland and Denmark or the Governor of Iceland does not matter. As for the possibility of Denmark and the United Kingdom uniting and forming a powerful coalition to completely eliminate the Icelandic Viking Legion, Heir and Hagrid have long been able to deal with it. The Irish and Scots have long been intolerant of Charles I. Even Scotland has broken out sporadic uprisings. Ireland is also an explosive barrel that explodes. As long as Hagrid and Heir are willing to strongly support the Irish uprising, I believe Hagrid's brother Amor, the organizer and leader of the Irish uprising who silently planned the Irish uprising, will be happy to give Britain a backstab, and the Icelandic crisis will be easily resolved by then. At present in the hearts of the people in Groot, Denmark is still much stronger than Vinland and Iceland, but it is basically impossible to organize an expeditionary army to take down Iceland from the Heir Viking Legion, unless Heir does anything wrong in Iceland. Let the people of Iceland also resist him, otherwise, based on the understanding of the Icelanders by Heir and others, they would like to support them with their wisdom of independence. Then the strength of the 50,000 or 60,000 people of Iceland and Vinland will be able to compete with Denmark, which is currently disabled and sick. Contended the formation of the Viking Expeditionary Army as a top priority. According to the opinions discussed by the senior leaders of Heir Hull, the 3 legions will all have Viking Corps soldiers serving as officers above captain, and the 2 Vinland Militia Corps will be combined with the original. The Viking Corps merged, and at the same time expanded the recruitment of the remaining scarce personnel from the Vikings, and ultimately maintained that all the leading officers above the middle level were held by the Icelandic Vikings, and the rest were held by the White Vikings and the Yellow Vikings. In fact, the whole meaning is that by forming an expeditionary army composed of 3 legions, Heir wants to train the most elite combat army, and at the same time, he must fully grasp this armed force in his palms to ensure that as long as there is the Viking Expeditionary Corps and even if North America is discolored, it can still be suppressed, ensuring that it will rely on this armed force for management and rule after Iceland is captured. Because thousands of slaves were brought back from the mainland last year, only 20% of them died after being smashed into human pox. The remaining personnel thought that they had received the blessing of Heir's supernatural power, which greatly increased their loyalty, and all 500 people are completely free from production, and there is still no shortage of manpower to work in the city of Groot. So from the end of the Thanksgiving celebration, the teenagers in the Viking family and some Vikings who were supposed to carry out city management work all became officers of the Viking Expeditionary Army at the same time. Less than February, Heart City restarted its production model. A large number of contracted white slaves and slaves continued to slice and cut potatoes, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, corn, and turnips, and then roast them in the fire. Roasted to make dry food that can be stored for a long time without moisture. This time it is necessary to make enough rations for nearly 5,000 people to eat for more than a year, so more than 3,000 people and windmills are used, and it is estimated that 8 or 9 million pounds of food will be processed. In addition to food, the munitions to be prepared include pickled vegetables, dried meat, dried fish, etc., water of life, sugar, leather shoes, etc. also need a lot, not to mention the most important munitions. These things should be checked and wiped in advance. When the city of Groot was actively preparing for the expedition to Iceland, Olaf also put on a polar bear skin coat sewn by his mother and brought the workers to restart. Olaf's key sugar factory and winery and the blacksmith's shop has been on fire one after another. 2 batches of copper ore ingots and more than 400 pounds of gold were sent to the blacksmiths for smelting. These are money in the present age. Olaf took out shillings and pennies and prepared for the blacksmith to make molds to produce gold and copper coins, Because copper and gold are both relatively soft metals, making a good mold with a hydraulic hammer can completely smash gold coins and copper coins on copper plates and gold plates. Most of the current gold coins are not pure in texture, and there are even many counterfeit coins circulating in the market, but they are limited by the backward coinage technology and the failure to use fake and real metals, so savvy merchants can always judge the currency true and false. The purity of gold produced in Wendland's gold mine is not high, and the gold coins produced are similar to most of the gold coins circulating in the European market. Even with higher purity, Olaf felt that the creation of a batch of gold coins and copper coins, plus the tens of thousands of pounds in the home inventory, was enough for his father to bring to Iceland to buy people's hearts. The natives of North America are primitive and barbaric, and they have the habit of capturing slaves during the conquest. Therefore, Heir and the others adopted Viking thunder in Vinland to absorb contract white slaves and indigenous slaves. Everyone can accept and recognize them, however. Icelanders and Heir have the same culture and the same species. There are still many family, friends and relatives on the island. Whether it is the cultural foundation or the ideology of civilized society, they want to conquer by force and let the Icelanders be included in the Viking thunder as contract slaves or even contract slaves. Slaves are simply impossible. Even when Heir's army arrives, defeating the Danish guards and expelling the governor of Iceland, revenge is very simple, and Icelanders will clap their hands and applaud. But when Heir wants to rule Iceland and become the head of the Icelanders, he must seek the support of the heads' families from all over Iceland. It is not realistic to want to rule Iceland completely through the oppression of force, and Heir can't do it personally. Even if he bites his teeth, it will have a negative effect. www.uxiaspit.com. Even the Icelandic Vikings, separated from Germany in the discussions between Heir and Hudig, Hagrid, and Olaf, the rule of Iceland in the future must remain basically the same, but the advantages of Viking thunder for the Vikings must be used to attract Icelanders to join the Vikings people, so that they become masters. They are naturally willing to maintain the existence of Viking thunder, willing to be loyal to Heir, and Icelandic talents of the same language and the same kind are the cornerstone of the future rule of North America. Only by relying on Icelanders, developing Icelanders and cultivating a large number of Icelanders as rulers, can we balance the power of the indigenous, white slaves, Vikings, and even the Jingren can also be balanced for a long time. Now the number of Vikings among the Vikings is lower than that of the Wong Vikings. The first and even the second generations can be loyal to the Heir family, but it may not be necessary to wait for a few more generations. Heir, Olaf and others are very worried about the disparity in the number of people. If the most suitable Icelanders are not recruited to join Viking thunder, it will be impossible to solve the hidden danger of Viking thunder from being subverted and changed in the future. Therefore, the Icelanders are the best candidates for the Vikings, and they are the best foundation for the Heir family's dominance. If the Vikings are mainly white Vikings from Iceland, no matter how many generations they pass, the foundation of the Vikings will still be Icelandic Vikings and white Vikings. Wong Vikings, indigenous people, etc. will not be able to get out of the palm of the Tathagata. HTTPS. Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 196, Military Training. In February of 1631, the weather in Wendland began to get warmer, but it was still in a state of uncivilized ice and snow. After many days of preparation, the training of the formation of the Expeditionary Corps in Groot has already begun. Heir sent someone to Plymouth, and Basque told Kadir and Olav to return to Iceland. After a few days, the two of them returned to the city of Herat with the army. Since Iceland is the most important strategic layout this year, Heir and the others are afraid that they will be insufficiently prepared. Almost all those who can fight well will be taken away. In the end, the honest Calm is sent to the Basque city to temporarily become the governor, Heir city. The lord of the city has temporarily handed it over to Yacht's nephew Beach. The location of Plymouth is the most important, and the Iroquois and Huron are new sites. The status and importance are self-evident. It is more important to grasp it as soon as possible, and there is no room for loss. Heir sent 3 young men, Bren, Polly, and Hilter, to serve as governors in the 3 regions of Plymouth, Huron, and Iroquois on the advice of Hudic. The 3 fast-rising young people all have important tasks arranged by Heir. According to the requirements of the previous year, Bren is responsible for monitoring the changes in Plymouth, while guiding the New Englanders to continue to fall to Vinland, and Polly is responsible for the 3 Iroquois cities. Because they are close to Bjorn, the 2 can still be each other's horns, and then form an arc with Northern Hilter to consolidate the territory laid by Vinland this year. We will increase development and land reclamation in the Iroquois region. The vast plains in northern Iroquois must be cultivated as soon as possible, and then cotton and grain will be planted in the spring. The Huron region is not as suitable for development as the Iroquois region because of the northern climate. However, the land can still be cultivated to grow sweet potatoes in the summer in addition to planting, because the Hurons live on the east side of the Great Lakes. They can increase their hunting of beavers and freshwater fish. As long as there are advanced tools such as fishing nets, harpoons and animal traps supported by Wenlin, the Huron district will also be a large producer of leather goods, grain, and dried meat in Olaf Hadarsson plan, as long as the Iroquois and Huron areas can be mobilized this year and use the indigenous people's productivity to reclaim land and develop plantings. Food production in the early winter of this year will increase 3 or 4 times. Huron and Iroquois currently have a large number of guards. Hilter and Polly do not need to send additional personnel. They took their own private servants and a large number of sweet potatoes, corn, etc. as seeds and took office. As for the cotton seeds, because the number is small and no one has planting experience, Olaf decided to bring a skilled farmer to experiment with them, and he did not let Polly take them away. Plymouth originally had 1,000 elite soldiers, but Kadir brought most of it back. After Hader discussed with Hudik and Kadir, he asked Bjorn to return with 500 White Wolf soldiers and 500 Inuit warriors sent back by Olaf. Then, 500 Viking soldiers stayed behind to join the Viking expeditionary army after the 3 young governors took office. They led his subordinates to carry out vigorous land reclamation work. Even Bren also opened up land at the junction of Plymouth and Iroquois, preparing to plant some corn, pumpkins and so on. In fact, since last year, both New France and Plymouth have known that Vinland has high-yield crops, but they don't know the details. They can only treat red potatoes as sweet potatoes and corn to produce high-yield food. They will also ask Europe to ask for no results. Merchant ships brought seeds to plant themselves, but because they lacked experience and technology, and did not understand plant habits, the planting and harvesting in the 2 places was not good, barely similar to rye and oats, which disappointed them. Therefore, when I came back to Kadir this time, he said that McGonagall had already pleaded for many times, hoping to get the agricultural guidance of Herat City, such as the cultivation technology of sweet potatoes and corn, and the technology of manure as fertilizer. McGonagall looked at a little for before, and once arguably in Plymouth, insisted that the residents of New England pour the manure into the fields, but the result was little effect on the increase of grain production. And even a lot of wheat seedlings were watered by manure, and withered and died because of this incident. McGonagall's reputation in Plymouth has seriously declined. People say that McGonagall is forcing people to contaminate food with dirty feces. However, McGonagall clearly heard from the residents of Grote that the use of manure as fertilizer makes crops high yield, so McGonagall thought it must be Hader and they had a special secret method for purifying manure and pollution, so he repeatedly requested. Kadir told him although McGonagall's request was sincere, and it was not a big deal in Kadir's eyes, Kadir did not farm all night, nor was it able to help Plymouth develop agriculture on his own, so he had to make a request to Hader on behalf of McGonagall. After hearing this, Hader glanced at Olaf. He knew that Olaf would not allow the leakage of Vinland information, especially the leakage of agricultural, bone china, sugar and other technologies, so it is not easy to make his own claim, although he also feels that he the son is a little too stingy and cautious, but he knows that Olaf has played a decisive role until now, so he must be respected. Olaf thought that as Vinland became stronger and stronger, Plymouth would become a member of Vinland sooner or later, and now he was about to get a good impression, so he thought for a while and said, the technology of manure-making fertilizer must not be leaked. This is a weapon that can double or even increase production by several times. We cannot leak it, but the cultivation techniques of potatoes, sweet potatoes and corn can be taught to Plymouth for free. Kadir thought it was Olaf who gave him face, smiled and nodded, and said, Mag will be satisfied if he can get these technologies. I will send a guard to tell McGonagall in a few days that he will be grateful to us. Olaf pretended to be in pain, but in fact said in his heart, potatoes and sweet potatoes are supposed to be grown as rations in the East and the West, but they have not been popularized. After 10 or 20 years, the planting technology will be nothing. Now take it out. It's good to make the people of Plymouth be grateful. After the youth of the Viking family and a large number of young private slaves from the Hader family, the 3 Viking expeditionary regiments quickly made up enough numbers. Hader and Hudik appointed Vikings to serve as all officers of the Viking Expeditionary Corps, with 3 legions as units, each led by Heir, Heudic and Hagrid. After the three of Heir, there are three deputy commanders of the three legions, namely Hoskard, Kadir and Olav, as well as 50 cavalry who originally belonged to Hagrid. They were handed over to Olav to rule. After the legion adjustment was completed, the three men led the soldiers to practice marching, charging, shooting, etc. outside the city every day. Because the three legions will fight against the Danish army in the future, the same set against the indigenous people can no longer be used. First of all, muskets are currently the mainstay on the western battlefield. Because muskets are very powerful, they will be hit hard by the impact of bullets when they wear plate armor. Therefore, for the speed of marching, soldiers in European battlefields basically wear half-length armor and protective chest and abdomen. Iron helmets, hand and foot joints, etc. do not need protection at the same time. In the European battlefield, there are not only spearmen, musketeers, but also artillery and cavalry. However, the most effective ones are currently musketeers and cavalry. Artillery is still mostly a kind of assisting unit that follows blindly. However, as Gustav II is rampant in the German region, the coordination of cavalry, artillery and the increase in the proportion of musketeers in the corps will be valued, and the artillery will also be valued in the future. When returning to Europe, they must be trained in the most advanced combat methods. Therefore, all soldiers in the three Viking expeditionary regiments wear half-length plate armor. The musketeers account for 2/3 of the arms, and the remaining 1/3 are spearmen. The proportion of musketeers reached the highest level of the current corps. At the same time, they unloaded half of the lightest 9-pounder guns on the ship and pulled them with carriages. They formed an artillery force of 50 artillery and 102 artillery, and Valetta was responsible for it. The artillery of the current era cannot require precision. It is purely a batch of barrage attacks. The purpose is to attack the concentrated army formations of the enemy, or to attack fixed targets, such as cities. Because of their obvious characteristics, artillery and musketeers are super similar. As long as you spend money on ammunition and weapon training, you can train skilled soldiers without requiring comprehensive capabilities. Most of the more than 100 artillerymen were hard-working adult slaves, selected by Heir from his own private slaves. A small number of them were sailors trained by Heudic, who knew how to use artillery as artillerymen. Heir ordered him when he handed over the artillery to Valetta. Don't hesitate to train an artillery force that can be used throughout February. The corps specialized in walking, sitting, lying, and charging marches, and shooting. Training was conducted once every 5 days after March. It will basically become an army. www.uxiaspit.com. Then the focus is on the synergy of shooting and cavalry artillery. Although the number of cavalry is small, it can still play a big role if used well. Since March, the Viking Corps has returned to a semi-full state. One day is for maple sap collection, hunting, and fishing. And another day for regular training and shooting training. Therefore, every other day, citizens in the city of Herat can hear the people outside the city. Huge gunfire and intense gunfire. 3 years of continuous procurement have left Heir Fort and the military fort with piles of ammunition and munitions, but there are only more than 2,000 boxes. Heir and Heudic knew that they should not be wasted. In order to save resources and achieve the best training effect, they stipulated that the musketeers should have 5 bullets for training and shooting, and the artillery could only shoot twice. Even if the consumption of ammunition is controlled, the three legions still consume more than 20 boxes of ammunition every day. At this rate, it will take less than 3 months to empty the inventory of Herat City. But Heir's plan is to lead a large army to attack Iceland in early April, so there are enough munitions resources to cope with the war before the troops are sent. After 1631, due to the incomparable attention of everyone to the use of troops in Iceland, Vinland exerted unprecedented cohesion and execution. Viking leading has also maintained the special role of the militarized management team, allowing the entire Heru special city and even Vinland, Iroquois, and Huron are all operating efficiently. HTTPS, Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Ready. March is the best time of the year to collect maple sap, and only this season of the year is when maple sap is rich in nutrients. According to Heir's arrangement, countless contracted white slaves and slaves collected sap from Vinland and even the Iroquois and Huron districts, boiled sugar on the spot, and then transported them back to the city of Grode in Iroquois, Huron, and Labrador Peninsula. There are more than Vinland maple trees. 90% of the maple trees can extract juice and sugar because of the hunting and fishing of fur. No matter how hard you work this month, you will not gain much, but there is only more than a month to get the juice and make the sugar, so Hader almost sent out 90% of the white slaves and slaves to collect the juice, because the Iroquois area, the Labrador Peninsula, and the Huron area are 3 areas. The area is several times that of Wenland, and it can't be collected by slaves alone. So Hader also ordered the governors of the 3 regions to send slaves to assist the workers in Growth City. Calm, Polly, and Hilter actively sent thousands of indigenous people to assist slave workers from Wenland to collect maple sap and make syrup later. Plymouth's Bren also found out, and sent the soldiers under his hand to collect juice and make sugar according to Hader's request. All maple trees belonged to the general Viking lay, but since he sent people out, the governors of various regions can naturally use them at will. Many times the slogans are sternly shouted, but management is required. Beluser Hader knew very well that those who followed him had to let them get some benefits, so any governor would get his own land and the wealth made by slaves, as well as some money, food and salary from Viking Raiden and serving as governor. Taking charge of the fur, syrup, jade, grain and other wealth that one party has scoured, this income is far greater than the rest. Therefore, for a Viking, being a governor is the supreme pursuit of death without regret. The busy life always flies quickly, and the time soon enters April. At this time, the temperature in Wenland is already relatively warm, and only a thin leather jacket or 2 layers of linen robes are enough to keep out the cold. In fact, although the latitude of Vinland is relatively high, it has been affected by the warm Caribbean current and the temperature has always been higher. It is recorded in the Icelandic saga that when the Icelandic ancestors first colonized Vinland hundreds of years ago, the island was not in winter freeze but now is the Little Ice Age, and the overall temperature is much colder than it was hundreds of years ago, so the temperature in Vinland is not much lower than in Iceland. As the climate gradually warmed, the sugar cookers Hader sent to various places also returned one after another. The goods in the city of Growth piled up like a mountain and began to move to the cabin of the port because the expedition is about to be imminent. The Blackstone of Buchan City also came to Harut City with the fur and other goods accumulated for a year, and also brought 200 White Wolf soldiers. These White Wolf soldiers are the elite warriors that Hader left to Blackstone to manage the western part of Wenland the year before. In the past few years, Blackstone has also allowed 10 Viking warriors of white slaves who assisted him to train hundreds of new warriors. Legion-style management, so his arms were enough. So he brought back 200 White Wolf veterans and prepared to hand them over to the Master Hader for overall management. Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachaks. At this time, Hader has already trained and integrated the army for the expedition to Iceland, and he is not ready to bring the 200 White Wolf soldiers back, so he will leave them behind. Olaf of Root City was in charge, and the 4 governors of the North American continent were also called back on April 3rd, and a handover meeting was held. At the meeting, Hader clearly stated the battle plan for Iceland and established Olaf as the first person in charge of the North American colony. Before they returned to Vinland, all affairs of Vinland were managed by Olaf, Katrin and Hanna. However, after Hader and the others led the army away, Vinland's power would become very weak. There were only some private slaves and more than 200 White Wolf soldiers in the city of Grode, and the armed forces of Hader and Bakans were only a few. Aboriginal warriors, the only ones who can get their hands on are the 500 White Wolf soldiers in Plymouth and the more than 600 militiamen in Iroquois and Huron. However, the demise of the Massachusetts Gulf Company last year and the melee in North America made the European side seem to have suspended its desire for expansion of North American immigrants, which led to the fact that the power of New France, New England, New Netherlands, Virginia and other places were not strengthened after Hader led the army to leave, relying on some muskets in stock, more than 1,000 armed forces in various places, and 1,000 or 2,000 slave armed forces that could be organized at any time. Vinland still had an overwhelming strength in North America. At the meeting, after Hader announced the position of the overall commander of Olaf, all the governors and the managers of the Viking Raiden family who participated in the meeting expressed their support for General Hader's arrangement and must be closely united with Master Olaf. Under the most correct leadership of Master Olaf, he does his job well. Although Olaf regrets that he cannot go to Iceland, he is actually happy to be able to control Wenland and other colonies. After his father leaves, Olav was very upset, but he thought that after he followed his father to take down Iceland, a large number of people in Iceland would join Viking Raiden in the future. As one of the main commanders of the expeditionary army, he also served as a high-level Viking raiden. In the future, the population resources within Icelander as the core will be taken over by him in the first time. Relatively speaking, he will control a part of the foundation for ruling North America and Iceland. Olaf will not have his own strength in the future. Thinking of the great benefits of playing with his father in Iceland, Olaf endured his unhappiness and naturally embraced his brother Olaf. Olaf knew very well that his brother might be unhappy, but both brothers wanted to inherit the position of his father. The conflicts in the future will grow and become more and more obvious. Therefore, he also knows that maybe after the war, he will meet the two brothers next time. The relationship will change. Thinking of siblings competing in the future, Olaf cherished his elder brother, who was much taller and stronger than himself, and said in a deep voice, "Take care all the way. You must protect yourself. Protect your father." Olaf seemed to have red eyes, cleared his throat and patted Olaf on the right shoulder with his hand, and said, "You have to take care of your mother and younger siblings too." After the meeting, Heir, Hudik, Kadir, Hoskild, Naranhu, Velatu and others took his family, Tom and his mother, to the Avalon forest in the north of the city, and found Yacht Cemetery Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachaks. Then the native slaves waved their shovels to dig the cemetery, and finally carried out Yacht's coffin because Yacht hopes to be buried in the hometown of Herit village in the White Hazel Forest in Iceland. Heir will bring Yacht's coffin with him during the expedition. During the previous burial, Heir had already ordered someone to pickle and air dry Yacht's body in order to bring it back to Iceland the next year. After the two priests of Dracula Dukeo prayed for half a day, the ceremony was completed, and Yacht's coffin was strengthened again and carried back to Yacht's home, as long as they were carried on the boat together when they left. For a few days later, after digging out the coffin of Yacht, the slaves began to transport arms and supplies to those armed merchant ships that had been parked in the port continuously, which had been maintained by the shipbuilders. This expedition will use more than 4,500 soldiers and hundreds of sailors, with a total population of nearly 5,000, so Heir is planning to dispatch 33 armed merchant ships. Originally, 32 ships could carry 5,000 people after carrying enough material reserves, but considering various reasons, Heir still prepared an extra ship, and then expected to give it to the city of Grode and Austria. Love left 2 armed merchant ships and 3 ordinary ships. Based on past experience, it was inferred that 5 ships were enough for any demand in Vinland, the mainland, and Greenland. On April 5, Olaf gathered all the teenagers in his small group to his home www.uxiaspit.com. At the same time, he let the white slave chef and the private slave chef make sumptuous dishes and desserts, and he personally returned to Iceland with his parents soon. See off, my little brothers. Now that the Viking teenagers are of impeccable origin, they only need to be able to perform some military merits, be tempered in the army, and be reused when they are separated from the army. These young people also have great expectations for their own destiny, and at the same time they want to enhance their status and control power through battle. Olaf fully supported his close partners. After the banquet, he personally gave a dozen Viking teenagers and more than 30 white slave teenagers a flintlock. This kind of shorter and lighter flintlocks is more expensive than ordinary flintlocks. Only the cavalry in the European Legion is equipped with these guns, but some noble guards are also equipped with some. Hagrid bought only more than 200 in Amsterdam last year. The cavalry was partly equipped, and Heir gave the rest to several leaders by Heir. Olaf, because of his outstanding work during the expedition to the Iroquois by Heir, he served as the interim lord of the city of Harald and handled everything in an orderly manner. Heir also rewarded Olaf with 50 flintlock guns. Now Olaf took it out and gave it to his confidants. The teenagers who drank even showed their true temperament. They were moved and hugged Olaf without letting go. Several people with shallow eye sockets were already crying bitterly. Tom, who has served as the captain of the Viking Expeditionary Army's Heir Legion, clenched Olaf's palm, and said in a deep voice, "Olaf, I will miss you." The other boys also showed their loyalty in an instant. Chapter 198, Olaf's Daily Life. On April 8, 1631, when everything was ready, Heir led a large army to gather in the city of Grode, then bid farewell to the relatives who were leaving, and marched all the way to the port of Grode before boarding and leaving. Heir's departure marked the beginning of the period of Prince Olaf's imprisonment. After standing in the port and watching the fleet disappearing, Olaf and Heino went back to the chamber to agree on spring plowing in the cities of Herut, Heir and Bakens this year. After 2 years of planting, the contracted white slaves and slaves have become proficient. The planting of potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, Rye and other grains in the cities of Groot and Hader will not be a big problem as long as the arrangements are made. It seems that some Viking families have begun to plant the day before yesterday sweet potatoes. Heine was very relaxed, and then said, but Hatterberg's private slaves still have to mobilize and continue to cultivate land on the peninsula to grow food, and there is no need to eat too much? Olaf nodded and said, that's correct. I'll leave it to you about the Wenlanchen seed. What are you going to do? Heine raised his brows and asked. The textile machine I bought last year is almost rusty, so I am going to plant cotton in the Iroquois area myself, Olaf said with a smile. If the cotton of the Iroquois plains can be cultivated this year, we will be able to spin cotton by ourselves in the future. Heine obviously also knew Olaf's plan. He nodded and said, that's good. When do you plan to go? Olaf knows that planting needs to catch up with the solar terms. Although the climate in North America is somewhat different from that of Daming, it is nothing more than similar to the outside world. Now it will be delayed if you don't plant it. Cotton originated in Central and South America, Southern Europe, Central Asia and other places. The most primitive variety is a southern crop. However, due to the short growth cycle of cotton seeds can also be cultivated in greenhouses in the north, and then planted in spring and picked in autumn. Olaf knows that Xinjiang and Central Asian countries will become one of the world's main cotton production forces in the future. Therefore, Olaf is very confident about whether the Iroquois Plain, which has the same latitude as southern Xinjiang and also has a similar climate, is suitable for cotton cultivation. Olaf has formulated a detailed plan for the cultivation of cotton in the Iroquois Plains. This year, he does not seek high yields, but only requires survival, and then has enough seeds and experience to plant them in large quantities next spring. I'll leave right away, and the city of Groot will be handed over to you. Olaf now only thinks about cultivating cotton as soon as possible. He personally considers that he can wear cotton clothes and cover with soft and comfortable quilts. The overall consideration is to let Wenland have a strong textile industry raw material base. Now cotton textiles are used in the entire textile industry. The West is the most primitive stage. Wenland can spin cotton fabrics as long as they have cotton, and then dump them in Europe. The market prospects are extremely broad. In Olaf's mind, the future is not much better than silk business. Send someone to spread or deliver a letter if necessary. Heine has always supported and helped Olaf wholeheartedly. It seems that Olaf's magic has made him subconsciously determined that Olaf is a great leader comparable to Caesar's future. Nodded, Heine got up and said, I'll arrange for someone to prepare supplies for you, and then select some veterans who are skilled in farming. Olaf smiled at his cousin-in-law and close friends, and said, it doesn't need too many, 30 or 40 people are enough, and I will bring some slaves. Also, thank you, Heine. Wanber.net. Heine raised his brows, nodded, and left. There was no change in his face, but his feet seemed to be lighter. Play at novel online game. After Heine left, Olaf walked to the bed with a tune and pushed open the wooden window, looked at the deserted city streets outside, and muttered, I didn't expect North America, which came to primitive society, to live the life of an entrepreneur. Maybe I will use my knowledge of the future information and the use of resources around me to change the world and create my history. It's a pity that I am too young. Iceland does not know what it will be like. If all goes well with the blessing of Iceland's population resources, our strength will be increased several times. God bless. Father wants everything to go smoothly. The talking Olaf has a straight waist and wide shoulders to block the cold wind and sunlight outside the window. If you only judge from his appearance and figure, he will only be regarded as a young man in his 20s, not a lesser person. 15-year-old boy on April 9th, after having a breakfast with his mother, and younger siblings and other family members, Olaf took more than 30 private slaves and 40 contracted white slaves proficient in farming and left Port Harriet by boat, went west along the St. Lawrence River to Quebec City. Trimid 1, Gad 2, Cachex. With the experience of last year and the reality of many changes, Champlain and Tear have become very low-key and peaceful at this time. Their Grand received Olaf and asked about the situation of Hader and the city of Herald. The news that Vinland organized the Viking Expeditionary Corps to return to Europe was not leaked, let alone intended to leak, so Olaf just smiled and said perfunctorily, the season is now when farming. Vinland has been busy for half a month. This time I am planning to grow some food in the Iroquois area, according to the requirements of the Quebec Covenant signed by Vinland and New France. The northern part of the Iroquois Plain and New France and Labrador own half of the land and rights. However, Champlain sees Olaf not intending to sell any interest. It's just not interesting to mention this one, haha. Champlain smiled bitterly. Yes. There are too few people in Quebec. Up to now, not much land has been cultivated on both sides of the St. Lawrence River, and the yield of wheat is not high. I heard that the farmers in Wetland are all it is a master planter. Can you ask Mr. Olaf to send some agricultural veterans to guide us? Champlain's request is not excessive. It can also be helped according to the ally of the two sides. What is more important is that even if the weak Quebec is given agricultural guidance, it will not be able to increase its strength and threaten Vinland's dominance. Olaf smiled without thinking and promised, no problem. I brought us skilled farmers this time. I will teach you when we finish planting in the Iroquois area. Champlain scolded Olaf for being slippery, but he smiled and thanked him. Because of the arrow injury last year, the right leg seemed to have a slight disability. Tyr's whole spirit has changed greatly. When he talked to Olaf, he seemed extremely humble and cold, but his behavior was somewhat humble. Olaf knows that his elder brother Olaf once humiliated Tyr in Quebec last year and made him sweep the floor with dignity, but he did not expect to have such a great excitement on him. Olaf was worried that Tyr was mentally abnormal, and it would be troublesome if he did anything that would endanger the relationship between the two parties, so he didn't dare to stay longer in Quebec. After a banquet, he took a boat to the south bank. Knowing that the Iroquois region will be developed vigorously, at this time Iroquois Governor Polly has built a simple wharf on the south bank. There is also a small stone fortress on the side of the wharf with more than 20 Huron warriors inside. After the ship docked, the Huron slaves and Iroquois slaves that Olaf deliberately brought down and said a few words, and then the fortress samurai greeted them with fear. Olaf realized that everything was normal and there was no danger, so he took the private slave with a spear and the white slave and led a cow down from the boat, and then the Huron warrior led a white slave to carry the supplies, tools, and seeds on the boat. Wait! The northernmost city in the Iroquois area is the Bay City on the north side of St. Francois, known by the French. Olaf first arrived in Bay City and met his Lord O'Neill. This is a Viking from Ireland. He is not very old, but his face is very old. He has always been a soldier of heir. Olaf also has some impressions of him. O'Neill first led Olaf and others into the expanded Bay City. Although it looked primitive and ruined, the ditches and toilets had been built. The center of Bay City was originally a stone temple. After being rebuilt by O'Neill, it became the central area where heir was enshrined in the front and the city owner's office and life in the back. Hundreds of soldiers under O'Neill lived in long houses around the temple. Walking into the back hall of the temple, O'Neill sat down leisurely. Olaf then reported his work to him, and said that he had arranged for a servant to cook venison. At noon he invited Olaf to have a meal and cook whole deer. After listening to O'Neill's report, Olaf had a clear understanding of the situation in Bay City. He knew that Bay City has more than 2,000 Iroquois, more than 80 Hurons, and more than 100 Vinland soldiers. There are more than a dozen large and small tribes living around Bay City, with more than 6,000 people. The entire Bay City area is one of the 3 original tribal areas of the Iroquois Alliance. O'Neill has ordered the Iroquois to build Bay City since last year, build houses for soldiers, and use the traps given by Vinland to increase the hunting of beavers and other animals. The city construction has been a bit like today, but it will take a year or 2 to get close to the model of Herat City regarding land reclamation. Due to the limited intelligence and learning abilities of most of the Iroquois who work, they can say that the progress of land reclamation is very slow. At present, the entire Bay City area has been deeply turned over, and it is clear that the area of arable land for stone plants is insufficient. 300 acres. If this progress is made, it will grow to a maximum of 1,000 acres before this year. This is the result of continuous squeezing of the Iroquois labor force. Olaf had anticipated this situation a long time ago. He has seen too many idiots in the 10 years of rebirth. It can be said that many Icelanders and indigenous people who lack culture and information are very stubborn and weird, and they are very stubborn and wonderful in learning new things. The ability is also very weak. Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachaks. If it were not for the special political system of Viking Lidang to integrate all the resources and manpower of Vinland, it has exploded into certain potential. Vinland also will not develop 9 cakes. Chinese 9bzw.com. Now Iroquois and Huron rely on the indigenous people for development, and O'Neill is already responsible for doing things to the present level. Olaf first affirmed O'Neill's achievements, and said that he would say a few words about O'Neill's achievements in an objective and fair manner after his father Hader returns. O'Neill thanked him very happily, and then packed the jade and doghead gold collected by the Iroquois in a small box and gave it to Olaf. O'Neill is very clever, but Olaf can confirm through O'Neill's performance that the Vikings currently in leadership positions do not have much appetite, or that they do not have the courage to have enough greed, so giving their own treasure is also an expression of peace of mind. Olaf naturally laughed at the wealth given by, because after receiving O'Neill's gift, O'Neill will be a member of his own group in the future, and more contact will ensure that he has a certain degree of control over Bay City. Olaf is satisfied with O'Neill, who behaves like an old bureaucrat, but he is also very curious. He feels that under normal circumstances, few people know how to bribe their boss. After a while, the whole deer was boiled and brought up by the servant. O'Neill also took out a pot of wine made from wild grapes picked in the Iroquois last year and asked Olaf to taste it. After eating and drinking with O'Neill, Olaf smiled and asked, "Where are you from, Ireland? It doesn't look like you are from a poor peasant when you speak clearly." O'Neill sighed softly, drank the wine in the glass, and said, "Master Olaf, our Westford family was originally the landowners of Northern Ireland. My grandfather was also a cardinal, but because Charles I promoted the Anglican Church, I lost my family's land assets, and later arrested my father. The clansmen also fled everywhere. It can be said that the family was ruined when I was a teenager, and I became a tenant of the Amor family. Serf. Had it not been for when I met General Hayter, I'm afraid there would be no one in his life. It turns out that you have this family origin. No wonder you know a lot of knowledge, and try your best in the future. As long as you do things faithfully, I will help you," Olaf said with a smile. "Thank you, Master Olaf." O'Neill smiled and filled Olaf with another glass of wine Chinese. After getting up the next morning, Olaf took his men and planted cotton seeds on a newly reclaimed open field outside Bay City. Olaf has a total of more than 100 pounds of cotton seeds, which are concentrated on the sunny slopes and planted. After watering, they are covered with the Iroquois corn stalks from last year to keep them warm. Although the Iroquois area is a bit south than Wenland, the temperature is not warm. In order to let the cotton sprout faster, www.wuxiaspit.com, Olaf can only take the most primitive way. After planting good cotton, Olaf settled in Bay City. A few days later, the lord of the other cities and Governor Polly of the Iroquois region came to visit Olaf. After everyone reported one by one, Olaf had a thorough grasp of the situation in the Iroquois area. The problems of land reclamation and grain cultivation in the three Iroquois cities are all very backward and primitive, and even the guidance of skilled farmers sent before the city of Herod is extremely inefficient. After observing that the cotton had sprouted, Olaf sent half of his manpower to the three cities, preparing to continue training and teaching the three cities slave planting techniques. After waiting for another 10 days, the cotton that has been intensively planted on less than half an acre of land has basically grown into a tall seedling. After counting it, I know that the germination rate is about 80%. Literature BXWX Co. At this time, the temperature began to warm up, and Olaf felt that he could officially transplant the plant, so he led his subordinates and the slaves in Bay City to carefully dig out the cotton seedlings on the slope, and then move them to the adjacent plots together with the soil bumps of the mulch. Planted in this planting is for better cotton growth without competing for soil power. Each cotton plant is about 2 steps away. Looking at the busy white slave peasants and slaves in the world, Olaf sighed with emotion, not only sighing at the clumsy and sluggish hands and feet of the Iroquois, but also with hope for the future harvest of cotton. Chapter 199, Back to Iceland. While Olaf led farmers and slaves to try to grow cotton in the Iroquois area, Hayter's fleet had already rushed all the way from Vinland to the northernmost Iceland through the North Atlantic. After more than half a month's journey, Hayter and others felt that their body joints were about to rust. Feeling approaching, Hayter and Hudic walked to the bow and looked northeast, as if they wanted to see Iceland from the vast ocean. God bless us, we have a smooth journey this time, and the weather is also very good. It may be a good omen. Hoskard, the most superstitious of the people, took out a paper bag and a wooden pipe from his arms, unfolded the paper bag and filled the tobacco, then took out the tinder and lit it, took 2 mouthfuls, and spit out a cloud of white mist, and said, "Kadir, the tobacco you brought from Plymouth is really fragrant. No wonder the nobles used to smoke and drink coffee. The Spaniards are so rich because of the indigenous tobacco and sugar cane of South America to make their fortune. Hey, but we are not bad." Hoskard laughed and took another 2 bites. Since Kadir brought back Crick's tobacco from Plymouth, Hoskard, Hagrid, Hayter and others have smoked some from time to time, But Hoskard is the most addicted to cigarettes. Kadir took out a small packet of tobacco from his arms, carefully set it up with a pipe, and lighted it. He took a sip and said, "The tobacco carried by the Spanish merchant ship that Hagrid berserker grabbed the day before yesterday is better than what I bought before. Brother, you can try it to taste." Hoskard raised his brows when he heard the words, stepped forward and squeezed a little, lighted a sip, shook his head and said, "The taste is good, but it's damp, and it's a bit choking. The Caribbean Sea in the Central Americas and the North Sea in the Northern Atlantic Ocean are now pirate concentration camps. Pirates from Britain, Iceland, Norway and other countries occupy the islands of the two places as bases, and then looted the ships that go in and out of business, robbed goods and property, and even tied me tickets for ransom, read novels for a long time. Heir, Hagrid and even many Icelanders have done this business. For many years, they have not encountered pirates in their travels between Wenland and Behay. Basically, after communicating with them, they found that they were their counterparts and they were on guard to go away. Sometimes there was friction. With the strength of the Vinland fleet, it easily repelled the pirates' attack, but this time, Wenland assembled the human resources of all regions and integrated a large fleet to return to the North Sea. Of course, there was no pirate ship along the way. Kadir and Hagrid, who had been idle on the boat a few days ago and drank too much, first wrestled their wrists to test their strength, and then compared their guts. Hagrid and Kadir first caught a narwhal each in the sea by a value sampan, and then dedicated 2 long horns to Heir. After the Heir dwarves measured the length, it was the longest whale that Kadir hunted. Seriously, according to reason, Kadir won, but Hagrid was furious. With a shout, he led a boat with more than 20 subordinates to chase after and rob a shipping company vessel flying the Spanish flag. After Hagrid took off his upper body clothes, exposed his tendons, waved a large axe and rushed onto the Spanish merchant ship, the battle soon ended. And Hagrid was also sober. Finally, Hagrid carried the tobacco, spices, and cane sugar carried by Spanish merchant ships to his own ship, and then let the Spaniards leave. This simple episode adds a little bit of welfare income to the Viking Expeditionary Corps, and also reflects Hagrid's bravery and fearless spirit. Heir and many Viking soldiers, after seeing Hagrid's mighty figure with their own eyes, thought of the berserkers in ancient Viking legends, the kind of terrible warriors who fear death without fear of pain. When Heir heard the comments from the crowd, he wanted to give his brother an honor, so he took over the Hagrid, who returned victoriously, and offered tobacco trophies. Then he said loudly, "Hagrid's fierce battle is obvious to all. I would like to call him the first berserker of the Vikings." At that time, all the Viking soldiers raised their hands and shouted enthusiastically, "Viking number 1 berserker! Viking number 1 berserker!" Hagrid felt that he had become a great man and was excited for several days. The name of Hagrid, Viking's first berserker, was completely determined, making the other senior commanders a little jealous, so Kadir and Horskild also stressed the term berserker in their conversations. Heir also heard some envy or even dissatisfaction in the words of the two, but he was very happy in his heart for Heir, the supreme commander of the Vikings. He is about to enter Iceland, and even a major war will break out. At this time, the image of Hagrid's first berserker is to arouse the morale and victorious heart of all combatants. He firmly believes that everyone who is influenced by Viking culture wants to get the honor of berserker. Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachix. Through these few days of observation, Heir is already a little proud. He feels that his plan has been successful. Everyone commented on the surrounding scenery and ships of Iceland for a long time. The words of Kadir and others also revealed that they wanted to pick a few big ships to grab in order to show their courage, but it was already near the seas of Iceland, and Heir didn't want to grow out of the way, so he guided the topic with a smile. "What time is it?" After chatting for a while, Heir turned his head and shouted at the cabin. Olaf walked out quickly and said, "It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is estimated that I will be in Iceland soon. Isn't that Iceland?" Hudic, with the best eyes, suddenly pointed to the sea ahead and said, "Read the novel 9ducks.com." For a long time, everyone turned their heads and looked, and within a short while they saw a huge continent appearing on the White Sea. It was Iceland that had been away for many years. After a while, the fleet approached the southwestern corner of Iceland. More than a dozen boats, large and small, appeared one after another in the waters fishing for fish and shrimps. There were also 2 boats heading north. Looking at the draft, they knew that they were full of cargo. A large fleet of 33 ships suddenly arrived in the waters of Iceland, which is very rare in the history of Iceland. The appearance of the Heir fleet caught the attention of Icelanders who were fishing, but no one dared to approach when seeing the aggressiveness of the fleet. But they stepped aside. The many big and small bosses standing on the bow of the ship screamed and laughed when they saw their majestic appearance. The fishermen who avoided the boats only cursed and glared privately, and on the surface they didn't even dare to take a second look facing the sea breeze. Hader and the others watched quietly as the mountain in front of them got closer and closer, with many expressions constantly changing under the adjustment of the flagship helmsman. The fleet entered the Icelandic coastline and slowly approached the Sirsiana Peninsula in southwest Iceland. The fertile land on this peninsula is the beautiful homeland where Hader and others have lived for decades. It is the cornerstone of the business of the heir family. For hundreds of years, seeing the familiar homeland in front of them became clearer and clearer. Olaf, Hagrid and others couldn't help laughing. Go home, with the loudest call of Naranhu, the most impatient. Many Icelanders and soldiers and sailors on board cheered, but the Icelanders cheered that they had arrived home, while others cheered that they finally arrived at their destination. Hudic turned his head to see that there were only a few small boats fishing in the surrounding waters, and said, "Order the boats to be ready. When you get to the deserted beach in the south of Herod village, you must implement it quickly according to the plan." Hader also seemed a little nervous, nodded, and said, "Hurry up and hit the semaphore." So as Hader's flagship flag bearer waved the flag, more than 30 ships in the back also understood what the general meant. Many orders were issued from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The Viking Expeditionary Corps soldiers on the 33 ships all moved quickly, first checking their personal belongings, wearing leather armor linings, and then carrying muskets and waiting in the cabin. After another half an hour, the ship gradually approached the coast. Since there is no deep water port area on the west and south sides of the Sirsiana Peninsula for ships to dock, a long Viking ship will run aground when approaching, so in order to prevent large ships from stranding, Hader ordered the fleet to anchor in advance. Then the fleet dropped anchor several hundred feet away from the shore, and each large ship threw down 2 sampans one after another. Then the Viking Expeditionary Corps, led by the leader, took the sampan and quickly landed on the shore. Seeing that it moved quickly, it did not send out the noise. If the military commander in any European country sees it, he will praise the military literacy of the Viking soldiers near the deserted beach. There were only people living in the northern village of Harald, so it was very safe and hidden. However, the first group of Hader and others sent out dozens of soldiers to guard the surrounding area. The sampan can only carry more than 10 people at a time, and if there are horses, it will be halved. Therefore, it was not until 2 hours later that the more than 4,000 legionaries on the ship assembled on the shore. The last thing left on the ship was a few hundred soldiers and sailors, artillery, etc. Chaseo literatures. Whom these deployments are the final strategic deployments that were finalized a few days ago. According to the plan finalized by Hader and others, they first landed from the deserted beach in the southern part of Herod village in the White Hazel Forest, and then Hader and others led the army to Rik by land. In Javik, Hudic led artillery and more than 400 soldiers and sailors to encircle and block the Reykjavik seaport. Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachix. The purpose of this is to prevent Icelandic governor Karlsson and his enemy Sigfurs from escaping, but also to block news of the attack on Iceland. Because there are some artillery in the port of Reykjavik, it is inconvenient for the army to disembark after the fleet enters the port. It is difficult for the army to attack quickly. Not only may it cause losses, but it will also cause the enemy to escape. However, it took less than a day to take the road from the White Hazel Forest to the city of Hera to attack Dagan by land, and it was not difficult to block the sea from the sea and rely on artillery. This would be able to take Reykjavik in one fell swoop. Hader and others, they are all convinced that this is the best way to attack by land and sea at the same time. As long as the enemy is in Iceland, he will never escape. As for why we attack Dagan, it's not just because the two enemies are both in Dagan. Chasing yo literaries who Iocom. More importantly, Reykjavik is the largest city in Iceland. At least 1/5 of Iceland's population lives in concentrated form. Among them are the wealthiest and most important people. So as long as you can win Reykjavik in one fell swoop, Graham, Iceland is equal to the attack. The next step only needs to consider how to calm people's hearts and manage it. Hagrid personally sent a semaphore to ask Hudic to leave for Dagan tomorrow morning, because the boat speed is much faster than the legion's walk, and you can reach Reykjavik in more than 3 hours. But Hader and the others led the army, but they had to walk all night. After Hudic returned the semaphore, Hader gave the order to set off, and then led a large army to form a dragon and headed towards the direction of Herod village in the northern White Hazel Forest, because Luke can rest in Reykjavik tomorrow morning. The army only took 2 days of dry food and 20 rounds of ammunition in order to increase the marching speed. 5 ox carts pulled some bedding and were already full after walking for about 20 minutes. Hader and Hagrid, Kadir, Hoskard, Olaf and others who were riding horses in the forefront saw the turf stone house and some stone wall longhouses in the village of Herod in the white hazel forest. The village is here. Hader warmed his heart and slowly walked up the gravel road into the village. He straightened his legs and stood up and looked around, then frowned and said, "What's the matter? Can't see anyone in the village? Isn't it Sig didn't Foss send anyone?" But the fields on both sides of the road clearly grow wheat seedlings. With deep doubts, Hader and others walked into the village, and the houses they saw were all dilapidated. Every villager felt emotionally fluctuating when he saw that his home was left unattended. A few horse-riding cavalry acting as scouts took the lead to enter the street to check the situation, and then they found a few figures hiding in the yard. After a while, Hader saw a few people invited by the cavalry. Reading www.ucanchu.com is the old man who stayed in the village back then, but there were more than a dozen people left at the time, and now only 3 of them have been seen, and seeing their outfits and yellowish-looking skinny faces, it is obviously a very bad time. Hader, you are back. Hader got off his horse, and several old men embraced him and cried bitterly. After a while, the officers from the village of Herod also rushed over in the rush of questions and the cry of the 3 old people. Hader and others understood the situation after they left. It turned out that after Hader left Iceland with most of the villagers, the guards of the governor's palace and the Sigfus came to Herod village aggressively within 2 days, and they learned about the situation after interrogating a few elderly people. Then the angrily governor and Sigfus ordered all the properties of Herod village to be confiscated and handed over to Sigfus for management. After Sigfus got the 400 Wildert land in Herod village, he was overjoyed and sent his family servants to farming management. Every year only the sowing and harvesting committee sent hundreds of people to drive the livestock, and at other times it was 7 or 8. A servant is taking care of the village, but this year there are only 2 people taking care of it. Sigfus got his wish because Hader transferred all his assets to the old people before he left, and could not ignore the law. In the end, Sigfus could only leave a few acres of land for more than a dozen old people, but they paid very much every year. The high agricultural taxes made it unaffordable for the elderly, and they soon became hungry and sleepy by more than half. If it weren't for the last 3 old people who could still rely on relatives in nearby villages from time to time, I'm afraid Hader wouldn't be able to wait. Chapter 200, Attack on Reykjavik, 1. After listening to the cries of the left-behind old people in the village, I learned that Sigfus had killed 11 left-behind old people in disguise. Hader and other Icelanders were instantly furious, and it seemed that everyone had become a berserker. Devil. Sigfus is the devil who should go to hell. Why didn't God drop a sky of thunder to kill him? Damn it. It's a cannibal night wolf. Miscellaneous. What a kind person old Sihor is. He was killed by them. The heart of the devil. Satan's means. Icelanders' condemnation and insults against Sigfus instantly sounded in the village of Herod. After venting in a mess for a long time, Hader and others slowly calmed down. Where do the Sigforths live? Hader and Hagrid asked, staring at the same time. An old man said sharply, "It's in your longhouse in Hader. Now there are 2 Sigforth servants. They are very bad. I'll get them here." Hagrid turned on his horse with a loud shout, led a team of cavalry and left. Although Hagrid has not returned home for more than 10 years, Iceland, including the village of Herod in the White Hazel Forest, has not changed much in hundreds of years. In Hagrid's eyes, everything in the village is the same as it was more than 10 years ago. The longhouse where Hader originally lived was on the gentle hillside on the east side of the village. It has been occupied by Sigforth servants for several years. Hagrid was furious and decided to arrest Sigforth and send him there immediately. The 2 families in Herod village then killed them to avenge the tragic death of the old man. At this time, it is almost dusk. The brilliance of the setting sun is sprinkled on Hader's longhouse, and the flowers blooming on the turf roof appear more and more gorgeous. Hoofs grew louder and louder, and soon approached the longhouse. The house of people heard the roar of hoofs, and pushed open the door and looked out. Hagrid narrowed his eyes to see clearly that the man who was going out was a short man, and then, with his legs clamped between his horse's belly, he broke into the yard like a gust of wind, and while bending over, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the silly man. "What's happening?" A tall woman also came out, and saw 7 or 8 strong men riding tall horses appear in the yard. The man in her family was held in his hand by the leading man, and his legs were so frightened that he turned and fled when he weakened. The young cavalry led by Hagrid wiped his right hand on his waist, and then threw a hatchet in the opposite direction. Bang! With a sound, the hatchet hit the woman's back waist, causing her to scream and fall to the ground. The young cavalry had already fought forward, leaning over and reaching out to drag the almost unconscious woman onto his horse. Hagrid glanced at the young man appreciatively, thought about it, and said, "Your name is Tuba? Are you a Viking from the Akismo tribe?" The young man with flat features bowed slightly and said in Icelandic with some accent, "Great commander. I'm Tuba. Thank you for remembering me, you are clever and reliable." Hagrid smiled and praised Tuba, then threw the frightened man in his hand to the knight beside him. "Take a closer look." After Hagrid led the knight to leave, the Icelanders and Vikings who slowly learned of Sigforth's evil from the other population began to swear after a while. Amidst the aggressive Icelandic Vikings' condemnation of Sigfurs and his evil servants, Hagrid led the cavalry back, and then the two groups of shadows were thrown out by the knights, followed by a heavy landing sound. Painful cries of two men and women. "Oh! Ouch!" Hagrid jumped off his horse, drew out the large axe on the horseback leather strap, stepped over and kicked a couple on the ground, and said, "These two are the servants of Sigforth. The second steward, Margalia and Sidney." Margaria and Sidney, who were thrown off horseback by Hagrid and other cavalrymen, almost fell into a coma and got up with a grin when they heard Hagrid's words. They looked at the ferocious, heavily armed man, and felt a chill in their hearts. "I thought it was a pirate, but after seeing Hader's appearance, the two knew that it was the master's enemy who came back to seek revenge, worried about being chopped off by an axe." The skinny Sidney lay on the ground and tremblingly said, Master Hader. If you seek revenge on Sigfurs, you can't implicate the couple. We are just Sigfurs. The workers hired have never harmed your family. Maya Obi Fang. Sidney is short in stature. Margaria is in her 30s, but she has a plump body and a bit of beauty. She usually relies on some relationship with Master Sigfurs to become a second housekeeper, but last year she was discovered by her wife and rushed to Hellu. Special Village. The two felt that their lives were difficult, but they did not expect to encounter Hader to seek revenge. At a critical moment, Margaria was not as calm as Sidney. After seeing her husband begging for mercy, Hader didn't speak before she woke up and stretched out her chest, showing a touch of pale plumpness, and then begged for mercy. Master Hader, you can't kill the innocent. As long as you can spare us, we are willing to work with you for free. Be your loyal servant. Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachex. Unmoved, Hader turned to look at the three old villagers and asked, Did these two people harm you? Maya Abufang MayaBifang.com. They are better than the people before them, but they are not good people either. An old man coughed twice, and then said with a cold snort. Hader waved his hand and said, Cut it. We are about to attack Dagon soon, which is a shock to all of us. Hagrid walked forward with a smile, the big axe in his hand flashed coldly, and the Sidney couple begging for mercy were in a different place reached out his hand and wiped the few drops of scarlet heat splashed on his face. Hagrid yelled and said, Pull the corpse out and bury it. A few soldiers dragged away the corpses to bury them. Seeing that it was not early, Hader ordered all the troops to rest temporarily in Harrot village. After most of the soldiers from Groat village took them to various rooms to rest, Hoskard walked up to Hader and asked in a low voice, Yacht's coffin is in the back of the car. Tom came just now. Ask when I will be buried. Look. Hader patted his forehead and grinned and said, Almost forgot. Hurry up and call everyone in the village. Let's hold a ceremony for Jot, and then bury him in the village. The old man's last wish is first. Time for him to finish. Hader's instructions were communicated. Soon nearly 200 Icelanders and some soldiers removed Yacht's coffin from the car. The young Solrak, who had studied theology and knew how to sing poetry, prayed for Yacht. After praying, the coffin of Yacht was buried in the centralized cemetery in Harrot. When the burial of Yacht was over, the moon was invisible, and Hader, who returned to the longhouse with a torch, had a dinner. After dinner, Hader was ready to rest. He had just finalized a detailed plan of leading an army to attack Reykjavik in the middle of the night with the other leaders in the funeral ceremony of Jot, so he must take a rest in time now, but considering that he is facing Iceland, in particular, Dagon's intelligence is completely unknown. After thinking about it, Hader has sent someone to hire a few leaders. He is ready to make some more deployments, so that he can learn the latest intelligence from Dagon. Tomorrow there are only 3 villages in the vicinity of Harrod village in the White Hazel Forest. The previous contacts were fairly close, But since Hadarsson village was relocated, the surrounding area of Heir village has been no one cares about, so although there are thousands of people living in the village tonight but did not attract the attention of the surrounding villagers. Although the deserted village made the Icelandic Vikings look sad and at the same time deepened their anger at Sigfurs, it could also better protect the military strategy and actions of Hader's army from being discovered. Thousands of soldiers went into the house to rest, some were living on fire to cook, some were assigned to guards, and the rest spread their fur to rest quickly. Wonderful Pan Library Maya@biku.com. Before going to bed, Hader called several legion commanders and deputies to hold a small meeting and finally finalized a detailed strategy for attacking Dagon. After the meeting, Hoskard, Karhu and Kadir took a few guards and left on horseback. They took Hader's commission to first return home to explore the changes in Iceland and Reykjavik and other places over the past few years, especially the current situation of the governor's house, the great port garrison, and Sigfurs, Karlsson and others. When the self-ringing bell that Hader accompanied his army rang at 3 o'clock in the morning, Hader was awakened abruptly, and then ordered the whole army to move forward half an hour later and march towards Reykjavik in the north. Hrut village is not far from Reykjavik in the north, and a road has been walked for hundreds of years. Hader and others are confident that they can find a way to Reykjavik even with their eyes closed. So the army marched along the way, taking advantage of the moonlight, and soon left the Sirsiana area and passed through the woods where Hader was assassinated by Ozzel. Although according to Hader and others' estimates, including the more than 100 guards of the governor's palace and the families of many leaders in Dagon, they would not be able to organize 1,000 people if they were all armed, and Dagon had not yet been protected by the city wall. The Viking Expeditionary Corps pushed in the past, Dagon could be captured without resistance. But considering that it has not been back to Iceland for 3.5 years, and worrying about the existence of variables, Hader asked Kadir and Kalhu to go home to investigate the situation before going to bed last night. Although it is true that Kadir and the Horsgerd family followed Hader to leave Iceland, their property must have been preserved because there was no one to prove it. Even Kadir will still have the same prestige and status as before returning to the village. Because most of the people in that village are relatives of their families or descendants of the serfs who became free men back then, whether it is out of affection or righteousness, Kadir can be treated with kindness and respect when he returns to the village. At the same time, he can understand that for 3.5 years, changes in the village and even Iceland Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachix, Hoskerd is a Dagon native. There is not much land in his home. The main reason is that there is a herd of cattle. When Hoskerd's family left, he had already put the cows away. Sold, now Hoskerd and Karhu have only one ruined house when they go home, and even the house may be occupied by relatives. However, their purpose is to inquire about the news. They don't care much about the current status of the remaining family property. After all, if they hit Iceland, the Horsgerd family will get 100 times more than their original assets. If they can't hit it, they don't need to care about the original assets. Up when the sky was light, Hader's army approached the southern part of Reykjavik. Some villagers around had found Hader's army marching early, but most of the rare Icelanders had never seen it. Tens of thousands of troops marched. All of them were so scared that they closed the door of the house and secretly watched with swords and axes, lest the great pirates invaded Iceland. Seeing the sky getting brighter and brighter, the sun in the east seemed to show up. Kadir finally came up with the guards on a fast horse. General Hader. Passing by the army, Kadir hired the horse and rushed to Hader, panting and saying, "Finally caught up with you. I was thinking that you will be stationed for a while if you don't come again." Hader smiled softly and asked, "How is it? Is there any change?" I asked Simmel, and he said that except for the more serious exploitation of the Icelandic people by Karlsson in the past few years, nothing has changed. However, there seem to be dozens more guards in the governor's house than before. Kadir said, pointing to his back, and said, "Simir knows our plan, and is happy to bring more than 20 heroes to join us. They are riding in the back. I am afraid that you will rush to the front." Simmel is so good. Hagrid laughed and said, "Are both Kallisvin and Sigforth in Reykjavik?" Simir just went to Dagon last month to participate in the Korswoon tax increase meeting. It is said that Denmark will add agricultural tax and commercial tax to all regions for reconstruction after the war. In particular, our Iceland has increased by 30%. Jeffus, several bishops and Korswoon worked together to suppress it. At that time, several leaders in the east were about to quarrel. After 3 days of coordination, it still increased by 20%, Kadir said he and laughed, When I returned to Grey Mountain Village, Simir and the others were gnashing their teeth and sighing. They were taken aback at the time. When I told them we were going to attack Reykjavik and liberate Iceland, they were all very happy. Not only did he bring his own men and horses, but he also sent his brother to connect with other leaders. I think even if we don't attack Reykjavik, www.uxiaspit.com Korsvan is afraid. I can't be the governor of Iceland. When Hader heard Kadir talk about the situation in Grey Mountain Village, he knew that perhaps it was because of Denmark's defeat and the more serious exploitation of Iceland that the opinions of the people of Iceland became more and more serious. At the same time, it led to the antagonism between various regions and Dagen. But Hader knew that Danish merchants had controlled 70% of Iceland's seaborne trade for many years. As long as the Danes hold on to Iceland's seaborne trade, they hold on to Iceland's lifeblood. Iceland is currently unable to support itself with cloth, food, etc. If Denmark cuts its supply, Iceland will not starve for a short time and its economy will collapse. Minutes. Therefore, as long as Karlsson does not drive the people of Iceland to death, and gives the people a sigh of relief and gives the regions a chance to breathe, the leaders of Iceland will absolutely not dare to rebel, let alone succeed in the rebellion. But Hader thinks the situation is different now. Because of himself, this Viking general Ledin came with more than 4,000 troops and a powerful navy, which also means that the overwhelming force that will change the landscape and the future of Iceland has been stationed in Iceland and is playing a role, and it will soon be able to completely change it. The current situation and future of Iceland. Hader felt that as long as he gave Icelanders a more lenient policy than the Danish governor, and reduced taxes and donations, it would not be difficult for the Icelandic people to support themselves wholeheartedly. Under their own leadership, Iceland will move towards freedom of the belly, and even the founding of a nation is not a delusion. In the eyes of poor people who tighten their belts to live, Hader's appearance is not only the appearance of a Sakayan epic hero, but also the liberator of the toiling people of Iceland, the great savior. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.